I blocked her to forget. She walked away to become someone I couldn't follow. Her voice, her ambition, the way she never asked permission to take up space. Now she's everywhere, on screens and headlines, inside the courtroom where I need to focus.
And I can't. We didn't end quietly. I said things I can't take back.
She left before I could choose her over the future I thought I needed. Now she has boundaries, rules, a career built on truth instead of loopholes. I'm the man standing on the opposite side of the case that made her untouchable. She thinks I'm part of her past.
But unfinished things don't stay buried.
She thinks I walked away to build a career.
I walked away to become someone who never loses.
I took the case for the win. But the only prize I want is her.
Stay tuned for enemies to lovers tension, high-stakes courtroom drama, explosive second chances, and a love story where power, truth, and desire collide.
Happily ever after guaranteed.
Chapter 1. Camilla. The morning light filters through my apartment windows, pale, reluctant, the kind of winter gray that makes New York feel like it exists inside a snow globe someone forgot to shake. I stretch under my duvet, the silk cool against my skin, and reach for my phone out of habit. 3,000 notifications. My heart kicks up a notch. The trial starts today. I throw back the covers and pad barefoot across the hardwood to my closet, coffee first forgotten in favor of the more pressing issue. What does a girl wear to potentially change her entire career trajectory? My closet doors swing open to reveal organized chaos. Racks of bold prints, jewel tones, statement pieces that cost more than they should, but photograph like a dream. I pull out a crimson blazer, hold it against myself in the mirror. Too aggressive. I don't want to be written off as some vapid content creator. Next, a cream turtleneck with tailored black pants. Classic. Professional, but maybe too safe. I'm not trying to blend in with the court reporters who've been doing this for 20 years. Come on, CJ, I muttered to my reflection. You know better. I settle on a deep emerald blouse, which is sophisticated, camera-friendly, and I pair it with high-waisted charcoal trousers that say I mean business. Gold hoops, my grandmother's watch, confidence without trying too hard. Coffee. I need coffee before I spiral. My espresso machine hums to life, and while it works its magic, I lean against the kitchen counter and unlock my phone properly this time. My fingers move on autopilot, thumbs scrolling through Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, the holy trinity of my professional existence. The hashtags are already trending. Hashtag Sinclair trial. Hashtag justice for Elena. Hashtag Veronica Sinclair. Everyone has an opinion. Everyone thinks they know what happened that night at the Sinclair estate, when Elena Vega, actress, philanthropist, America's sweetheart, ended up dead in the pool house, and her best friend Veronica became suspect number 1. I screenshot a few particularly unhinged takes, mentally filing them away for content later. My followers eat this stuff up, the wild speculation, the armchair detectives convinced they've cracked the case from their couches in Wisconsin. My own post from last night has over 50,000 likes. Just a photo of the courthouse at dusk, captioned, "Tomorrow we find out what really happened." I'll be bringing you every moment, simple, effective, tantalizing. The comments range from supportive, "You're going to crush this," to skeptical, "Stick to your podcast. Influencers don't belong in courtrooms," to thirsty, "Can I get a trial date with you?" I heart a few responses, reply to my loyal followers, ignore the trolls. It's all part of the game. Steam rises from my cup as I pour the espresso, add a splash of oat milk until it turns the perfect shade of caramel. The first sip hits my system like a reset button, warming me from the inside out. This goddamn case. I've covered murders before. The Sacramento yoga instructor, that cult leader in Oregon, the hedge fund manager who definitely pushed his wife off their yacht. But this is different. This is national. This is morning show coverage and CNN breaking news alerts and Saturday Night Live cold opens. This is my shot. I pull up my notes app, reviewing the goals I typed out at 2 a.m. when sleep wouldn't come. Secure at least one exclusive interview. Family member, witness, someone close to either Veronica or Elena. Provide real-time courtroom updates with analysis that goes deeper than the mainstream outlets. Get noticed by a major network or streaming service. Number 3 makes my stomach flip. It's ambitious, maybe too ambitious, but isn't that the point? I didn't move to New York to play small. I drained my coffee and set up my ring light in the corner of my living room where the exposed brick provides the perfect backdrop. My phone slots into its tripod mount, camera pointed at the stool I've positioned just so. Deep breath. I hit record. Hey everyone, it's CJ, and I'm coming to you live from New York on what is probably the biggest day of my career so far. I pause. Let a smile play at my lips. No pressure, right? I stop, watch the playback. My voice sounds tight, nervous. That won't do. Delete. Start again. What's up, crime junkies? CJ here, and listen, I know you've been waiting for this. I've been waiting for this. Today, the Veronica Sinclair trial begins, and I'm going to be inside that courtroom, bringing you everything. Better. More energy. But I'm talking with my hands too much. A nervous tell. 3rd time. Hey, loves. I'm not gonna lie. I barely slept last night. This case has consumed me for months, and today we finally get some answers. Or at least, we start to. I lean forward slightly, channeling the intimacy my followers respond to. I'll be threading live updates, posting stories throughout the day, and tonight I'll break down everything that happened. The lawyers, the jury, the family reactions, all of it. This is going to be intense, and I'm so glad you're here with me for the ride. I watch it back. That's the one. Authentic, enthusiastic. Professional enough that the gatekeepers can't dismiss me. Relatable enough that my audience feels included. I don't post it yet. I'll share it right before I head to the courthouse. Maximize engagement. My reflection stares back at me from the darkened phone screen. 28 years old, about to walk into a media circus where every established journalist will be looking for reasons to discredit me. Too young, too pretty, too focused on entertainment over hard news. They don't get it. My generation doesn't trust talking heads reading from teleprompters. They want real people, real reactions, someone who feels like a friend explaining the insanity of the world. That's what I do. That's what I'm good at. I move to my vanity, start on my makeup. Foundation, concealer, contour. TV lighting is unforgiving, and the courtroom sketch artists are even worse. Defined brows, a subtle smoky eye, mascara that makes my eyes pop without looking overdone. A bold lip, because why not? This is New York, and I refuse to disappear. While I blend my highlight, my mind runs through everything I know about the case. Elena Vega, 42, found floating face down in the heated pool house of the Sinclair family compound in the Hamptons. Blunt force trauma to the back of the head. Time of death estimated between midnight and 2 a.m. Veronica Sinclair, 41, her best friend since childhood, was the only other person on the property that night. Her husband was in London on business. The staff had the weekend off. Security footage shows no one else coming or going. The prosecution says it was a crime of passion, years of resentment boiling over during a girls' weekend that turned fatal. The defense claims an intruder, a setup, reasonable doubt. I don't know what I believe yet. That's the honest truth. I've watched every interview, read every piece of evidence that's been made public, listened to countless theories. Part of me thinks Veronica did it. Part of me thinks there's something we're all missing. That's the part that excites me most. The unknown, the possibility that I might see something in that courtroom that everyone else overlooks. My phone buzzes. My producer, my friend Maya, who helps me organize content and manage my schedule, has sent a text. You ready to make history? I fire back. Born ready. Meet me outside the courthouse at 8:30? Already got us coffee. You're gonna kill it. The support settles something in my chest. I'm not doing this alone. I have my team, small as it is. I have my followers, hundreds of thousands of people who've chosen to trust my perspective. I slip my laptop into my leather tote, along with 2 backup phone chargers, my press credentials, notebooks, pens, mints. I look like I'm preparing for war, and in a way, I am. A war for attention, for credibility, for the story that could define my career. One last check in the mirror. Hair perfect, makeup flawless. Outfit projecting exactly the right balance of serious and stylish. I grab my coat, a long camel wool number that photographs beautifully, and take one final look around my apartment. The exposed brick, the plants I barely remember to water, the vision board above my desk covered in images. Courtroom sketches, magazine covers, talk show sets, goals, dreams, possibilities. Let's do this, I whisper to the empty room. I post my pre-recorded video, watch the likes start rolling in immediately, then lock my phone and head for the door. The courthouse waits, and with it, everything I've been working toward. The elevator ride down feels longer than usual, my heartbeat a steady drum against my ribs. When I step outside, the cold hits me like a wall, sharp, crystalline. The kind of winter morning that wakes you up whether you want it or not. I pull my coat tighter and start walking. Manhattan streams past in a blur of gray buildings and hurried pedestrians, everyone moving with purpose, everyone chasing something. Today I'm chasing the story of my life.
Chapter 2. Hudson. The conference room at Sterling & Associates smells like expensive leather and stronger coffee. I drain my 3rd cup of the morning, the bitter taste doing nothing to calm the adrenaline coursing through my veins. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, Manhattan sprawls below us. 43 stories of power and prestige between us and the streets where the real chaos lives. Hudson, you need to eat something. Marcus Webb, senior partner and the man who plucked me from the pool of hungry associates 2 years ago, slides a bagel across the polished mahogany table. He's 62, gray at the temples and sharp as hell. The kind of lawyer who can dismantle a witness with a smile. Not hungry. Nerves won't help you in there. Rebecca Santos, the 3rd member of our team, doesn't look up from her notes. She's mid-40s, came up through the public defender's office before going private, and knows criminal defense like I know how to breathe. You need to project confidence, control. Can't do that if you're running on fumes and caffeine. I grabbed the bagel anyway, more to shut them up than anything else. They're not wrong, but food is the last thing on my mind. Today marks the beginning of the biggest goddamn case of my career, and I didn't sleep more than 3 hours last night running through opening statements in my head. Veronica Sinclair, socialite, philanthropist, accused murderer. My ticket to the big leagues. The door opens and Jennifer Kim, our paralegal, pokes her head in. Mrs. Sinclair is here. Conference room B. Thanks, Jen. I stand, straightening my tie. Navy silk, professional but not flashy. My suit is Tom Ford, charcoal gray, tailored to perfection. First impressions matter, especially when the jury's already seen your face plastered across every news outlet in America. Marcus and Rebecca follow me down the hall. Our footsteps echo on marble floors, past walls lined with photos of the firm's greatest victories. Settlements in the millions, acquittals that made headlines, precedents that changed the law. I want my face on that wall. We enter conference room B, and there she is. Veronica Sinclair sits with her back straight, hands folded on the table, every inch the Manhattan elite she was born to be. Blonde hair swept into a tasteful chignon, minimal makeup, a dove-gray dress that screams money without shouting. Her team's coaching has paid off. She looks like a grieving friend, not a cold-blooded killer. Veronica. Marcus takes the lead, his voice warm and reassuring. How are you holding up? As well as can be expected. Her voice trembles slightly, and I can't tell if it's genuine or performance. I still can't believe this is happening. Elena was my best friend, my sister in everything but blood. And now they're saying She breaks off, pressing her fingers to her lips. Rebecca sits across from her, expression sympathetic. We know this is difficult, but today is crucial. The jury's going to form their first impressions, and we need to make sure they see you as the victim here, not the villain. I am the victim. Veronica's eyes flash, something sharp cutting through the vulnerability. Someone killed Elena in my home, and I'm the one on trial. How is that justice? I lean forward, elbows on the table. That's exactly what we're going to show them. The prosecution has circumstantial evidence, but no murder weapon, no confession, no witnesses. Their case is built on assumptions and speculation. They have motive, Veronica says quietly. They're going to bring up the lawsuit, Elena's claim against the foundation. The lawsuit. 3 months before her death, Elena Vega filed a civil suit against the Sinclair Family Foundation, claiming she'd been pushed out unfairly and was owed compensation for years of unpaid consulting work. The prosecution's theory: Veronica killed her to make the problem disappear. It's crap, but it's compelling crap. Let them bring it up, Marcus says. We'll show that the lawsuit was frivolous, that you and Elena were working toward a resolution, that your friendship was stronger than some petty financial dispute. Was it resolved? I ask, because I need to know what we're walking into. Veronica hesitates. We were talking. Elena was angry, but she always got angry. It's how she was. Passionate, emotional, dramatic. I thought she'd cool off, drop the whole thing once she realized how ridiculous it was. Not the answer I wanted, but it's what we have. The media is going to be brutal today, Rebecca warns. Cameras everywhere, reporters shouting questions. You do not engage. You do not react. Eyes forward, calm expression. Let us handle everything. I know. Veronica's jaw tightens. I've been living with those vultures camped outside my building for 3 months, watching them twist every word, every gesture, turning me into some kind of monster for their ratings. I get it. I hate the media circus that comes with high-profile cases. The reporters who care more about sound bites than truth. The influencers who treat murder trials like entertainment. The talking heads who've already decided guilt or innocence based on nothing but their own biases. This is going to be worse than anything I've seen. Worse than the hedge fund manager who embezzled millions. Worse than the tech CEO accused of fraud. This is O.J. Simpson-level trash. Menendez brothers. Casey Anthony. The kind of trial that stops the nation, that people watch like it's a goddamn Netflix series. And every single one of those vultures is going to be perched outside the courthouse, ready to pick apart every moment. Hudson. Marcus catches my attention. You ready for this? Born ready. He smirks. Good. Because this is your moment. Rebecca and I are here to support you, but this is your case. Your opening statement. Your examination. You've earned this. The weight of it settles on my shoulders. Heavy, thrilling, terrifying. I've worked my butt off to get here. Law school at Columbia, summers interning at the DA's office, and then at Sterling and Associates. 80-hour weeks proving I could handle the pressure, the complexity, the stakes. My father was a lawyer. My grandfather was a judge. The law is in my blood, and I'm damn good at it. But this is different. This is national attention, career-defining, legacy-building different. I meet Veronica's eyes. We're going to win this. I promise you. I'm innocent, she says, and there's steel beneath the silk. I need you to believe that. What I believe doesn't matter. What I can prove in that courtroom matters. And I can prove reasonable doubt. I can show the jury that the prosecution's case is built on sand. That's enough. It has to be enough. We spend the next hour reviewing strategy. Rebecca walks Veronica through courtroom protocol, reminds her how to sit, how to react, or rather, how not to react, to damaging testimony. Marcus goes over the witness list, discusses which ones will challenge and which ones will let slide. I focus on my opening statement, the words I've memorized and rehearsed until they flow like water. I need to be perfect, confident but not arrogant, passionate but not desperate. I need the jury to trust me, to see Veronica through my eyes instead of the prosecution's lens. By 8:15, we're ready, or as ready as we'll ever be. Jennifer appears in the doorway again. The car's here. Media presence is already significant outside the courthouse. I've contacted courthouse security about getting Mrs. Sinclair through the side entrance. Good. Marcus stands, buttons his jacket. Veronica, remember, don't engage, I know. We gather our materials, briefcases stuffed with files, tablets loaded with evidence, the physical presence of preparation. Veronica stands, smooths her dress, takes a breath that I can see shake her shoulders. Thank you, she says quietly. All of you, for believing in me. I don't tell her that belief isn't part of my job description, that I've defended guilty people before, and I'll defend them again, because everyone deserves representation, because the system only works if both sides fight their hardest. Instead, I nod. Let's go show them who you really are. The elevator ride down is silent except for the soft ding at each floor. Veronica stares at her reflection in the polished doors, expression unreadable. Rebecca checks her phone one last time before shutting it off. Marcus straightens his cufflinks. I flex my fingers, roll my shoulders, prepare for battle. The car is waiting at the back entrance, a sleek black town car with tinted windows. Our driver, a guy named Paul who's been with the firm for years, opens the door without a word. We slide in, Veronica in the middle, lawyers flanking her like armor. Manhattan traffic is its usual nightmare, but Paul navigates with practiced ease. Through the windows, I watch the city wake up. Coffee shops opening, suited professionals rushing to subway stations, the organized chaos that defines this place. I love this city. Love the energy, the ambition, the ruthless drive that pushes everyone to be better, faster, stronger. You don't survive here by being soft. You survive by being the best, by fighting for every inch, by refusing to back down. That's exactly what I plan to do. There it is, Rebecca murmurs. The courthouse rises ahead, imposing columns and stone steps, justice carved into the architecture. And surrounding it, just like I knew there would be, is a swarm of media. News vans with satellite dishes, cameras on tripods, reporters with microphones, a crowd of spectators hoping to catch a glimpse of the accused. Vultures. Jesus, Veronica breathes. Don't look at them, I say. Eyes on me. We walk in together. We don't stop. We don't comment. Got it? She nods, but I can see the fear creeping in. Paul pulls up to the side entrance as planned. Security is already there, creating a barrier between us and the mob. But they've noticed. Cameras swing in our direction. Reporters start shoving forward. Now, Marcus says, we move as one unit, practiced, professional, protective. I take Veronica's elbow, guiding her toward the doors. Voices erupt around us, questions shouted over each other until they're just noise. Mrs. Sinclair, did you kill Elena Vega? Do you have any remorse? What do you say to people who think you're guilty? I resist the urge to tell them all to get off. Barely. We make it through security, into the quiet sanctuary of marble halls and echoing footsteps. Veronica exhales shakily. Welcome to the circus, I mutter, and the show hasn't even started yet.
Chapter 3. Camilla. The courtroom smells like floor polish and anxiety. I'm squeezed into the third row of the press section, wedged between a guy from the Times who keeps invading my personal space and a woman from CNN who's already claimed the armrest like it's a territorial dispute. My notebooks open on my lap, pen ready, phone on silent, but within reach for the second we're dismissed. No cameras allowed. The judge made that crystal clear in her pretrial orders, which means I'm stuck doing this old school. Notes, observations, mental snapshots I'll have to recreate later for my followers. It's killing me. The courtroom's packed, every seat filled, a line of people outside hoping someone gives up their spot. The jury box sits empty. They'll bring them in after the preliminary motions. The prosecution table is set up like a war room. Files stacked precisely. 3 lawyers in matching navy suits, faces I recognize from the news coverage. And then there's the defense table. My pen freezes midair. No way. Hudson Rockwell sits there, crisp and composed in a charcoal suit. His dark hair is perfectly styled. His jaw set in that determined line I used to trace with my fingers in his dorm room. He's shuffling papers, leaning in to murmur something to the senior partner beside him. Every inch the hotshot lawyer he always said he'd become. My stomach drops like I've missed a step. 6 years. It's been 6 years since I walked out of his apartment senior year, since I told him I wasn't going to follow him to law school like some supportive girlfriend accessory, since he told me I was wasting my potential on celebrity gossip crap. And here we are, same city, same courthouse, opposite sides of the story we're both chasing. I force myself to look away, to focus on literally anything else. The judge's bench, the court reporter, the American flag hanging limp in the corner. But my eyes drift back. He looks good. Damn him, he looks really good. Older, sharper, the boyish softness gone from his features. He's filled out through the shoulders, carries himself with the kind of confidence that comes from winning, from being right, from getting exactly what he wanted. The bailiff enters. All rise for the Honorable Judge Morticia Hawkins. Everyone stands in a shuffle of fabric and rustling papers. The judge sweeps in, black robes, steel gray hair pulled back, expression that says she's not here for anyone's drama. Please be seated. We sit. I smooth my notebook, force my hands to steady. Judge Hawkins reviews her notes, glasses perched on her nose. We're here for the matter of the People versus Veronica Sinclair. Before we bring in the jury, I want to address several pretrial motions. Counselors, are we ready to proceed? The lead prosecutor stands. Yes, Your Honor. And then Hudson's on his feet. And God, even his posture radiates authority. Ready, Your Honor. His voice hits me like a wave. Deeper than I remember, confident, that slight edge of Brooklyn accent smoothed out but not completely erased. Mr. Rockwell, I understand you filed a motion to exclude certain evidence regarding the victim's lawsuit against the Sinclair Foundation. Yes, Your Honor. Hudson doesn't miss a beat. The lawsuit was civil in nature, unrelated to the criminal matter at hand, and its prejudicial effect far outweighs any probative value. It paints my client in an unfairly negative light without establishing motive. Your Honor, if I may. The prosecutor, a sharp-featured woman named Alice Morrison, stands. The lawsuit demonstrates clear animosity between the victim and the defendant, establishing motive for alleged animosity, Hudson cuts in, based on a standard business dispute that both parties were actively resolving. There's no evidence of personal hostility. Counselors, Judge Hawkins's tone could freeze vodka. I'll hear your arguments in order. Miss Morrison, continue. I'm scribbling notes, trying to capture the back and forth, but I keep losing the thread because Hudson's right there, 20 feet away, alive and real and not just a memory I've shoved into the back corner of my mind. He gestures as he speaks, Those same hands that used to pull me close in crowded bars, that held my face when he kissed me like I was the only thing that mattered. Stop it. Focus. The legal arguments blur together. Motions to suppress, objections to witness testimony, technical stuff about chain of custody, and hearsay exceptions. I write down keywords, phrases I can Google later to make sense of it all. The Times guy beside me is typing on his laptop, fast and efficient, probably already drafting his article. The CNN woman's muttering into a tiny recorder, her voice barely audible. I feel like an imposter, like everyone can see I don't belong here, that I'm playing dress up in a world that requires credentials I don't have. But then I remember my followers, hundreds of thousands of people who trust me to translate this circus into something they can understand, who want the human story beneath the legal jargon. That's what I do. That's my value. Judge Hawkins rules on the motion, partially granted, some evidence in, some out, and moves to the next item. I catch maybe half of it, too aware of Hudson's presence, of the way he leans back in his chair with easy confidence, of how he manages to look both relaxed and ready to pounce. Veronica Sinclair sits beside him, perfectly composed. Expensive dress, minimal jewelry, the kind of understated elegance that screams old money. She's smaller than I expected, more fragile looking, though maybe that's intentional. The wronged friend, the innocent victim of circumstance. Rebecca Santos, the other defense attorney, whispers something to Veronica, who nods without changing expression. I jot down, defense team projecting unity, confidence. Veronica calm, controlled. Hudson Rockwell's second chair, but clearly involved. His name on the page sends a weird jolt through me. More motions, more arguments. The prosecution wants to introduce social media posts. The defense objects. Judge Hawkins reserves her ruling. I sneak another glance at Hudson. He's reviewing something on his tablet, brow furrowed in concentration. And Jesus, it's like college all over again. Late nights in the library, him buried in casebooks while I worked on my journalism assignments, our feet tangled under the table. We were good together. Until we weren't. Until ambition pulled us in different directions, and neither of us was willing to bend. We'll take a 15-minute recess before bringing in the jury, Judge Hawkins announces. Counsel, use this time wisely. The courtroom erupts into motion. Lawyers huddle, reporters check phones. The spectators behind us start whispering, speculating, narrating their theories to anyone who will listen. I flip to a fresh page in my notebook, stretching my hand against the cramped building in my fingers. The CNN woman disappears, probably to file an update. The Times guy stays put, still typing. I should move, get a better angle. Maybe position myself where I can see the jury's faces when they come in. But I stay frozen in my seat, because Hudson's standing now, talking with Marcus Webb and Rebecca. And if he turns around, he'll see me. Part of me wants him to, wants to see his face when he realizes I'm here, that I made it, that I'm covering the same damn trial he's defending. And another part of me wants to dissolve into the floor. He laughs at something Marcus says, the sound carrying across the quiet courtroom, and my chest tightens with something I refuse to name. You don't get to still affect me. Not after everything. I focus on my notes, reviewing what I've captured, filling in gaps while the details are fresh. Judge's demeanor, no nonsense, clearly experienced. Prosecution, aggressive but professional. Defense, polished, strategic, playing the long game. Hudson, commanding, natural. Exactly what he was always meant to be. Damn it. The 15 minutes crawl by. People file back in. The energy shifts, tension ratcheting up as the bailiff prepares to bring in the jury. All rise. We stand again. The jury enters in single file. 12 people plus alternates, a mix of ages and backgrounds, all wearing expressions of extreme seriousness. They take their seats. The trial begins. Judge Hawkins addresses them, explains the process, the importance of their role. They nod along, some taking notes, others just staring with wide eyes like they can't believe they're here. I study their faces, trying to read who's sympathetic to the defense, who's already skeptical, who's going to be the holdout in deliberations. My pen moves across the page. Juror 3, older white woman, expensive watch, prosecution lean. Juror 7, young black man, Brooklyn tee under his jacket. Wild card. Morrison stands for the prosecution's opening statement. She's polished, prepared, hitting every emotional beat. Elena Vega was a woman who gave her life to helping others, a philanthropist, an advocate, a friend, and she was murdered in cold blood by the one person she trusted most. The jury's attention is locked on her. She walks them through the evidence, the timeline, the relationship between Elena and Veronica that soured over money and power. The defense will try to convince you there's reasonable doubt, that someone else could have done this, but the evidence doesn't lie. Veronica Sinclair was the only person who had means, motive, and opportunity. And by the end of this trial, you'll know beyond any shadow of doubt that she is guilty. She sits. The courtroom's silent. Then Hudson stands, and I can't look away. He buttons his jacket in one smooth motion, approaches the jury with the kind of easy confidence that makes people want to trust him. His eyes scan their faces, making contact with each person, creating connection before he even speaks. My client did not kill Elena Vega. His voice is clear, strong, sincere. Veronica Sinclair loved Elena like a sister. They built a foundation together. They changed lives together. And when Elena died, Veronica didn't just lose a friend. She lost family. He pauses, lets it sink in. The prosecution wants you to believe that a lawsuit, a simple business disagreement, drove Veronica to murder. But ask yourself, does that make sense? Successful people have disputes all the time. They hire lawyers, they negotiate, they don't commit murder. I'm writing, but barely, caught up in the rhythm of his speech, the way he moves through the courtroom like he owns it. What the prosecution has is a theory. What they don't have is proof. No murder weapon, no confession, no witnesses, just assumptions and speculation dressed up as fact. He's good, really good. I can see the jury responding to him, some leaning forward, others nodding slightly. Veronica Sinclair is innocent, and over the course of this trial, we're going to prove it. He returns to his seat. The moment breaks. Judge Hawkins moves to the next item on the agenda, but I've lost the thread again. My notes trail off into a legible scrawl as my brain tries to process what just happened. Hudson Rockwell, here, on this case. The universe has one hell of a sense of humor. I risk another glance his way, and this time, God, this time, his eyes cut across the courtroom and land directly on me. Recognition hits his face like a punch. His expression shudders, jaw tightening, eyes going cold. He glares, not surprised, not curious, just pissed. Then he looks away, leans over to whisper something to Rebecca, deliberately dismissing me. My stomach knots. 6 years. And that's what I get. A glare, contempt. Fine. Screw him. I didn't come here for a reunion. I snap my notebook shut and force myself to breathe, to remember why I'm here, to focus on the trial, the story, the career-defining opportunity sitting right in front of me. Hudson Rockwell doesn't matter. Our history doesn't matter. All that matters is the truth, and I'm going to find it.
Chapter 4. Hudson. The vending machine's humming like it's contemplating existential collapse. I jam another dollar into the slot, watch it get spit back out, and resist the urge to put my fist through the glass. 3 tries. 3 goddamn tries for a bottle of water. Come on, you jerk! I smooth the bill, feed it in slower. This time it takes. The day's been endless. Opening statements, jury selection drama, Morrison's theatrical crap about Elena Vega being some kind of saint when everyone knows she was just as cutthroat as any other socialite with a brand to protect. And through it all, the weight of 1,000 eyes watching, judging, waiting for me to mess up. I punch the button for water. The bottle drops with a satisfying thunk. And then there's the other thing. The thing I've been trying not to think about for the past 6 hours. Camilla Johnson, sitting in my courtroom, taking notes on my case. I grab a bag of pretzels, feed more money into the machine. The anger that's been simmering since I spotted her in the 3rd row kicks up another notch. Of course she's here. Of course. Because this trial isn't already a media circus. We need social media influencers turning it into TikTok content. The pretzels drop. I'm reaching for them when someone rounds the corner and slams straight into my shoulder. Papers scatter. A notebook hits the floor. Damn, sorry, I wasn't... Camilla. We lock eyes and the air between us goes arctic. She's crouched down, gathering her notes. Those same curls I used to wind around my fingers falling forward to hide her expression. When she stands, her jaws set, shoulders back, ready for a fight. Hudson. Camilla. My name in her mouth shouldn't affect me. It does anyway. She tucks her notebook against her chest like armor. Didn't expect to see you here. It's my trial. Where else would I be? I meant here. She gestures at the vending machine, the empty hallway. Thought you'd be off strategizing or whatever it is defense attorneys do during recess. Getting something to drink. Novel concept. She flinches at my tone, just barely, then recovers. Right. Well, don't let me interrupt your hydration. She turns to leave. What the hell are you doing here? The question comes out sharper than I intended. She stops, looks back at me with those eyes that used to undo me completely. My job. Your job. I can't keep the sneer out of my voice. What job is that exactly? Turning a murder trial into entertainment for people who can't tell the difference between real life and reality TV. Her expression hardens. Careful. Your elitism's showing. This isn't elitism, it's... I bite off the rest, shake my head. You don't belong in that courtroom. Really? She shifts her weight, and damn if the stance doesn't broadcast pure defiance. And who exactly gets to decide that? You. People who understand the justice system. People who've studied law, who respect the process, who aren't just looking for clickbait content to feed their followers. Jesus Christ, you're still the same arrogant jerk. She laughs, but there's no humor in it. You think I don't respect the process? I've been covering true crime for years. I've sat through more trials than most of those reporters in there. I've interviewed victims' families, defense attorneys, prosecutors, forensic experts. I've done the work. Work. I nearly spit the word. You mean you've commodified tragedy, packaged grief into bite-sized content with catchy captions and trending hashtags? And you've what? Taken the moral high ground by defending rich people who can afford your firm's hourly rate? She steps closer, eyes blazing. Don't act like you're some crusader for justice. You're a defense attorney at a white shoe firm making bank off of people like Veronica Sinclair. Everyone deserves representation. And everyone deserves to know what happens in that courtroom. My audience is interested in this case. They want to understand it, process it, talk about it. I'm giving them that. You're turning it into a spectacle. It already is a spectacle. Her voice echoes down the empty hallway. She catches herself, lowers her volume. The media's been camped outside the courthouse for weeks. Every network's covering it. Podcasts are dissecting every detail. At least I'm honest about what I'm doing. At least I'm not pretending to be objective when I'm literally being paid to spin the story. The accusation lands like a slap. I'm doing my job. So am I. We're standing too close now. Close enough that I can smell her perfume. Something citrus and warm. Different from what she wore in college, but somehow still perfectly her. Your job didn't used to be exploiting people's worst moments for likes and shares. Something flickers across her face. Hurt, maybe, buried fast under anger. You don't know anything about my job, or my life. You made that pretty clear 6 years ago. Don't. The warning comes out low, dangerous. Don't pretend this is about us. This isn't about anything. She clutches her notebook tighter. You're pissed that someone without a law degree is in your sacred courtroom, and I'm the convenient target. But here's the thing, Hudson. I have every right to be there. I have press credentials. I have an audience who trusts me. And I'm not backing down because you've decided I'm beneath you. I never said... You didn't have to. Her eyes bore into mine. You've always thought your way was the only legitimate path. Law school, corporate firm, playing by the rules of people who make the rules. God forbid someone finds success outside of that narrow definition. That's not fair. Oh, it's not. She shifts her bag higher on her shoulder. You told me I was wasting my potential, that journalism was a dead-end career for people who couldn't hack real professions. Looks like I hacked it just fine. The memory hits hard. Senior year, our last fight, words thrown like grenades because we were both too young and too stubborn to find middle ground. I'd meant it differently. I'd been worried about her, about the industry collapsing, about her ending up broke and disillusioned. But it came out wrong. Cruel. Dismissive. Apparently, I haven't learned much since then. Look. I exhale, trying to find steadier ground. This case is important. Veronica Sinclair's life is on the line. The jury's going to make a decision that determines whether she spends the rest of her life in prison. It's not... Content? Camilla finishes. A story? I know that, Hudson. I know exactly what's at stake. That's why I'm covering it. Because people need to understand how the justice system works, how trials unfold, what reasonable doubt actually means. They need context, not just headlines. From someone who's never set foot in law school. From someone who can translate legal jargon into language normal people understand. From someone who actually connects with an audience instead of talking down to them from an ivory tower. She takes a breath, steadies herself. I'm good at what I do. Really good. And I'm not apologizing for it. Especially not to you. The conviction in her voice throws me. She's not the girl I dated in college, unsure of her path, defensive about her choices. She's certain now. Grounded. Successful on her own terms. It pisses me off more than it should. Just stay out of my way. Wasn't planning on getting in it. She brushes past me, close enough that our arms touch, and heads back toward the courtroom. I watch her go, the sway of her hips in those tailored pants, the set of her shoulders that broadcast confidence with every step. Damn it. I grab my water and pretzels, lean against the vending machine, and try to get my head straight. The last thing I need right now is Camilla Johnson resurfacing old crap, distracting me from the biggest case of my career. But as I head back toward the courtroom, I can't shake the image of her standing there, chin raised, eyes fierce, refusing to back down. She always was stubborn as hell. And if I'm being honest, which I'm not even to myself, there's something almost impressive about her audacity. About the way she carved out success in an industry that chews people up and spits them out. Not that it matters. Not that she matters. This trial is what matters. Winning is what matters. Everything else is just noise. I push through the courtroom doors, take my seat next to Rebecca, and force Camilla Johnson out of my mind. Or at least I try.
Chapter 5. Camilla. My apartment's freezing. I crank the thermostat up to 72, wrapping my oversized cardigan tighter around myself as I cross the living room. The radiator hisses and clanks like it's personally offended by my request for warmth. January in New York is brutal, and my building's heating system seems determined to remind me of that fact every single day. I drop my bag on the couch, kick off my heels, God, my feet are screaming, and pad over to the kitchen. Court notes spill across the counter as I dump out my tote. Notebook, loose pages, the business card from that sketch artist who wants to collaborate on content. And underneath it all, the residual anger from seeing Hudson's face. Nope. I say it out loud to no one, because sometimes you need to hear yourself draw a boundary. We're not doing this. I fire up my espresso machine, the familiar whir and gurgle of comfort after the chaos of the day. While it heats, I grab my phone, unlock it, and immediately get slammed with notifications. Messages from Maya, DMs from followers, emails from brands wanting to sponsor trial coverage, 3 missed calls from a producer at a podcast network. My fingers hover over Instagram. I should post something. An update, behind-the-scenes shot, anything to keep engagement high while the trial's hot. But what I really want to post would get me in trouble. I open the app anyway, thumb moving before my brain catches up. Today was interesting. Courtroom energy's intense, legal teams are sharp, and one of the lawyers I interacted with was incredibly rude, like shockingly unprofessional. Guess some people forgot that respect goes both ways, JD or not. I hit share before I can second guess it. The likes start rolling in immediately. Comments flood the thread within seconds. OMG, who was it? Was it the prosecution, defense, details? Some lawyers are the worst. Tell us everything. I bet it was that senior partner guy. He looks like a jerk. I watch the frenzy build, a small, vindictive part of me enjoying the chaos. Let them speculate. Let Hudson see that I have a platform, an audience. Power he can't dismiss with his legal degree and expensive suit. My espresso finishes. I pour it into my favorite mug, the one with "Crime doesn't pay, but my content does," printed on the side, and add oat milk until it's the perfect caramel shade. The first sip warms me from the inside out. I carry my latte back to the counter, spread my notes out properly, and try to focus. The trial, the case, that's what matters. Not Hudson's glare or his dismissive tone or the way he looked at me like I was something he'd scraped off his shoe. Veronica Sinclair. That's the story. I flipped through my notebook, reviewing what I captured during opening statements. Morrison's emotional appeal about Elena being a philanthropist, a friend, a woman betrayed by the person she trusted most. Hudson's counter, calm, logical, focused on reasonable doubt. He was good. Damn him, he was really good. The jury responded to him. I watched their faces, saw them lean in when he spoke, not along with his points about the lack of physical evidence. Morrison had passion, but Hudson had something harder to fake. Authenticity. Or maybe it just looks that way because I used to know him. Used to believe every word that came out of his mouth. I shake my head, force myself back to the facts. The evidence against Veronica is circumstantial. Morrison laid it out during her opening. Veronica and Elena alone on the property that night. The lawsuit establishing financial motive, no signs of forced entry. Veronica's 911 call coming after Elena was already dead, and when listening to the call, she sounded genuinely distraught. That type of emotion is hard to fake, but circumstantial doesn't mean weak. Plenty of people get convicted on circumstantial evidence, patterns, opportunity, behavior that points in one direction even without a smoking gun. The defense's job is to create alternate possibilities, to make the jury wonder, what if someone else had access? What if the lawsuit wasn't really a motive? What if Veronica's grief was genuine? My phone buzzes. I glance at it. Maya. Babe, that post? The comments are losing it. Who pissed you off? I type back. Just some pretentious lawyer with a superiority complex. Want me to dig? I can find out names, backgrounds, all the dirt. For a second, I'm tempted. But no, that's petty, and I'm better than that. Mostly. Nah, not worth the energy. Focus on the trial content. You got it. Also, that podcast producer called me too. They want you on as a guest expert to break down the case. Could be huge exposure. My heart kicks up. Podcast networks, media appearances, opportunities to expand beyond Instagram and TikTok. This is what I've been working toward. Tell them yes. Send me the details. I set my phone down, take another sip of my latte, and return to my notes. The trial's going to hinge on the forensics. Blood spatter analysis. Time of death. Whether the head wound could have been caused by a fall versus intentional blunt force trauma. Morrison will bring in experts. Hudson will cross-examine, poke holes, create doubt. And the jury will have to decide who to believe. I circle a note I made earlier. Veronica's demeanor in court, controlled, composed, almost too perfect. Coached or genuine? That's the question, isn't it? Is Veronica Sinclair a grieving friend wrongly accused? Or is she a damn good actress who killed her best friend and thinks she can get away with it? My gut says, I don't know yet. And that's the honest truth. I need more information, more testimony, more pieces of the puzzle before I can form an opinion. But if the defense can keep hammering on reasonable doubt, if they can show the jury that the prosecution's case is built on assumptions rather than proof, they might actually win this. I flip to a fresh page, start sketching out content ideas. Day 1, recap video. Opening statements, jury reactions, courtroom atmosphere. Breakdown of legal terms for followers who aren't familiar. Preview of what's coming next. Instagram carousel. Key players. Judge. Prosecutors. Defense team. Quick bios, what they bring to the table. TikTok series. Legal myths versus reality. Busting common misconceptions about how trials actually work. The ideas flow easier now that I'm focused on the work instead of Hudson's condescending crap. This is what I'm good at. Translating complex information into engaging content that educates and entertains. Giving people a window into systems that usually feel opaque and inaccessible. My phone buzzes again. I ignore it. Too deep in planning mode. The prosecution's going to call witnesses soon. Friends of Elena's who'll testify about tension between her and Veronica. Financial experts who'll explain the lawsuit. Maybe the responding officers who found Elena's body. Hudson will cross-examine each one. Chip away at their certainty. Find inconsistencies. And I'll be there, capturing every moment, every revelation, every crack in the narrative. My latte's half gone now, the warmth spreading through my chest. The apartment's finally starting to heat up, the radiator settling into a steady hum instead of angry protest. I pull up the prosecution's witness list on my tablet, cross-referencing it with my research notes. There's a name I don't recognize. Dr. Patricia Yang, forensic pathologist. She'll be crucial. Time of death, cause of death, evidence that ties Veronica to the scene or creates reasonable doubt. I make a note to research her background, past testimony, whether she's ever been successfully challenged in cross-examination. This is the deep dive I love. The investigation beneath the story, finding angles no one else is looking at, connections that aren't obvious at first glance. My followers trust me because I do the work. Because I don't just regurgitate headlines or rely on hot takes. I bring context, nuance, actual understanding of the case. That's something Hudson could never see, could never respect. I grab my phone, scroll through the comments on my post. They're still coming in. Speculation running wild about which lawyer was rude, theories about courtroom drama, people tagging other true crime accounts to weigh in. One comment catches my eye. Whoever it was probably feels threatened by you. You're doing amazing work, CJ. Don't let anyone dim your light. I heart it, screenshot it for the later when I need a reminder that I'm on the right path. Because Hudson can think whatever he wants about influencers and social media and my career choices. But I'm here. I'm doing this. And I'm damn good at it. I finish my latte, rinse the mug, and return to my notes with fresh determination. The trial's just beginning. Morrison will bring her evidence. Hudson will counter with his defense, and somewhere in the middle, the truth will emerge. And I'm going to be the one who helps people understand it. Not for clicks, not for clout, but because this matters. Because Veronica Sinclair's fate matters. Because Elena Vega's death matters. Because justice, real justice, not the sanitized version we see on TV, is messy and complicated and worth paying attention to. I open my laptop, start drafting my recap video script. Hey everyone, CJ here. Day 1 of the Veronica Sinclair trial just wrapped, and let me tell you, the energy in that courtroom was electric. We heard opening statements from both sides, and I'm going to break down exactly what each team is arguing, what evidence they're relying on, and what it means for the case going forward. The words flow. I'm in my element now, channeling the day's observations into content that'll resonate with my audience. Hudson's voice echoes in my head. You're turning it into entertainment. No, I'm making it accessible. There's a difference. I keep writing, keep shaping the narrative, keep doing exactly what I came here to do. And if Hudson Rockwell has a problem with that, he can take it up with my 200,000 followers. This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
I can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie bundle from Tyla Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyla does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylaWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 6. Hudson. The whiskey burns on the way down, which is exactly what I need. Another round? Marcus signals the bartender without waiting for an answer. We're at the Gavel, a dimly lit spot 3 blocks from the courthouse that's become defense attorney central during high-profile trials. Dark wood, leather booths, the kind of place where strategy gets hashed out over top-shelf bourbon, and no one bats an eye at heated legal debates. Rebecca's nursing a gin and tonic, looking as composed as she did in court. We had a solid first day. Morrison's emotional appeal was expected, but we countered well with reasonable doubt. The jury's still fresh. Marcus swirls his scotch. They're taking everything in, forming first impressions. We need to be careful with our witness examinations. Can't come off as aggressive or defensive. I'm barely listening. My phone's face up on the table, Camilla's Instagram post glaring at me like an accusation. One of the lawyers I interacted with was incredibly rude. Like, shockingly unprofessional. Hudson. Rebecca's voice cuts through my thoughts. You with us? Yeah. Sorry. I lock my phone, shove it in my pocket. Just reviewing the witness list for tomorrow. Marcus gives me a look that says he doesn't buy it, but he lets it slide. Morrison's calling Detective Ramirez first, the responding officer. He'll walk through the crime scene, establish timeline, all the foundation stuff. I'll handle the cross. The words come out sharper than intended. He's been on the force for what? 8 years. Still relatively green for a homicide detective. I can poke holes in his conclusions, Show the jury he jumped to convenient assumptions instead of considering alternatives. Good. Marcus takes another sip. What about Dr. Yang? The pathologist? Rebecca pulls up notes on her tablet. She's testified in over 100 trials. Prosecution loves her because she doesn't crack under pressure. We'll need to be strategic with that cross. Can't discredit her expertise, but we can question her certainty about time of death. The bartender returns with fresh drinks. I grab mine before he's even set it down properly. Take a long pull. Easy, Rebecca murmurs. We need you sharp tomorrow. I'm fine. You've been wound tight since we left the courthouse. Marcus leans back, studies me. What's going on? Everything. Nothing. Camilla's face when I told her she didn't belong in the courtroom. The way her eyes flashed with anger and hurt before she locked it down. 6 years of unresolved crap suddenly sitting in the third row taking notes on my career-defining moment. Just focused on the case. Nonsense. Marcus has known me too long to fall for deflection. I saw you during recess. You looked like someone pissed in your coffee. Did Morrison say something? No. I set my glass down harder than necessary. It's nothing. Drop it. Rebecca and Marcus exchange a glance. Great. Now they think I'm losing it. There's a true crime influencer covering the trial, Rebecca says carefully. Camilla Johnson. She's got a pretty big following, actually. Samantha was telling me her Instagram posts about the case get hundreds of thousands of views. My jaw tightens. I'm aware. She posted something earlier. Rebecca pulls it up on her phone. About a lawyer being rude to her. The comments section is going wild trying to figure out who it was. Marcus reads over her shoulder. Damn, that's a PR problem if it gains traction. The last thing we need is social media painting the defense team as arrogant jerks. It's vague. I grab my glass again. Could be anyone. Could be prosecution. Could be court staff. Could be. Rebecca's tone says she knows damn well it was me. But if she posts follow-up content that identifies you specifically, we need to get ahead of it. This trial's already a media circus. We can't afford negative publicity about how we treat the press. She's not press, I snap. She's an influencer. There's a difference. Not to her 200,000 followers. Marcus signals for another round even though we're barely through this one. Look, I don't love the social media circus either. But she's got credentials. She's in that courtroom legally. And if she decides to make you the villain of her story, that affects our entire team. The implication settles like lead in my stomach. I could mess this up for everyone. For Veronica, for the firm, for my own career, all because I couldn't keep my mouth shut around my ex-girlfriend. Ex. She's my ex from 6 years ago. Ancient history. So why does it still feel raw? I'll handle it, I say. How? Rebecca's watching me closely. Because doubling down on the antagonism isn't going to help. My phone buzzes in my pocket. I ignore it, but the vibration feels accusatory. She's a distraction. The words come out rougher than intended. Every time I look up, she's there, watching, taking notes, probably planning her next viral post about how terrible defense attorneys are. You know her? It's not a question. Marcus has always been too perceptive for his own good. I drained half my whiskey in one swallow. We went to college together. And nothing. We dated. It ended. That's it. Rebecca's eyebrows lift. That's it? Because you're acting like someone who's got a hell of a lot more than that's it going on. She thinks I'm an elitist jerk. I think she's turning a murder trial into entertainment. We're not exactly positioned for reconciliation. Maybe you don't need reconciliation. Marcus taps his fingers on the table, that calculating look he gets when he's strategizing. Maybe you need damage control. What are you suggesting? Talk to her, professionally. Smooth things over. Make nice so she doesn't spend the next 3 weeks painting you as the villain in her Instagram stories. I nearly laugh. You want me to play nice with someone who just posted about how unprofessional I am? I want you to manage a potential PR nightmare before it becomes an actual nightmare. Marcus leans forward. Look, Hudson, you're brilliant in that courtroom. Best second chair I've worked with in years. But this case is bigger than your ego or your history with some influencer. We need to win. And we can't do that if half the internet thinks our team are pretentious jerks. The truth of it cuts deeper than the whiskey burn. Rebecca's watching me, expression thoughtful. What if we used this? Used what? Her platform. Rebecca's eyes light up with that strategic gleam she gets. Think about it. She's got reach, influence, an audience that trusts her take on cases. What if instead of fighting her, we fed her information? You want to leak to her? I shake my head. That's a terrible idea. Not leak. Guide. Rebecca warms to the concept. She's going to post about this trial regardless. Better that she posts our narrative than the prosecution's. Marcus nods slowly. It's not a bad angle. Most of the mainstream media has already decided Veronica's guilty. But social media audiences love an underdog story. If Camilla's posts start highlighting the reasonable doubt, the holes in the prosecution's case. She's not going to listen to me, I say flatly. In case you missed the part where she thinks I'm a shockingly unprofessional jerk. Then change her mind. Rebecca's not backing down. Apologize for whatever you said. Be charming. You can do charming when you want to. This is insane. This is strategy. Marcus finishes his scotch. We control what we can control. And right now, that includes managing how this trial plays out in the court of public opinion. My phone buzzes again. I pull it out this time, check the screen. Another notification from Instagram. Camilla's posted again. A carousel of courtroom sketches and player bios. The caption, meet the legal teams fighting for justice, or their version of it. Swipe for breakdown. Her follower counts jumped. Comments are flooding in. People dissecting opening statements, speculating about evidence, forming opinions about Veronica's guilt or innocence based on 30 seconds of video and Camilla's curated analysis. It makes my blood boil. And it also makes sense. She has power, I admit. More than I gave her credit for. So use it. Marcus stands, drops cash on the table for his drinks. I'm heading out. Rebecca, Hudson, figure out a strategy for managing this. I don't care how you do it, but by tomorrow morning, I want to know we're not going to have a social media problem spiraling out of control. He leaves. The bar feels quieter without his presence, just me and Rebecca in a booth designed for conspiracy. You really think this could work? I ask. I think it's worth trying. Rebecca studies me. But you need to get your head straight about her first. Whatever history you two have, it can't interfere with the case. It won't. Hudson. Her voice softens. I've watched you in court for 2 years. I've seen you eviscerate witnesses, charm juries, outmaneuver prosecutors twice your age. But today, you were off. Distracted. That can't happen again. She's right. I know she's right. So what's the play? Rebecca considers. Reach out to her, professionally. Apologize for being rude, establish a working relationship, then start feeding her information that supports our case. Nothing that violates ethics, just strategic emphasis. Let her think she's discovering angles on her own. Manipulate her, you mean? Guide her. Rebecca's smile is sharp. There's a difference. She's smart. She'll do her own research, draw her own conclusions. We just make sure she has the right pieces to work with. It's calculated, borderline unethical, exactly the kind of strategic thinking that wins cases. And it means getting close to Camilla again. Talking to her, convincing her I'm not the enemy. The whiskey's making everything feel both sharper and hazier. I signal the bartender for water, trying to clear my head. What if she sees through it? Then you improvise. Rebecca gathers her things. You're good at thinking on your feet. Use that. But Hudson, be careful. She's not just some influencer. She's someone who clearly knows how to get under your skin. Don't let her distract you from what matters. She leaves me alone with my thoughts and the remains of my drink. I pull up Camilla's Instagram again, scroll through her posts. The trial coverage is professional, detailed, engaging. She's not just posting hot takes. She's actually breaking down legal concepts, explaining procedure, making the trial accessible without dumbing it down. The comments are revealing too. People trust her. They believe she's giving them the real story, the human angle beneath the legal proceedings. If I can get her on our side, or at least not actively working against us, it could shift public perception. And in a case this high profile, public perception matters. It influences potential appeals, future jury pools, even the judge's decisions on close calls. My phone's in my hand before I fully decide what I'm doing. I pull up her contact, still saved from 6 years ago because apparently I never deleted it, and stare at her name. This is a terrible idea. This is possibly the only idea that makes sense. I type, "We need to talk. Professional courtesy. Can we meet for coffee before court tomorrow?" My thumb hovers over send. Camilla's going to think this is crap. She's going to see right through any attempt at manipulation. She always could read me better than I wanted to admit. But Rebecca's right. I can't let personal history mess up this case. And if playing nice with my ex is what it takes to protect Veronica's defense, then that's what I'll do. I hit send before I can second guess it. The message goes through. 3 dots appear immediately. She's typing. Then they disappear. Then they appear again. My heart's doing something complicated in my chest, something I refuse to analyze. Finally, her response comes through. Why? Fair question. Because I was out of line earlier, and because we're both covering this trial from different angles. Might as well be professional about it. More dots. More waiting. Fine. 7:30 a.m. Cafe Nero, 2 blocks from the courthouse. Don't be late. I stare at the screen. That's it. No warmth, no acknowledgement of our history, just cold professionalism. Exactly what I asked for. So why does it feel like crap? I finish my water, leave cash on the table, and head out into the cold New York night. The walk back to my apartment should clear my head, but it doesn't. All I can think about is tomorrow morning, sitting across from Camilla Johnson, trying to convince her I'm not the jerk she thinks I am, while simultaneously planning to feed her information that serves my case. Damn, I mutter to the empty street. This is either the smartest move I've made or the beginning of a disaster I can't even imagine yet.
Chapter 7. Camilla. Cafe Nero smells like burnt espresso and regret. I'm already here when Hudson walks in, because I refuse to give him the satisfaction of arriving first, of watching me enter, of having any kind of upper hand in this situation. 7:23. I've been nursing a latte for 8 minutes, sitting at a corner table with my back to the wall. Old journalism habit. Always keep exits in sight, and trying not to overthink what the hell this meeting's actually about. Professional courtesy. Right. And I'm the Queen of England. Hudson spots me, does this thing with his jaw where it tightens just slightly, then crosses the cafe with long strides. He's in different suit than yesterday, charcoal with a subtle pinstripe, crisp white shirt, burgundy tie. Put together, controlled. Exactly the image a defense attorney needs to project. Thanks for meeting me. He pulls out the chair across from me, doesn't ask permission before sitting. Didn't have much choice, did I? You made it sound important. It is? He signals the barista. Orders a black coffee. Of course. No frills, no nonsense. Just straight caffeine to fuel whatever argument he's about to make. I wrap both hands around my latte, use the warmth to ground myself. So, what's this professional courtesy you needed to discuss at 7:30 in the goddamn morning? He waits until his coffee arrives, takes a sip, sets the cup down precisely in the center of his saucer. Every movement deliberate, calculated. Lawyer mode fully activated. I was out of line yesterday. I blink. What? At the courthouse. In the hallway. His eyes meet mine, and there's something in them I can't quite read. I said things that were unprofessional and dismissive. You have every right to cover this trial. I shouldn't have suggested otherwise. This is a trap. Has to be. Hudson Rockwell doesn't apologize unless there's an angle, a strategy, a reason that benefits him. Okay. I lean back, cross my arms. What do you want? Want? Come on. You didn't text me out of nowhere to make nice because you suddenly developed a conscience. What's the play here? Something flickers across his face. Annoyance, maybe. Or grudging respect that I'm not buying his crap. I want to clear the air. We're both going to be in that courtroom for weeks. Might as well not make it more hostile than it needs to be. Hostile? I nearly laugh. You're the one who came at me like I personally offended the entire legal profession by existing in your sacred space. I know. He runs a hand through his hair and the gesture's so familiar it hurts. I acted like a jerk. I'm sorry. The apology lands wrong, sits in my chest all awkward and uncomfortable. This isn't how Hudson operates. He doesn't admit fault. He doubles down, argues his position, finds ways to be right even when he's wrong. Why now? Because you posted about it. There it is, the real reason. My Instagram story gained traction, became a potential PR problem, and now he's here doing damage control. So you're not actually sorry. You're just worried about optics. His jaw does that thing again. Both can be true. I was a jerk, and that reflects badly on my team. I'm apologizing because I mean it and because it's the smart move. At least he's honest about the calculation. I'll give him that. I take a long sip of my latte, studying him over the rim. He looks tired, not exhausted, but there's tension around his eyes, a tightness in his shoulders that speaks to stress he's trying to hide. This case is huge for him, career-defining, and I'm a complication he doesn't need. Fine, apology accepted. He relaxes fractionally. Thank you. But that doesn't mean we're friends, or that I'm going easy on my coverage because you asked nicely. I wouldn't expect you to. He takes another sip of coffee. I actually wanted to talk to you about the case. Red flags everywhere, sirens blaring in my head. Talk to me how? Background, context, things that might not come out in court, but could help your audience understand what's really happening here. Oh, he's good. Framing it like he's doing me a favor, giving me insider information, when really he's trying to spin the narrative his way. You mean you want to feed me your version of events? I mean, Veronica's innocent. His voice drops, intensity bleeding through the professional veneer. I wouldn't be defending her if I didn't believe that. And there are angles to this case that the prosecution's deliberately ignoring because they don't fit their neat little story. I want to dismiss it as defense attorney posturing, but there's conviction in his tone, something genuine beneath the strategy. Like what? Elena's ex-boyfriend. Hudson leans forward, voice low. Mauricio Torres. They dated for 3 years, broke up 6 months before her death, and it was messy. Restraining order messy. He showed up at her apartment multiple times. Sent threatening texts, the whole stalker playbook. I pull out my phone, start taking notes. The prosecution mentioned the lawsuit during opening statements. They didn't say anything about an ex. Because it doesn't fit their narrative. They want this to be about Veronica's jealousy, about money, about a friendship that turned toxic. They don't want the jury wondering if Elena's ex sent someone after her. Sent someone? I look up. You're suggesting a hired hit? I'm suggesting the police didn't investigate thoroughly because they had an easy suspect. Veronica was there. She had motive on paper, and closing the case quickly made everyone look good. His fingers tap against his cup, agitated. But Elena's sister, Carmen Vega, She's been trying to get anyone to listen about Mauricio for months. The detectives blew her off. The prosecution won't touch it. This is good information. The kind of angle that makes for compelling content. That gives my followers something to think about beyond the surface narrative. It's also exactly what Hudson wants me to focus on. Why are you telling me this? Because you have a platform. Because people listen to you. He pauses. Because I need help showing the public there's reasonable doubt, and traditional media's already made up their minds. The honesty catches me off guard. Hudson's admitting he needs something from me, that I have power in this situation he can't dismiss or control. It's oddly satisfying. What do you want me to do with this information? Talk to Carmen. She's willing to go on record with someone like you. Someone with a platform, an audience. She has texts from Mauricio, documentation of his harassment, theories about how he could have gotten onto the property that night. Hudson slides a business card across the table. That's her number? She's expecting your call. I pick up the card, turn it over in my fingers. Carmen Vega. A phone number with a 917 area code. And in exchange for this exclusive access? No exchange, but his eyes say otherwise. Just do what you do. Research, investigate. Tell your audience what you find. What I find that supports his case, he means. What I find that creates doubt about Veronica's guilt. But here's the thing. If Carmen Vega's story is legitimate, if there really is evidence the police ignored because they rushed to judgment, that's a story worth telling, regardless of how it helps the defense. I'll talk to her, I say. But I'm not your mouthpiece. If I find something that contradicts your narrative, I'm posting it. Fair enough. We sit in silence for a moment, the cafe buzzing with morning rush energy around us. People ordering lattes, grabbing pastries, rushing off to jobs and lives that don't include murder trials and complicated history with ex-boyfriends who've become opposing counsel. Veronica really is innocent, Hudson says quietly. I know you think I'm just doing my job, defending whoever pays the bill, but this one's different. She didn't kill Elena. Someone else did, and they're getting away with it while she takes the fall. There's passion in his voice, the kind that can't be faked. Hudson believes what he's saying. Whether he's right is another question, but he's convinced. And conviction's powerful. I'll keep an open mind, I offer. That's the best I can do. That's all I'm asking. His phone buzzes. He glances at it, frowns. I need to get to the courthouse. Witness prep before court starts. Yeah, me too. I gather my things, slip Carmen's card into my bag. We stand at the same time, awkward in the small space between table and chairs. Hudson's close enough that I catch his cologne, something woody and expensive, different from what he wore in college, but somehow still fundamentally him. Thanks for coming, he says. Thanks for the lead. We're being so goddamn professional, it's almost painful. He turns to leave, makes it 3 steps before I call after him. Hudson? He looks back. You really believe she's innocent? With everything I've got. The certainty in his eyes is absolute. No hesitation, no lawyerly hedging, just complete conviction. And despite everything, despite our history, despite the manipulation I know he's attempting, despite my better judgment, I believe that he believes it, which makes this whole situation infinitely more complicated. See you in court, I say. See you in court. He leaves. I sink back into my chair, pull out my phone, stare at Carmen Vega's number. This could be nothing. A grieving sister, grasping at alternative theories, because accepting that her sister's best friend killed her is too painful. Or it could be everything. The piece of the puzzle everyone's been missing. The reasonable doubt that changes the entire case. Only one way to find out. I dial the number. It rings twice before a woman answers. Hello? Carmen Vega? This is Camilla Johnson. Hudson Rockwell said you might be willing to talk to me about your sister. A pause. Then, about damn time someone wanted to listen.
Chapter 8. Hudson. Detective Luis Ramirez sits in the witness box like he's done this 1,000 times. Navy suit, badge clipped to his belt, that particular brand of cop confidence that comes from believing the system works exactly as it should. Morrison's walking him through his testimony, establishing foundation. Time of arrival at the scene. Who called it in? What he observed. It's textbook prosecution, methodical, building a narrative brick by brick. I'm barely listening to the details. I've read Ramirez's report so many times I could recite it verbatim. Instead, I'm watching the jury, watching their faces as Morrison paints her picture of that night. Detective Ramirez, when you arrived at the scene, what was the defendant's demeanor? Distraught. Ramirez doesn't hesitate. Mrs. Sinclair was in the main house, wrapped in a blanket. She was crying, shaking, appeared to be in shock. Did that strike you as unusual? No, it's a common response to trauma. Morrison nods, moves on. And when you examined the pool house where Ms. Vega's body was found, what did you observe? The victim was floating face down in the heated pool. There was visible trauma to the back of her head, blood in the water, no signs of forced entry to the pool house or the main property. No signs of forced entry, Morrison repeats, letting it hang. Meaning whoever killed Elena Vega had access to the property. Objection. Rebecca's on her feet. Calls for speculation. Sustained. Judge Hawkins looks at Morrison over her glasses. Rephrase, counselor. Morrison doesn't miss a beat. Detective, based on your investigation, did you find any evidence of an intruder? No. No broken windows? No damaged locks? No unfamiliar fingerprints? No, no, and no. The jury's leaning in now. This is the prosecution's whole case in 3 words. No one else was there. Except that's crap, and I'm about to prove it. Morrison walks Ramirez through the rest of his findings. The estimated time of death between midnight and 2 a.m. Veronica's 911 call at 2:47 a.m. The lack of defensive wounds on Elena's body, suggesting she was attacked from behind, didn't see it coming. Every detail designed to paint Veronica as the only possible suspect. When Morrison finally yields the witness, I take my time standing. Let the courtroom settle into silence. Let the jury's attention shift to me. I approach the witness stand, hands in my pockets, posture relaxed. Not aggressive, just curious. Detective Ramirez, good morning. Morning. You've been with the NYPD for 8 years, is that correct? That's correct. And how many homicide investigations have you led during that time? He shifts slightly. This was my first as lead detective. Perfect. You're first. So you were eager to prove yourself, I imagine. To show your superiors you could handle a high-profile case. Objection. Argumentative. Morrison's already annoyed. Withdrawn. I smile, move on. Detective, you testified that there were no signs of forced entry. Let's talk about the security system at the Sinclair estate. What about it? It was disabled that night, wasn't it? Ramirez's jaw tightens. The system was turned off. Turned off, I repeat. Not bypassed. Not broken. Just off. Mrs. Sinclair stated she turned it off earlier that evening because she and Mrs. Vega were going in and out to the pool. Right. So the security system that would have recorded anyone entering or leaving the property was conveniently disabled. It's not unusual for homeowners to... I'm not questioning whether it's unusual, Detective. I'm establishing a fact. The security system was off, meaning anyone could have entered the property that night without alerting the system. Correct? He doesn't want to say it. I can see him searching for a way around it. Theoretically, yes. Not theoretically. Actually, someone could have entered through the woods that border the property, crossed onto the grounds, accessed the pool house, and left again, all without triggering any alarms. Yes or no? Yes. The word lands like a stone. Juror 7 sits up straighter. I move to the evidence table, pick up a photograph. This is the pool house door, correct? Yes. And according to your report, this door was unlocked when you arrived. Mrs. Sinclair said they'd been using the pool earlier. So the pool house was accessible, security system off, door unlocked, and the property backs onto several acres of wooded area where someone could approach unseen. That's all speculation, Ramirez says. Is it? I turn to face him fully. You didn't search those woods, did you? Silence. Detective Ramirez, did you search the wooded area adjacent to the Sinclair property for evidence of an intruder? His face hardens. We determined early in the investigation that Mrs. Sinclair was the primary suspect. We focused our resources accordingly. So that's a no. You didn't search the woods. You didn't canvass nearby properties for security footage that might show someone approaching. You didn't investigate alternative possibilities because you'd already decided my client was guilty. Objection! Morrison's standing now. Counsel is testifying. I'll rephrase. I don't take my eyes off Ramirez. Detective, isn't it true that you focused exclusively on Mrs. Sinclair as a suspect within the first 24 hours of the investigation? She was the only person on the property that you know of, because you didn't investigate whether anyone else might have been there. The jury's watching closely now. I can feel the shift in the room. I move back to the evidence table, pick up another document. Detective Ramirez, are you familiar with Elena Vega's ex-boyfriend, Mauricio Torres? His expression changes, becomes guarded. I am. And you're aware that Ms. Vega filed a restraining order against him 6 months prior to her death? Yes. Did you interview Mr. Torres as part of your investigation? Briefly. Briefly. I let the word hang. Can you describe that interview for the jury? We contacted Mr. Torres, confirmed his whereabouts on the night in question. He had an alibi. What was that alibi? Ramirez shifts in his seat. He was at home. His roommate confirmed it. His roommate, not an independent witness, not surveillance footage, not cell phone data showing his location, just his roommate's word. We had no evidence linking him to the scene. Because you didn't look for any. I flipped through the report. You didn't request his phone records. You didn't examine his vehicle for evidence. You didn't investigate whether he might have hired someone to target Ms. Vega. You just took his roommate's word and moved on. Isn't that true? Morrison's on her feet. Objection. This is a fishing expedition, Your Honor. Judge Hawkins considers. Overruled. The witness may answer. Ramirez's jaw works. We investigated all viable leads. All leads that pointed toward Mrs. Sinclair, you mean? Objection. Sustained. Mr. Rockwell, move on. I nod, pivot. Detective, you testified that there were no defensive wounds on Ms. Vega's body. That suggests she was attacked from behind, correct? That's the theory. And you also testified that my client appeared distraught when you arrived, crying, shaking, in shock. Yes. Those aren't the behaviors of someone who just committed a calculated murder, are they? People react differently to... Let me be more specific. Did Mrs. Sinclair have any blood on her clothing when you arrived? Ramirez hesitates. No. No blood. No scratches, no signs of a physical altercation. The medical examiner determined that Ms. Vega was struck once from behind. There wouldn't necessarily be... But there would be blood spatter. On the attacker's clothes, on their hands, somewhere. I'm moving closer now, not aggressive but insistent. Yet you found no forensic evidence linking Mrs. Sinclair to the actual attack. No blood, no DNA under the victim's fingernails, no murder weapon. Nothing physical connecting my client to the crime. Correct? He's cornered and he knows it. Circumstantial evidence can be... I asked you a yes or no question, Detective. Did you find any physical evidence linking Veronica Sinclair to Elena Vega's murder? No. The courtroom goes silent. Even Morrison looks uneasy. I let the moment breathe, then continue. Detective Ramirez, you mentioned the time of death was estimated between midnight and 2 a.m. That's a 2-hour window, correct? Correct. And Mrs. Sinclair's 911 call came in at 2:47 a.m. Yes. So there's a significant gap between when Ms. Vega was killed and when my client called for help, which supports our theory that... Actually, it raises questions, doesn't it? If Mrs. Sinclair killed her best friend in a fit of rage, why wait almost an hour to call the police? Why not immediately stage it as an accident? Why sit in that house knowing there's a body in the pool house doing nothing? I can't speculate on the defendant's state of mind. No, you can't. Because nothing about this crime scene aligns with your theory of a spontaneous, rage-fueled murder, does it? No evidence of a struggle, no murder weapon, no blood on my client. Just a victim who was struck once from behind and a suspect who called 911 in obvious distress. Morrison stands. Objection. Counsel is arguing his case. Sustained. Mr. Rockwell, save it for closing. No further questions, Your Honor. I return to my seat. The silence in the courtroom is absolute. Rebecca leans over, whispers, "That was good." Marcus nods, satisfied. But I'm watching the jury, watching the way Juror 7's expression has shifted from skeptical to openly questioning. Watching Juror 4, a middle-aged man in business casual, frown as he takes notes. Reasonable doubt. That's all we need. Not innocence. Not proof of someone else's guilt. Just enough questions that they can't say beyond all doubt that Veronica did this. And I just planted a forest of questions. Morrison's already standing, starting her redirect, trying to repair the damage. But the cracks are there. Visible. Growing. I glance toward the press section. Can't help it. Camilla's writing furiously, her pen flying across the page. She looks up, catches my eye, and she gives me a thumbs up. Small, quick, gone in a second. But it sends something warm through my chest. Professional courtesy, I tell myself, acknowledging a job well done. But the look on her face says something else. Something that feels dangerously like respect. I force my attention back to the witness stand, back to Morrison's attempts to rehabilitate Ramirez's testimony. But I can still feel Camilla's eyes on me. Still feel the weight of that small gesture of approval. And for the first time since this whole mess started, I let myself wonder if maybe, just maybe, getting her on our side wasn't just strategy. Maybe it was the right thing to do.
Chapter 9. Camilla. The snow hits my face like tiny needles. I duck into the bar. Some hole-in-the-wall place 3 blocks from my apartment with frosted windows and a neon sign that flickers between open and darkness and shake ice crystals from my hair. The storm rolled in fast. One of those brutal winter nights where the city transforms into something hostile and unforgiving. Perfect cover for what I'm about to do. Hudson's already here. I spot him in the back corner booth, wearing a Yankees cap pulled low and aviator sunglasses that look ridiculous indoors. I'm sporting a beanie and oversized frames, like we're extras in some low-budget spy thriller. Seriously? I slide into the booth across from him. Sunglasses? It's 9 p.m. You're wearing them too. Mine are prescription. They're not, but he doesn't need to know that. He pushes the sunglasses up into his hair, and I catch the hint of a smile. Fair enough. The bartender appears, a woman in her 50s with bleached blonde hair and a what-do-you-want expression. What are you drinking? Whiskey? Neat? Hudson doesn't hesitate. Gin and tonic. She disappears. The bar's mostly empty, just us and 2 guys playing darts in the corner who couldn't care less about a celebrity murder trial. I pull off my beanie, run fingers through my curls to shake out the snow. This is very cloak and dagger. You suggested it? Because the courthouse has eyes everywhere, I don't need someone posting photos of us having drinks together. My followers would lose their minds. His jaw tightens. Right. Can't damage your brand by being seen with the enemy. That's not... I stop, regroup. We're not doing this. Not tonight. How have you been since day 2? It's the weekend now. Court isn't back on until Monday, giving us enough time to rest and charge up for another week's worth of court drama. The bartender returns with our drinks. Hudson takes a long pull of his whiskey before answering. Morrison's trying to rehabilitate Ramirez's testimony, but the damage is done. Jury's got reasonable doubt in their heads now. Your cross was impressive. The admission comes easier than it should. You made him look like he rushed to judgment. Because he did. Hudson sets his glass down. That's the problem with high-profile cases. Everyone wants a quick solve, a neat narrative. Doesn't matter if it's actually true. I take a sip of my drink, let the gin warm my throat. So, Carmen Vega. His attention sharpens. You talked to her? 2-hour interview this morning. She's intense, passionate, absolutely convinced Mauricio Torres had something to do with Elena's death. What did she say? I pull out my phone, scroll to my notes. Elena filed the restraining order after Mauricio showed up at her apartment 3 times in 1 week. Left flowers, letters, the whole romantic stalker playbook. Carmen has texts from Elena saying she was scared, that Mauricio wasn't handling the breakup well. Hudson leans forward. Did she give you the texts? Screenshots. I'm planning a podcast episode, maybe a carousel post breaking down the timeline. I look up. But here's the thing. I did some digging on Mauricio. He's got a solid alibi. His roommate? No, security footage from his apartment building shows him entering at 11 p.m. the night Elena died and not leaving until 8 the next morning. Hudson's expression doesn't change, but something flickers in his eyes. Disappointment, maybe, or calculation. That doesn't mean he didn't send someone. You have any evidence of that? Not yet. I sit back, study him. You really think he's involved? I think he's a better suspect than Veronica. His fingers tap against his glass. Carmen mentioned he inherited money recently. His uncle died, left him close to $2 million. That's hiring a hitman money. That's also completely speculative. So's the prosecution's entire case. His voice drops, intense. They're asking the jury to believe Veronica killed her best friend over a civil lawsuit. That's speculation. At least with Mauricio, there's motive, means, and a pattern of threatening behavior. He's not wrong. But he's also cherry-picking facts to build his narrative, same as Morrison. I'm not going to crucify Mauricio Torres on my platform without actual evidence, I say carefully. But I will present what Carmen told me. Let my followers draw their own conclusions. That's all I'm asking. The lie sits between us. He's asking for more than that, and we both know it. I take another drink. Tell me something. And be honest, do you really believe Veronica's innocent? Or are you just that good at your job? Hudson doesn't answer immediately. He swirls his whiskey, watches the amber liquid catch the dim bar light. Both, he finally says. I'm good at my job because I believe in the people I defend. If I thought Veronica killed Elena, I couldn't stand up there and argue for her acquittal. It'd eat me alive. That's not what you said in law school. His eyes meet mine, sharp. What? Senior year? You told me defense attorneys don't have to believe their clients are innocent. They just have to ensure the prosecution proves its case beyond reasonable doubt, that it's about the system, not personal conviction. Memory shifts across his face. I said that? Word for word, during one of our fights about journalistic ethics versus legal ethics. He takes another sip. I was an arrogant prick. Was? That earns me a real smile. Small, but genuine. Fair. The bartender swings by, asks if we want another round. Hudson nods yes before I can answer. The storm outside intensifies, wind rattling the windows. Snow accumulates in the corners of the glass, turning the city beyond into a blur of white and shadow. So what else did Carmen tell you? Hudson asks when our fresh drinks arrive. I flip through my notes. Elena had bruises on her wrist. Carmen noticed them a week before she died, asked about them. Elena said she was fine, that it was nothing. Hudson goes very still. Bruises. Faint ones. Carmen took a photo at some family dinner. You can see them if you zoom in. I pull up the image, turn my phone to show him. He studies it, and I watch his lawyer brain working, processing, cataloging. Then he reaches across the table and takes my wrist. What are you? Look. His thumb presses against the inside of my wrist, gentle but firm. Elena's bruises were here, right? On the inside? My skin burns where he touches me. I should pull away. I don't. Yeah, Carmen said they looked like finger marks. Exactly. Hudson's other hand comes up, fingers wrapping around my wrist to demonstrate. Someone grabbed her. Hard enough to bruise. The touch sends electricity up my arm. His hands are warm, stronger than I remember, and being this close to him after 6 years feels like touching a live wire. So, my voice comes out rougher than intended. His eyes lock on mine. Veronica always wore her nails long, acrylics, perfectly manicured, always. It takes my brain a second to catch up, distracted by the feeling of his skin against mine. Then it clicks. Her nails would have left marks. Exactly. Hudson's thumb traces the inside of my wrist. The gesture probably meant to illustrate his point, but feeling like something else entirely. If Veronica grabbed Elena that night, her nails would have cut into the skin, left scratches, broken the skin. But according to the autopsy report, there were no scratches on her skin. My pulse kicks up under his fingers. He has to feel it. So someone else grabbed her. Someone with short nails. Or no nails. His voice drops lower. Someone who isn't Veronica Sinclair. We're staring at each other now, the legal argument fading into something else. Something charged and dangerous, and exactly what we both swore wouldn't happen. The space between us feels electric. That's... I clear my throat, try again. That's good for your case. Yeah? Neither of us moves. His hand still wrapped around my wrist, thumb resting against my pulse point. Hudson. Camilla. My name in his mouth does things to me I'm not ready to acknowledge. You should let go. Probably. He doesn't. The moment stretches taut as a wire. His eyes drop to my mouth just for a second, then back up. This is a bad idea, I whisper. Terrible idea. We have history. Ancient history. You think I'm a vapid influencer? I think you're brilliant and stubborn, and you drive me absolutely insane. Oh. The admission hangs between us, raw and honest. I should pull away, stand up, leave before this turns into something we both regret. Instead, I lean forward. You're still an arrogant jerk. I know. This doesn't change anything. I know. His thumb traces another circle against my pulse, deliberate now, intentional. I'm still covering this trial my way. I wouldn't expect anything less. The dart players finish their game, settle their tab, leave. The bartender disappears into the back. We're alone now, just us and the storm, and 6 years of unresolved tension, crackling like static. We can't do this, I say. No, we can't. But his hand tightens fractionally on my wrist, and I don't pull away. Outside, the snow falls harder, burying the city in white. Inside, something else is building. Something inevitable and reckless, and exactly what we both know we shouldn't want. But God help me, I do want it. And judging by the look in Hudson's eyes, so does he.
Chapter 10. Hudson. I'm the one who pulls away first. My hand drops from Camilla's wrist like I've been burned, and maybe I have. The heat of her skin still lingers on my fingers as I lean back, put distance between us that feels necessary and impossible at the same time. I have to prepare for Monday. The words come out rough, professional, a shield against whatever the hell just happened. Camilla blinks, and something shudders in her expression. Right. Yeah. I need to plan content for the rest of the week. Trial coverage, interviews, the usual. She's doing it too. Retreating into work, into the safe territory where we're just two professionals covering the same case from different angles. Not two people who almost... Let me walk you home. The offer surprises us both. Camilla's eyes widen fractionally before she recovers. It's 3 blocks. In a snowstorm, at night. I pull cash from my wallet, drop it on the table. I'm walking you home. She considers arguing. I watch the debate play across her face, the stubborn independence that defined her in college warring with practical common sense. Fine. We bundle back into our winter gear, beanies, scarves, the ridiculous sunglasses abandoned now that we're leaving. The cold hits like a physical assault when we step outside, wind cutting through my coat like it's made of paper. Camilla pulls her scarf higher, ducks her head against the wind. I fall into step beside her, close enough that our shoulders brush with each step. The streets are nearly empty. Smart people are inside, away from the storm. Just us and the occasional taxi sliding through intersections, headlights cutting through the white curtain of snow. This is insane, Camilla shouts over the wind. Could have stayed at the bar! And give the bartender more reason to judge our life choices? No thanks. I laugh despite myself. The sound gets swallowed by the storm, but Camilla hears it, glances at me with something soft in her expression before looking away. We walk in silence for half a block. The snow's already accumulating, turning sidewalks treacherous. I take her elbow when she slips on a patch of ice, steady her. Thanks. Don't mention it. But I don't let go, and she doesn't pull away. Can I ask you something? Her voice cuts through the howling wind. Shoot. Why'd you become a defense attorney? The question catches me off guard. That's what you want to know? In the middle of a blizzard? We've got 2 blocks. Humor me. I consider deflecting, giving her the rehearsed answer I use at firm events and networking dinners. Because everyone deserves representation. Because the Constitution guarantees a fair trial. Because someone has to stand between the accused and the state's unlimited resources. All true. None of it the whole truth. My uncle, I say instead. He was a public defender in Brooklyn. Died when I was 15. Camilla looks at me, surprise evident even in the dim streetlight. He used to tell me that being a defense attorney wasn't about guilt or innocence. It was about making sure the system worked the way it's supposed to. That prosecutors had to prove their case. That cops couldn't cut corners. That even the worst people got a fair shake. The words come easier than expected. He defended murderers, rapists, people who'd done horrific stuff. And he did it because if the system could railroad them, it could railroad anyone. That's why you got so pissed at Ramirez. Damn right. He decided Veronica was guilty and worked backward from there. Didn't investigate alternatives, didn't follow leads that contradicted his theory. That's not justice. That's lazy police work dressed up as competence. We round a corner, the wind temporarily blocked by a building. Camilla shakes snow from her hair. Your uncle sounds like he was a good man. Best I knew. The admission costs something. He'd probably hate what I do now. Corporate defense, rich clients, billable hours. Not exactly the noble crusade he envisioned. But you still believe in it. It's not a question. Yeah, I do. Even when it's complicated, even when the client's guilt is obvious, even when winning means someone dangerous walks free. Because the alternative is worse. The government has infinite resources, infinite power. They can destroy lives without breaking a sweat. Someone has to stand in the way. Make them prove it. Hold them accountable. Even if the person you're defending is actually guilty. Especially then. Because if I don't fight for them, no one will. And the system only works if everyone fights. Camilla's quiet for a moment, processing. We're on her block now, brownstones rising on either side, their windows glowing warm against the storm. I get it, she finally says. It's like what I do, giving people access to information they wouldn't otherwise have, making the system transparent instead of opaque. Yeah. The parallel clicks into place. Exactly like that. Her building appears ahead, a renovated brownstone with a blue door. We slow as we approach, neither of us quite ready for the conversation to end. Thanks for the info about Carmen, Camilla says, and for walking me home. You didn't have to. I wanted to. She studies my face, snow catching in her eyelashes. Why? Because... I stop, searching for words that don't expose too much. Because I like talking to you. About the case. About the work. It's... refreshing. Refreshing. Most people either worship defense attorneys or think we're scum. You just treat me like a person. Her smile is small but genuine. Even though you're an arrogant jerk. Especially because of that. We're standing too close again. Close enough that I can see the way her breath mists in the cold air. Close enough that closing the distance would take nothing at all. Her eyes drop to my mouth. Stay there. Hudson. I know. I force myself to take a step back. Bad idea. Terrible timing. Professional boundaries. All of the above. But neither of us moves further apart. The snow falls heavier now, coating her shoulders, melting in her hair. She's beautiful like this, windswept and unguarded. No camera, no audience, just herself. I should go. She doesn't move. Yeah. The moment stretches. I can feel the pull between us, strong as gravity, familiar as breathing. Then my phone buzzes. Once. Twice. 3 times in rapid succession. Reality crashes back in. I pull it out, glance at the screen. Messages from Rebecca. Morrison's filing a motion to exclude evidence about the ex-boyfriend. We need to respond tonight. Damn. What? Work. I have to. I gesture vaguely toward downtown. Motion practice. It's urgent. Camilla's face clears, professionalism sliding back into place like armor. Right. Of course. Go. Do your lawyer thing. I should leave. Turn around and head back into the storm, back to my apartment and the work waiting there. Instead, I hear myself saying, this trial won't last forever. She knows what I'm really asking. When it's over. When we're not on opposite sides of a courtroom. When there are no ethical boundaries or professional complications. No, she agrees softly. It won't. Not a promise. Not quite. But not a rejection either. My phone buzzes again. Rebecca's getting impatient. I have to go. I know. I turn away, force myself to walk. Make it 3 steps before looking back. Camilla's still standing there, snow falling around her, watching me with an expression I can't quite read. See you Monday, I call. I walk away fast before I can change my mind, before I can close the distance and kiss her the way every cell in my body is screaming at me to do. The storm swallows me up within seconds, turning everything into white noise and stinging cold. I pull my coat tighter and walk faster, putting blocks between us. But I can still feel the phantom warmth of her wrist under my thumb. Still see the way her eyes went soft when I talked about my uncle. Still hear the understanding in her voice when she said she got it. My phone buzzes again. Work. The case. The motion that needs a response before morning. I have no time for romance. No space in my life for complications, for history dredged up and feelings that should have stayed buried. The trial's what matters. Winning is what matters. Everything else is a distraction. I repeat it like a mantra as I navigate the empty streets, as I climb the stairs to my apartment, as I shed my wet coat and boots and settle at my desk with my laptop and case files. But when I close my eyes just for a second, all I see is Camilla standing in the snow. And all I feel is regret for walking away.
Chapter 11. Camilla. The coffee cups steam between us, twin pillars of warmth in the freezing morning air. Demi wraps both hands around her latte, blowing on it like she's trying to melt Antarctica. How the hell did you score an interview with Elena's sister? I've been trying to get Carmen Vega on the phone for weeks. She's dodged every podcaster and influencer in the true crime space. I keep my eyes forward, watching my breath fog in front of me as we navigate the snow-packed sidewalk. Just got lucky, I guess. Right place, right time. Nonsense. Demi's laugh cuts through the morning quiet. You don't do lucky. You hunt down sources like a bloodhound. What did you offer her? Exclusive platform? Promise to push her narrative? I offered to listen. We turn the corner, heading toward the courthouse. The building rises ahead, columns already surrounded by the usual media circus, despite the early hour and brutal cold. Demi sips her coffee, studying me with eyes that miss nothing. She's good at this, reading people, finding the story beneath the story. It's why her podcast, Darkness Falls, has 500,000 subscribers and counting. So what did she say? Give me something juicy. I pull up the notes on my phone, careful to keep my face neutral. Elena filed a restraining order against her ex 6 months before she died, Mauricio Torres. Carmen's convinced he's involved somehow. The ex-boyfriend angle. Demi nods. Classic. Except didn't he have an alibi? Security footage puts him at his apartment all night. So he's clean. Or he hired someone. Demi stops walking, nearly causes a collision with the guy behind us. Wait, you actually think that's possible? Do I? The question's been gnawing at me since Hudson walked me home, since he held my wrist and told me about those bruises on Elena, since every professional boundary I've tried to maintain started crumbling like the snow under our boots. I think it's worth investigating. I start walking again, forced Demi to catch up. Carmen has texts, photos, documentation of Mauricio's harassment. Whether he's actually involved or not, it's part of the story. Huh. Demi's quiet for half a block. You're leaning hard for the defense all of a sudden. The accusation lands like ice down my spine. I'm not leaning anywhere. Come on. A week ago you were posting about how circumstantial evidence can be compelling. Now you're chasing alternative suspect theories like you're on Veronica's legal team. I'm following the evidence. You're following whatever narrative the defense is feeding you. She's not wrong, and that's what pisses me off. Let me guess. Hudson Rockwell gave you the Carmen Vega tip. I nearly choke on my coffee. How do you... Please, I saw you two at the courthouse last week. The way he looked at you during his cross-examination of Ramirez, he was fishing for a glance from you. I know it. Damn it. I should have known Demi would notice. She notices everything. We went to college together. It's ancient history. Ancient history that's currently defending the most high-profile murder case in years while you're covering it for your platform. Conflict of interest much? There's no conflict. The lie tastes bitter. I'm maintaining objectivity. Just because I knew him doesn't mean I'm compromised. Demi's laugh is sharp. Babe, you just spent 10 minutes explaining why Elena's ex-boyfriend might be the real killer based on information that conveniently supports Rockwell's defense strategy. You're absolutely compromised. We're at the courthouse now. the crowd thick with reporters and spectators braving the cold for a chance at witnessing the trial. I spot the CNN crew, the Times journalist who sits next to me in the press section, the sketch artist hawking prints to tourists. I'm trying to find the truth, I say quietly. Are you? Or are you trying to help Hudson win his case? The question hits harder than it should. Because I don't know anymore. 3 days ago, I would have said I'm impartial, that I'm just presenting facts and letting my audience decide. But now I've sat across from Hudson in a bar, felt his hands on my skin, listened to him talk about justice with the kind of passion that makes me believe he actually gives a damn. Now I've interviewed Carmen Vega and seen real grief in her eyes, real conviction that someone else killed her sister. Now I'm standing here defending alternative theories instead of examining the actual evidence against Veronica Sinclair. I believe Carmen, I say instead of answering directly. She's not making this up. Mauricio Torres was a threat to Elena. The police should have investigated him properly. But they didn't. And that doesn't make Veronica innocent. It creates reasonable doubt. Demi stops again, and this time she grabs my arm, forces me to face her. CJ, listen to yourself. You're using defense attorney language. Reasonable doubt. Alternative suspects. You sound like you're on Rockwell's team, not covering the trial objectively. Oh, come on. That's not fair. You're not even giving Carmen a chance. Well, explain to me how someone who built her platform on seeking truth suddenly sounds like a PR machine for the defense. I'm not. I yank my arm free. I'm presenting all angles. That's literally my job. Give my followers context, show them perspectives they wouldn't get from traditional media. Context is great. Bias disguised as context is propaganda. The word stings. Propaganda. Like I'm some mouthpiece being manipulated instead of an independent journalist doing actual work. You don't get to question my integrity because I'm not jumping to conclusions about Veronica's guilt. I'm not questioning your integrity. I'm questioning your judgment. Demi's voice softens, loses some of its edge. Look, I get it. Hudson's hot. He's smart. You've got history. But this case is too important to let personal feelings cloud your coverage. My feelings aren't clouding anything. Then why are you getting defensive? Because she's right. Because I spent Friday night in a bar with Hudson, Saturday doing research on Mauricio Torres that conveniently supports the defense narrative, and Sunday planning content that highlights reasonable doubt instead of examining the prosecution's evidence. Because every time I think about the trial, I see Hudson's face, his conviction, his certainty that Veronica's innocent, and I want to believe him. I'm trying to be fair, I say, hating how weak it sounds. Demi sighs, takes another sip of her coffee. Fair means presenting both sides, not just the one your ex-boyfriend is arguing. He's not my boyfriend. Current or otherwise, he's in your head, and that's dangerous. We push through the crowd, show our press credentials to security. The courthouse interior is warm, almost suffocatingly so after the bitter cold outside. I shake snow from my hair, unwind my scarf. Just be careful, Demi says as we head toward the courtroom. The audience can smell bias. They'll turn on you the second they think you're being dishonest. I'm not being dishonest. You're not being completely honest either. She's not wrong. I haven't told my followers about my history with Hudson. Haven't disclosed that I'm getting information directly from the defense team. Haven't acknowledged that every conversation with him is layered with 6 years of unresolved tension. That's not dishonesty. That's just strategic omission. Right? We split up at the courtroom doors. Demi's covering for her podcast. I've got my usual seat in the third row. The room's already filling up, familiar faces settling into their spots. notebooks and laptops at the ready. And there's Hudson at the defense table, reviewing notes with Rebecca, looking every inch the confident attorney who knows exactly what he's doing. He glances up, catches my eye across the room. Something passes between us. Recognition, heat, the memory of Friday night and snow and his hands on my wrist. Then he looks away, professional mask firmly in place. I settle into my seat, pull out my notebook. The Times guy nods hello. The CNN woman's already typing. Business as usual, except it's not. Not anymore. Demi's words echo in my head. You sound like you're on Rockwell's team. Am I? Is that what's happening here? Judge Hawkins enters. We all rise, and the trial resumes. Morrison calls her next witness, and I focus on taking notes, capturing details, doing the work I came here to do. But underneath it all, doubt creeps in. Not about Veronica's innocence. I genuinely don't know if she killed Elena or not. Doubt about my own objectivity, about whether I'm chasing truth or chasing the narrative Hudson needs me to believe, about whether I can separate professional duty from personal feelings when the person at the center of both is sitting 20 feet away, fighting for a client's life. And fighting maybe for something else too, something I'm not ready to name. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyla.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyla. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylaWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 12. Hudson. Morrison paces in front of the jury box like she owns it, her voice dripping with practiced empathy. Mrs. Chen, you've known both Elena Vega and Veronica Sinclair for how long? 20 years. Jennifer Chen sits ramrod straight in the witness box, hands folded neatly in her lap. Designer dress, tasteful jewelry, the kind of wealth that whispers instead of shouts. We all met through charity work, the Sinclair Foundation, Elena's literacy program. We became close friends. And during those 20 years, how would you characterize the relationship between Elena and Veronica? They were inseparable. Chen's smile doesn't reach her eyes. Best friends. Sisters, really. They did everything together. Everything, Morrison repeats, letting the word hang. Including running the Sinclair Family Foundation? Yes, Elena served as creative director. She was brilliant at fundraising, connecting with donors, building programs from the ground up. I lean toward Rebecca, keep my voice low. She's setting up the lawsuit motive. I know. Rebecca's already making notes. We'll counter on cross. Chen's friendship with both of them cuts both ways. At the defense table, Veronica sits perfectly still. Too still. Her hands are clenched white-knuckled in her lap, hidden beneath the table where the jury can't see. I reach over, cover her hands with mine briefly, a gesture of reassurance, of solidarity. We're good, I murmur. Let Morrison build her house of cards. We'll knock it down. Veronica nods, but the fear doesn't leave her eyes. Morrison continues. Mrs. Chen, were you aware of the lawsuit Elena filed against the Sinclair Foundation? I was. Chen's expression shifts, becomes troubled. It devastated me. These were my two closest friends, and suddenly they were on opposite sides of a legal battle. Did you discuss the lawsuit with either of them? With both. Chen leans forward slightly. I tried to mediate, to help them see that whatever disagreement they had, their friendship was worth more than money. And what did they say? Elena was hurt. She felt betrayed by Veronica, pushed out of something she'd helped build. She said, Chen pauses, swallows hard. She said she didn't recognize the woman Veronica had become. Several jurors shift in their seats. Juror 3, the older woman with the expensive watch, frowns deeply. That's damaging. Rebecca scribbles, impeach with prior statements? I shake my head fractionally. Chen's testimony is consistent with her police statement. We can't call her a liar without proof. And Veronica, Morrison prompts. What did she say about the lawsuit? She was angry, defensive. She kept saying Elena was being unreasonable, that the lawsuit was frivolous, that Elena would drop it once she calmed down. Chen's voice drops. But there was something else. Something underneath the anger. What was underneath? Fear. Chen looks directly at Veronica. She was scared. Of the lawsuit, yes, but also of losing Elena. I think part of her knew their friendship wouldn't survive this. The courtroom goes silent. Morrison lets the moment breathe, then moves in for the kill. Mrs. Chen, did you ever witness any physical altercations between Elena and Veronica? I'm on my feet before she finishes the question. Objection. Leading. Sustained. Judge Hawkins looks at Morrison over her glasses. Rephrase. Morrison doesn't miss a beat. Did you ever observe any conflict between them that became physical in nature? Chen hesitates. She glances at Veronica, then away. Once, about a month before Elena died. My stomach drops. Please describe what you witnessed. We were at a fundraiser. The three of us were in a back room and they were arguing about the lawsuit. Voices raised, both of them upset. At one point, Elena tried to leave, and Veronica grabbed her arm to stop her. Grabbed her how? Chen demonstrates, wrapping her fingers around her own wrist. Like this. Tight enough that Elena pulled away and said it hurt. I glance at the jury. They're eating this up. Juror 7's taking notes. Juror 4 looks troubled. Rebecca's pen flies across her notepad. This is bad. We need to discredit hard. Damn. Did you see bruises afterward? Morrison asks. I didn't look, but Eleanor rubbed her wrist for the rest of the evening. No further questions, Your Honor. Morrison sits, satisfaction radiating off her like heat. She just painted Veronica as physically aggressive, as someone who hurt her best friend in anger. The jury's watching Veronica now, measuring her against this new information. Judge Hawkins looks at me. Mr. Rockwell, your witness. I stand, button my jacket. My mind's already running through strategy, looking for cracks in Chen's testimony, angles to exploit. Mrs. Chen, good morning. Good morning. I approach slowly, non-threatening. Chen's sympathetic, grieving her friend. Coming at her aggressive won't play well. You testified that you've known both Elena and Veronica for 20 years. That's a long friendship. Yes. And during those 2 decades, how many times did you witness physical conflict between them? Chen shifts. Just the once I mentioned. Just once. In 20 years. I let that sink in. Would you say that was unusual? Out of character for Veronica? Yes. That's why it stuck with me. Because in all the years you'd known her, Veronica had never been violent or physically aggressive. Objection. Counsel is leading the witness. Overruled. The witness may answer. Chen nods reluctantly. I'd never seen her act that way before. And after that incident, did Veronica apologize to Elena? I don't know. I wasn't there for every conversation they had. But you remained friends with both of them afterward. Yes. Which suggests the incident wasn't as serious as the prosecution's making it sound. If Veronica had genuinely hurt Elena, if there was real violence, wouldn't Elena have cut her off? Stopped working with her? Demanded action? Morrison stands. Objection. Speculation. I'll rephrase. I pivot. Mrs. Chen, did Elena ever express fear of Veronica to you? Not fear exactly, but concern. Concern about what? About how the lawsuit was affecting Veronica. About whether their friendship could survive it. So Elena was worried about Veronica's emotional state, about the stress she was under. It doesn't sound like someone afraid for her physical safety. Chen's quiet for a moment. No, I suppose not. Small victory. I press forward. You mentioned that Veronica grabbed Elena's wrist during an argument. Let me ask you something. Do you remember what Veronica was wearing that night? Chen blinks at the shift. What she was wearing? Yes. Specifically, do you remember her nails? Understanding dawns on Chen's face. She had acrylics. Long ones. She always did. Long acrylic nails. And when she grabbed Elena's wrist, did those nails leave any marks? I didn't see any. You didn't see scratches. Didn't see broken skin. Just a momentary grasp during a heated argument between 2 friends. I let that settle. Mrs. Chen, have you ever grabbed a friend's arm to stop them from walking away during an argument? I suppose once or twice. Does that make you violent? Objection. Withdrawn. I move back to the defense table, grab a photograph. Mrs. Chen, I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 7. Do you recognize this photo? Chen studies it. That's from the fundraiser you mentioned, the same night. And that's Elena in the photograph, correct? Yes. Can you point out any visible bruising on her wrist in this photo? Chen examines it closely. I can't see any. Because there weren't any. A momentary grasp during an argument didn't leave lasting marks. I take the photo back. Let's talk about the lawsuit. You said you tried to mediate between Elena and Veronica. Did you ever get the sense they were close to resolving it? They were talking, negotiating. So despite the legal battle, they were still communicating, still trying to work things out. Yes. That doesn't sound like a relationship on the brink of violence. That sounds like 2 people navigating a difficult business dispute. Morrison's on her feet. Objection. Argumentative. Sustained. Move on, Mr. Rockwell. I nod, shift gears. Mrs. Chen, you were asked about Elena's emotional state regarding the lawsuit. Let me ask you about Veronica's. You said she was scared. Yes. Scared of what, specifically? Of losing Elena, of their friendship ending. So she valued that friendship, wanted to preserve it. Yes. And someone who desperately wants to preserve a friendship doesn't murder the friend. They find ways to fix the problem. Wouldn't you agree? Objection. I'll rephrase. I'm on a roll now, the rhythm clicking into place. Did Veronica ever express to you a desire to hurt Elena? To harm her in any way? No, never. Did she ever threaten Elena? No. Did she ever say anything that made you think she was capable of violence? Chen's voice is barely a whisper. No. Thank you. I return to my seat. No further questions. The courtroom's quiet as Chen steps down. She avoids looking at either Morrison or Veronica, just walks straight out like she can't wait to escape. I lean toward Veronica. Breathe. We're okay. She made me sound like a monster. No, Morrison tried to. We showed the jury the context. I keep my voice steady, reassuring. One grab during an argument in 20 years of friendship isn't motive for murder. The jury's smart enough to see that. But when I glance at the jury box, I'm not so sure. Some of them look skeptical, others troubled. We need more than reasonable doubt. We need an alternative suspect they can actually believe in. We need Mauricio Torres. Judge Hawkins calls for a 15-minute recess. The courtroom empties in a controlled flood of lawyers, spectators, press. I stay seated, reviewing notes, thinking through next steps. When I finally look up, I catch Camilla's eyes across the room. She's watching me, expression unreadable. Taking notes, yeah, but there's something else in her gaze, something like concern. Or maybe I'm just seeing what I want to see. The moment breaks when Marcus leans over, says something about witness prep. I turn away, force myself back into lawyer mode, but I can still feel Camilla's eyes on me. Still wonder what she's thinking. Still wonder if there's a chance there could be something between her and I.
Chapter 13. Camilla. The courthouse hallway finally empties out after another long day of trial. I'm tucked into a corner near the vending machines, notebook balanced on my knee, comparing today's testimony with my notes from the past week. Chen's appearance threw Morrison's strategy into sharp relief. Build emotional connection, establish pattern of conflict, make Veronica look unstable. Classic prosecution playbook. Hudson's cross was masterful, though. He took Chen's damaging testimony about the wrist-grabbing incident and reframed it as a single moment of frustration and 20 years of friendship. The photo showing no bruises was brilliant. Physical evidence trumps emotional narrative every time. I'm scribbling observations when footsteps approach. I don't look up, assuming it's another reporter heading for the bathroom. So, you eat? My pen freezes mid-word. Hudson stands 3 feet away, hands in his pockets, tie loosened just enough to look human instead of lawyer perfect. His hair's slightly mussed, like he's been running his hands through it during the recess. What? Food, sustenance, the thing normal people consume when court breaks for the day. He shifts his weight. I'm starving, and I'm going to grab dinner anyway. Figured I'd ask if you want to come. Talk through the case if you want. My brain short-circuits somewhere between I'm starving and the casual way he's pretending this is purely professional. You're asking me to dinner. I'm asking if you want to get food with someone who's going anyway. Saves us both from eating alone. He pauses. Unless you've got other plans? I should say no. After Demi's warning this morning, after spending the day watching him work the courtroom like a maestro conducting an orchestra, after the way my pulse kicked up when our eyes met during Chen's testimony, I should absolutely say no. What kind of food? His mouth quirks, not quite a smile, but close. There's an Italian place 2 blocks from here, Vittorio's. Small, quiet, nobody gives a damn about celebrity murder trials. Italian. Quiet. Just the two of us discussing a case that's becoming more complicated by the minute. Terrible idea. Fine, yeah, let me grab my coat. We walk side by side through the emptying courthouse, past security guards doing end-of-day sweeps, past the scattered reporters still lingering in hopes of a statement. The cold hits us the second we step outside. January evening settling into that brutal twilight where the temperature drops another 10 degrees. I pull my scarf tighter. Hudson turns up his collar, shoulders hunched against the wind. Jesus, I hate winter. You're from New York? How do you still hate winter? Growing up here doesn't make it less miserable. Just means I know exactly how miserable it's going to be. He glances at me. You cold? I'm fine. You're shivering. It's fine. He makes a sound that might be amusement or exasperation. I can't tell. We walk faster, navigating sidewalks slick with ice and slush, dodging other pedestrians doing the same death-defying commute. Chen's testimony was rough, I say, because silence feels dangerous. Could have been worse. Morrison didn't have medical evidence of actual injury, just emotional testimony about one incident. The jury looked concerned, though, especially when she described the grabbing. Juror 3 was sympathetic to Chen, but 7 and 4 seemed skeptical. He navigates around a puddle of gray slush. We'll see how it plays when Morrison rests her case. Right now, she's building atmosphere, not proof. I pull out my phone, make a quick note. You think she's got more witnesses lined up to paint Veronica as violent? Maybe. Probably character witnesses. People who'll testify about arguments or tension. But unless she's got someone who actually saw Veronica strike Elena, it's all circumstantial emotion. The Italian place appears ahead, a small storefront with fogged windows and a hand-painted sign that's seen better decades. Hudson holds the door, warm air, rushing out to meet us. Inside, it's exactly what he promised. Dark wood tables, red checkered tablecloths. The smell of garlic and tomato sauce so strong it's almost a physical presence. An older woman behind the counter looks up, recognition lighting her face. Hudson, haven't seen you in weeks? Been busy, Rosa. He kisses her cheek with easy affection. Got a table for two? For you? Always. She grabs menus, leads us to a corner booth. Your usual? Yeah, and whatever she wants. He gestures at me. Rosa turns her attention my way, assessing with the sharp eyes of someone who's seen everything. You want recommendations or you know what you like? Surprise me. Her eyebrows lift, impressed. I like her. She's got guts. That's one word for it, Hudson mutters. Rosa disappears toward the kitchen. I shed my coat, slide into the booth across from him. The leather's worn soft, cracked at the edges, the kind of comfortable that comes from years of use. You're a regular here. Used to live 3 blocks over, before the firm. He loosens his tie completely, drapes it over his coat. Rosa's been feeding me since law school. I think she views me as a personal project. Does she know you're defending alleged murderers now? She knows I'm defending people the system's trying to railroad. She approves. His eyes meet mine. Her nephew got caught up in some crap drug charges 5 years ago. Public defender didn't give a damn. Pushed him to take a plea. I helped connect them with better representation. Pro bono. The information lands unexpectedly. Hudson Rockwell, corporate defense attorney, doing pro bono work for a woman who runs a neighborhood Italian restaurant. You didn't mention that part when you were explaining why you became a lawyer. You didn't ask about the parts that don't fit the narrative. Rosa returns with wine, red, already poured into glasses that don't match. Food's coming. Drink. Relax. You both look like you need it. She's not wrong. I take a sip, Let the wine warm me from the inside out. Hudson mirrors the gesture, then sets his glass down carefully. So, Chen's testimony. What's your angle for coverage? Right, work, the case, safe territory. I pull out my notebook, flip to my notes. I'm thinking a breakdown of her emotional testimony versus the actual evidence. Show my followers how prosecution builds a narrative through witness statements, but contrast it with what can actually be proven. That's good, fair. I'm also planning to highlight your cross about the photo, the visual evidence contradicting her claim about bruising. You don't have to do that. It's relevant. It happened in court. I meet his eyes. Unless you think I should ignore exculpatory evidence because it helps your case? No, I think. He stops, considers. I think you're trying to walk a line that's damn near impossible between being objective and being engaged with the story. Welcome to modern journalism. I take another sip of wine. Traditional media has the luxury of pretending objectivity exists. I don't. My audience knows I have opinions, biases, perspectives. The difference is I'm honest about them. Are you? The question hits harder than it should. What's that supposed to mean? You haven't told your followers you know me, that we have history? Heat crawls up my neck. Because it's not relevant to the case. Nonsense. If Morrison was feeding you information and you dated her in college, that would absolutely be relevant. It'd be disclosure you'd owe your audience. He's right. I know he's right, but admitting it feels like opening a door I've been desperately trying to keep closed. It was 6 years ago, ancient history. Is it? The air between us shifts, becomes charged. We're not talking about journalistic ethics anymore. Rosa appears with food, pasta that smells like heaven, bread that's still steaming, plates that could feed a small army. She sets everything down with the efficiency of someone who's done this 10,000 times. Eat. You're both too skinny. She leaves. The food sits between us, a buffer and a distraction. I grab a fork, twirl pasta around it. This looks amazing. Wait till you taste it. Hudson does the same, takes a bite, closes his eyes briefly. God, I miss this. We eat in silence for a few minutes. The food is incredible, rich, perfectly seasoned, the kind of cooking that comes from generations of knowing exactly what works. So, I say eventually, Mauricio Torres. Hudson looks up, and I can see the lawyer brain engage immediately. What about him? I talk to Carmen again. She's convinced he's involved, but she doesn't have proof. Just suspicion and a restraining order from 6 months ago. But his alibi's solid. Security footage puts him at his apartment all night. I verified it myself. I set my fork down. Hudson, what if Carmen's wrong? What if she's just looking for someone to blame because accepting that Veronica killed her sister is too painful? What if she's right? He leans forward. What if the police were so eager to close the case they didn't investigate properly? What if Torres hired someone and he's walking free while Veronica takes the fall? Then where's the evidence? That's what we're trying to find. The frustration in his voice is genuine. He believes this. Believes there's more to the story than Morrison's neat narrative. And I want to believe him. Want to trust that his conviction comes from actual evidence and not just desperation to win. My friend thinks I'm compromised. The admission slips out before I can stop it. Hudson goes still. What? She says I'm leaning too hard for the defense, that I sound like I'm on your team instead of covering the trial objectively. I grab my wine glass, need something to do with my hands. She thinks you're feeding me narrative and I'm buying it because of our history. Are you? I don't know. The honesty costs something. I'm trying to follow the evidence. But every time I think I've got a handle on what's true, something shifts. Chen's testimony today made Veronica look dangerous. Your cross made it look like a momentary lapse in 20 years of friendship. Which version is real? Both. Neither. Hudson runs a hand through his hair. That's the whole point of a trial. 2 sides presenting their version, and 12 strangers have to decide which one they believe more. But you're not presenting a version. You're presenting the truth as you see it. Yeah. So which is it? Is Veronica innocent? Or are you just good enough at your job that you can make her seem innocent? His eyes lock on mine, and there's something raw in them. She didn't kill Elena. I know that the way I know my own name. Everything about this case, the lack of physical evidence, the circumstantial motive, the rushed investigation, it all points to someone else, and the jury's going to see that. Because you're going to show them. Because the truth is on our side. I want to believe him. God, I want to believe that there's a clear answer here, that justice will prevail, that the system works the way it's supposed to. But I've covered enough trials to know better. What if you're wrong? The question comes out quieter than I intended. What if Veronica did kill Elena, and you get her acquitted and she walks free? Hudson's quiet for a long moment. When he speaks, his voice is low, serious. Then I'll have done my job, made the prosecution prove their case beyond reasonable doubt, protected the constitutional rights of someone the state was trying to convict. That's what defense attorneys do. Even if it means a murderer goes free. Even then, because the alternative, letting the government lock people up without meeting their burden of proof, is worse. It's the same argument he made Friday night, walking me home through the snow. The conviction that the system only works if both sides fight, if defendants have zealous advocates, if prosecutors have to actually prove guilt instead of just asserting it. I get it, I do. But it doesn't make it easier. We finish eating, the conversation drifting to safer topics. Rosa's nephew's success in college, the brutal winter, anything that doesn't involve murder or trials, or the complicated history sitting between us like an unwelcome third party. When Rosa brings the check, Hudson grabs it before I can. I invited you. I'm paying. That's not, don't argue. You can get it next time. Next time. Like this is going to become a regular thing. Like we're establishing a pattern instead of just surviving the proximity the trial's forcing on us. We bundle back into our coats, brace ourselves for the cold. Outside, the temperature's dropped another 10 degrees, the kind of bitter that makes your lungs ache. Which way are you headed? Hudson asks. Subway, 6 train. I'll walk you. You don't have to. I know. But he falls into step beside me anyway, and I don't protest again. We navigate the sidewalks in silence, our breath fogging in the cold air. The city's quieter now. Rush hour fading into evening. People tucked into restaurants and apartments and anywhere that isn't the frozen hellscape of January streets. Thanks for dinner, I say as we approach the subway entrance. Thanks for coming. We stop at the top of the stairs. Below, I can hear the distant rumble of trains, the echo of footsteps, the hum of the city's underground arteries. Hudson's watching me with an expression I can't quite read. CJ, about what your friend said, about you being compromised. I can handle Demi. I know you can, but she's not entirely wrong. The admission catches me off guard. What? I am feeding you information that supports my case. I'm trying to influence your coverage because I need public opinion on our side. That's manipulation, no matter how I try to dress it up as professional courtesy. So you're admitting you're using me? I'm admitting I'm trying to. Whether it's working is up to you. His eyes search mine. But I also think the information I'm giving you is legitimate, that Carmen's story deserves to be heard, that the police messed up the investigation. That's not spin, that's truth. Your version of truth. The only version I've got. We're standing too close again, close enough that I can see the exhaustion around his eyes, the tension in his jaw, the way this case is wearing on him, despite his courtroom confidence. I'm going to keep covering this trial my way, I say. Present what I find, let my audience decide. That includes information you give me and information that contradicts your narrative. I wouldn't expect anything less. Good. But neither of us moves. Hudson, I need to tell you something. His voice drops lower. This thing between us, the dinners, the talks about the case, the way I keep finding excuses to talk to you, it's not just about the trial. My heart kicks into overdrive. Don't. I know it's complicated. I know the timing's bad. I know we've got history and baggage and about 1,000 reasons this is a terrible idea. He takes a breath. But I can't stop thinking about you, about us, about whether there's still something here worth exploring. The confession hangs in the frozen air between us. The trial's not over, I manage. I know. We're on opposite sides of this. I know that too. And when it's done, when the verdict comes in, we're probably going to end up hating each other all over again. Maybe. His hand reaches up, brushes a curl away from my face. Or maybe we won't. I should pull away, go down into the subway, get on the train, put distance between us before this becomes something I can't take back. Instead, I stay frozen, feeling the warmth of his fingers against my cold skin. This is a really bad idea, I whisper. Terrible idea. He agrees, and then he's kissing me.
Chapter 14. Hudson. Her mouth is nothing like I remember and exactly like I remember all at once. 6 years ago, we were fumbling college kids, all heat and no finesse. Now Camilla's mouth is confident, demanding, and when her hands slide up to grip my lapels, it's not asking permission. It's taking what she wants. I respond in kind. Cup her face, angle her head, deepen the kiss until she makes this sound low in her throat that sends heat straight through me. We're on a public street, in front of a subway entrance. Anyone could see us. Reporters, colleagues, people with cameras who'd love nothing more than to capture the defense attorney making out with the influencer covering his trial. Don't give a damn. My hands slide into her hair, those curls I've been thinking about for days tangling around my fingers. She tastes like wine and pasta, and when she presses closer, eliminating the space between us, my brain short-circuits. Come home with me. The words are out before I can think them through. She pulls back just enough to meet my eyes, chest heaving. What? My apartment. It's 6 blocks. I'm still holding her face, thumbs tracing her jawline. Come home with me. Hudson. I know. Bad timing. Terrible idea. All the reasons we already listed. I kiss her again, brief and hard. Come anyway. She's quiet for 3 seconds that feel like an eternity. Then, okay. Relief and desire hit simultaneously. I grab her hand, start walking. Fast. Like if I slow down, sanity might catch up with us. The 6 blocks pass in a blur. We don't talk, just walk with purpose, hands locked together, breath fogging in the cold. I navigate on autopilot, turn here, cross there, shortcut through the alley behind the dry cleaner. My building appears. I punch in the code, hold the door, usher her into the lobby with a hand on her lower back. The elevator's mercifully empty. The doors close and I'm on her immediately, backing her against the wall, kissing her like I'm drowning and she's air. She hooks one leg around mine, pulls me closer, and her hands are in my hair, tugging hard enough to send sparks down my spine. "What floor?" She gasps it between kisses. 12. The elevator dings at 4. We break apart just as an elderly woman enters, gives us a look that says she knows exactly what we were doing. I straighten my tie. Camilla smooths her hair. We stand there, 2 feet of space between us, pretending we're strangers. The woman gets off at 8. The doors close. We make it another 2 seconds before I haul Camilla back against me, hands gripping her hips, mouth finding hers again. She makes that sound again, and I swear I'm going to lose it right here in the elevator. 12. Finally, goddamn 12. I practically drag her down the hallway, fumbling for my keys with hands that won't cooperate. Drop them once. Camilla bends to grab them, and the sight of her buttocks in those pants nearly kills me. Jesus. I snatch the keys, get the door open on the second try. We stumble inside. I kick the door shut, reach for her, and then we're kissing again. Harder now, all pretense of control gone. Her coat hits the floor. Mine follows. My tie gets yanked off somewhere between the entryway and the living room. Bedroom? She's working the buttons on my shirt, fingers quick and sure. Down the hall. We navigate there in stages, stopping every few feet because I can't stop kissing her, can't stop touching her, can't process that this is actually happening. My shirt's unbuttoned by the time we reach the bedroom door. Her hands spread across my chest, fingers tracing muscle, and the look in her eyes is pure hunger. I back her toward the bed, hands finding the hem of her sweater, tugging up. She raises her arms, lets me pull it off, and holy hell, she's wearing black lace underneath, the kind that's clearly meant to be seen. Damn! The word comes out reverent, planning to at some point. Her mouth curves. You going to stare or touch? Both. Definitely both. I reach for her, slide my hands around her waist, pull her flush against me. Her skin's warm, soft, and when I trace the line of her spine, she arches into the touch. Hudson! My name on her lips sounds like a prayer and a demand all at once. I kiss her again, deep and demanding, walking her backward until her legs hit the edge of the bed. She sits, hands braced on my shoulders, and looks up at me with those expressive brown eyes that have always seen straight through my crap. There's a question there, hovering in the space between us, and despite every cell in my body screaming at me to keep going, I force myself to pause. You sure about this? The words come out rougher than I intend. I have to ask, have to give her an out, even though stopping now might actually kill me. Even though my heart's pounding so hard I can hear it in my ears. Because once we cross this line, her hands go to my belt, fingers working the buckle with deliberate intent. I wanted this, remember? She pulls the leather free with a snap. If I wanted to stop, we wouldn't be here right now. CJ, I'm sure, Hudson. She tugs my belt completely free and tosses it aside, where it lands somewhere on the hardwood floor with a soft thud. Her eyes lock on mine, challenging, certain. Are you? Am I sure about sleeping with my ex-girlfriend who's covering the biggest trial of my career? The woman who I've been trying and failing not to think about for a while now? Who represents every goddamn complication I swore I'd avoid after we broke up the first time? Who could make my professional life infinitely more complicated just by being in it? I look down at her, at the way her curls frame her face, at the black lace barely covering smooth brown skin, at the absolute certainty in her expression. And yeah, screw it. Yeah, I'm sure.
Chapter 15. Camilla. Jesus Christ. I'd forgotten how good he looks. Or maybe I'd convinced myself memory was exaggerating. It wasn't. I wrap my hand around him, base to tip, and his head falls back. Damn. The word's guttural, desperate. I love the sound of it. I stroke once, twice, watching his reaction. The way his hips jerk forward involuntarily. The way his fingers flex against my shoulders like he's fighting for control. I hate to put a stop to a good time, But it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. His ceiling is white, plain. There's a small water stain in the corner that looks vaguely like Florida. My heart's still racing. I can feel it pounding against my ribs like it's trying to escape. What the hell did we just do? The question circles in my mind, refusing to settle into anything resembling an answer. Hudson shifts beside me. His hand finds mine, fingers lacing together without asking permission. You okay? His voice is rough, careful. Yeah. You? Yeah. Lie. We're both lying. We're absolutely not okay. We just crossed a line that can't be uncrossed. In the middle of a trial, where I'm supposed to be objective, and he's supposed to be professional, and we're both supposed to not be exactly where we are right now. Naked in his bed, my body still humming with the aftermath. His release drying on my skin before he cleaned it away. This was a bad idea, I say to the ceiling. Terrible idea. But his thumb traces circles on the back of my hand, and I don't pull away. The apartment's quiet, except for our breathing. Somewhere outside, the city hums. Sirens, car horns, the distant rumble of the subway. Life continuing on while we lie here in the wreckage of our better judgment. I should leave. Get up, get dressed, walk out before this becomes something even more complicated than it already is. Instead, I turn my head to look at him. Hudson's staring at the ceiling too, jaw tight, clearly having the same internal argument. What happens now? The question slips out before I can stop it. I don't know. At least he's honest. The trial's not over. I'm still covering it. You're still defending Veronica. Each statement feels like adding weight to a scale that's already tipping dangerously. This doesn't change that. I know. And my followers can't find out about this. About us. About whatever this is. I know that too. His hand tightens on mine. Not possessive, just grounding. Like he needs the contact as much as I do. We're idiots, I say. Completely. But neither of us lets go.
Chapter 16. Hudson. The conference room smells like stale coffee already. Veronica sits at the head of the table, perfectly composed in a cream cashmere sweater. Rebecca's reviewing notes on her tablet. Marcus is on his phone fielding calls from the firm's senior partners who want daily updates. And I'm trying not to think about the fact that Camilla's scent is still on my skin. I showered, changed clothes, scrubbed away the physical evidence of last night's monumentally stupid decision. Doesn't matter. I can still feel her hands in my hair, still taste her mouth, still hear the way she said my name when she came apart beneath me. Hudson. Rebecca's voice cuts through. You with us? Yeah. Sorry. I force myself to focus on the case files spread across the table. Morrison's witness list has 3 more names: the financial expert, the forensic pathologist, and Dr. Patricia Young. Marcus sets his phone down. She's their star witness. Time of death, cause of death, the whole 9 yards. We need to be ready for her testimony. Veronica's fingers tap against her coffee cup, the only visible sign of nerves. What will she say? That Elena died between midnight and 2 a.m. from blunt force trauma to the back of the skull, Rebecca answers. That the head wound was consistent with being struck by a heavy object. That drowning was not the cause of death. She was already dead when she went into the water. And Morrison will use that to argue premeditation, I add. Someone struck Elena from behind, killed her, then staged it to look like a drowning accident. But there's no murder weapon, Veronica says. Her voice is steady, but I catch the tremor underneath. They never found what was used to hit her. Which works in our favor. Marcus leans back. Without a murder weapon, Young can't definitively link you to the attack. She can describe the injury, estimate the time of death, but she can't put that object in your hands. What about the bruises? Veronica's question is quiet. The ones on Elena's wrist. I glance at Rebecca, who nods for me to take it. Carmen Vega showed me photos from a week before Elena died. Faint bruising on the inside of her wrist, consistent with someone grabbing her. I pull up the image on my laptop, turn it so Veronica can see. Your nails are always long, acrylics. If you'd grabbed Elena hard enough to bruise, those nails would have left marks, scratches, broken skin. Veronica studies the photo, but there weren't any scratches. No, which means someone else grabbed her, someone with short nails or no nails. Someone like Mauricio Torres. Veronica's eyes meet mine, and there's hope there. Desperate, fragile hope. You really think he's involved? Do I? The question's been eating at me since Camilla mentioned his alibi, since the security footage put him at his apartment all night, since every lead we've chased has hit a dead end. But we need something. Anything that gives the jury reasonable doubt. As the defense, we can still introduce evidence with the judge's approval, I say carefully. But we need to give them something substantial that would completely flip the jury in your favor. As of right now, we may get a hung jury, but that's not adequate. Veronica goes very still. What do you need? Evidence, not theories, not speculation. Actual proof that someone else had motive and opportunity to kill Elena. The silence stretches. Veronica's fingers stop tapping. She stares at her coffee cup like it holds answers. Then, Elena's ex-boyfriend had a close friend or cousin that he was often seen with. My attention sharpens. What? Mauricio. When he was still dating Elena, there was someone he was always with. A younger guy, maybe early 20s. They were close. I remember Elena mentioning it, saying Mauricio spent more time with this guy than with her sometimes. Veronica looks up. Maybe he knows something, or maybe he'll talk. Rebecca's already pulling up notes. Do you know his name? No, but Carmen might. Or someone in Elena's circle. Veronica's voice gains strength. Because I'm certain the ex-boyfriend sent someone to kill Elena that night. The conviction in her statement rings through the room. Marcus sits forward. You're certain? Based on what? Based on the fact that Elena was terrified of him in the weeks before she died. Veronica's hands clench into fists. She didn't tell me everything. We were fighting about the lawsuit. Our friendship was strained, but I could tell something was wrong. She was jumpy, paranoid, looking over her shoulder constantly. Did she say Mauricio was threatening her? I'm already mentally cataloging how we'd present this to Judge Hawkins. Not explicitly, but she mentioned seeing him places he shouldn't be. Outside her apartment, at her favorite coffee shop, once at the Sinclair estate, just standing at the edge of the property line. Veronica's eyes are bright with unshed tears. She said the restraining order wasn't working, that he was getting bolder. Rebecca types furiously. We need to verify this. Get statements from people who witnessed the stalking behavior. Carmen will testify, I say. She's already on record about Mauricio's harassment. But we need more than family testimony. Marcus stands, starts pacing. We need independent witnesses, security footage, phone records showing Mauricio calling Elena repeatedly, despite the restraining order. And we need to find this friend or cousin. I turn back to Veronica. Think. Anything else you remember about him? Physical description? How Mauricio referred to him? Veronica closes her eyes, clearly searching her memory. Younger. Latino, I think. Always wore a Yankees cap. Mauricio called him Danny? Maybe Denny? Something like that. Danny. A first name and a baseball cap. Not much, but it's more than we had 10 minutes ago. I'll call Carmen, I say. See if she knows who we're talking about. Then we track him down, interview him, find out what he knows about Marcus's state of mind before Elena died. And if he was involved? Rebecca's question hangs heavy. If Mauricio did hire someone and this Danny person knows about it, then we have our reasonable doubt. Marcus stops pacing, looks at Veronica. But we need to be careful. We can't make accusations without evidence. Judge Hawkins won't allow speculation to derail Morrison's case. Which is why we dig. I'm already pulling out my phone, pulling up Carmen's number. Hard and fast. Morrison's case-in-chief ends this week. After that, it's our turn. We need Danny's testimony locked down before we rest. Veronica nods, some of the desperation fading from her expression. Thank you, all of you, for believing me. We're doing our jobs, Marcus says, but his voice is kind. And we're going to win this. I step out into the hallway to make the call, closing the conference room door behind me. The firm's hallway is quiet, just the muted sounds of other lawyers working behind closed doors, the occasional ping of the elevator. Carmen answers on the third ring. Hudson? What's wrong? Nothing's wrong. I need information. I lean against the wall, keep my voice low. Mauricio Torres. Does he have a friend or relative, younger guy, early 20s, Latino, goes by Danny or Denny? Silence. Then I hear shuffling on the other end. Daniel Ortiz, Marcus's cousin. Adrenaline spikes. You know him? I've met him a few times. He and Mauricio were tight. Like brothers. Carmen's voice tightens. Why? Because Veronica just told us Elena mentioned Mauricio being seen with someone fitting that description in the weeks before she died. I think Daniel might know something. About the murder? About Marcus's state of mind. Whether he was making threats. Whether he had plans. I'm walking now. Pacing the hallway like movement will help me think faster. Can you help me find Daniel? Get him to talk? He won't talk to you. You're defending the woman accused of killing his cousin's ex-girlfriend. Then he'll talk to you. You're Elena's sister. You want the same thing he presumably wants. Justice for Elena. Carmen's quiet for a long moment. When she speaks, her voice is careful. What if he was involved? What if Mauricio really did send him to kill my sister? The possibility sits between us, dark and heavy. Then he needs to answer for it. But right now, we don't know anything. We're just following leads. Following leads that help Veronica. Following leads that might reveal the truth. I stop pacing. Carmen, do you believe Veronica killed Elena? Another pause. Longer this time. I don't know what I believe anymore, she finally admits. Part of me wants it to be Veronica. Wants someone to pay. But the other part, the part that knew both of them, that saw how much they loved each other. Her voice cracks. I don't know. Help me find out. Help me find Daniel. Let's see what he has to say. And if he confesses, if he tells me Mauricio hired him, then you go to the police, immediately. Not to me, not to my team. Straight to NYPD. It's the right answer. The ethical answer. The one that puts truth ahead of winning. Carmen seems to recognize that. Okay, I'll try to track him down. But Hudson, this better not be a trick to get me to do your investigation for you. It's not, I swear. Good, because if you're using my sister's death to score legal points, I'm not. The vehemence in my voice surprises even me. I want the truth as much as you do. Whoever killed Elena deserves to pay for it. Whether that's Veronica or Mauricio or someone else entirely. Carmen exhales slowly. I'll call you if I find anything. She hangs up. I stand in the empty hallway, phone still pressed to my ear, processing the conversation. This could break the case open. Could give us the alternative suspect we desperately need, the reasonable doubt that saves Veronica from life in prison. Or it could blow up in our faces, lead nowhere, waste precious time while Morrison builds her case brick by brick. My phone buzzes. A text from Camilla. We need to talk. My stomach does something complicated. Last night was incredible and stupid and everything we both knew it would be. And now we're here, in the cold light of day, with a trial to finish and professional reputations to protect and absolutely no idea how to navigate this thing we've reignited. I type back. After court today? 3 dots appear, disappear, appear again. Fine. Same place as before. The bar, neutral territory. Somewhere we can talk without the courthouse eyes watching every interaction. I pocket my phone, head back into the conference room. Rebecca and Marcus are deep in discussion about Young's expected testimony. Veronica's reviewing documents. Carmen's tracking down Daniel Ortiz, I announce. Mauricio's cousin. She'll let us know when she has something. Marcus nods. Good. In the meantime, we prep for Yang. Her testimony's going to be detailed, technical, and designed to lock down time of death in a way that supports Morrison's timeline. So we attack the margins of error, Rebecca says. Force her to admit that estimating time of death isn't an exact science, that her 2-hour window could easily be mistaken. We spend the next hour strategizing, running through cross-examination questions, anticipating Morrison's redirect. It's familiar work, the rhythm we've developed over weeks of trial prep, but underneath it all, my mind keeps drifting. To Camilla's text, to the conversation we need to have, to the fact that I can still feel her skin against mine, still hear her voice saying my name in that breathless way that makes me want to. Hudson. Rebecca's looking at me with that too perceptive expression she gets. You okay? You seem distracted. I'm fine. Just thinking through Young's Cross. Marcus checks his watch. We should head to the courthouse. Trial resumes in 45 minutes. We gather our materials, file out of the conference room. Veronica walks ahead with Rebecca, discussing something in low voices. Marcus falls into step beside me. You sure you're good? He asks quietly. Because you've been off since this morning. More than usual. I'm fine. Nonsense. But he doesn't push. Just gives me a look that says we'll talk about this later, and picks up his pace to join Rebecca and Veronica. I follow behind, briefcase in one hand, phone in the other, mind already spinning through everything that needs to happen in the next few hours. Young's testimony, Camilla's text, Daniel Ortiz, the case we're building, brick by uncertain brick. And underneath it all, the memory of last night that won't let go. Yeah, I'm absolutely fine. Completely, totally, thoroughly doomed, but fine.
Chapter 17. Camilla. The bar's even more depressing in daylight. Not that there's actual daylight penetrating the frosted windows, just that gray winter afternoon glow that makes everything look washed out and tired, like the city itself needs a nap. I'm already here when Hudson walks in. Same corner booth as the last time. Same terrible decision-making that got us into this mess. He spots me, and something crosses his face. Relief? Anxiety? Hard to tell when he's got his lawyer mask on. Hey. He slides into the booth across from me, doesn't order anything, just sits there, hands flat on the table, looking like he's about to deliver closing arguments. Hey. The silence stretches. I pick at the label on my water bottle, peeling off tiny strips that curl and stick to my fingers. Finally, Hudson speaks. About last night, we can't do this. The words come out sharper than I intended. His jaw tightens, but he doesn't look surprised. I know. Do you? I lean forward. Keep my voice low, even though the bar's nearly empty. Because I've been thinking about this all day, Hudson. about what happens if someone finds out. If one person sees us together, posts a photo, connects the dots. We were careful. Last night, maybe. But what about next time? What about the time after that? My hands are shaking. I press them flat against the table to stop it. All it takes is one leak, one screenshot, one person recognizing us and deciding it's worth sharing. And then what? My followers find out I'm sleeping with the defense attorney? Your client finds out you're compromised? Morrison uses it to call for a mistrial? Hudson's quiet for a long moment. When he speaks, his voice is measured, controlled. You're right. It's a risk. It's not just a risk. It's professional suicide for both of us. I know, but he doesn't sound concerned enough. Doesn't sound like he's processing the full magnitude of how badly this could implode. The trial's going to last another 2 weeks minimum. I continue. Morrison's got 3 more witnesses. You'll put on your defense, which'll take at least a week. Then closing arguments, jury deliberation. That's weeks of us pretending we're not. I stop. Can't quite say it out loud. Weeks of lying to everyone around us. We don't have to lie. Hudson leans back, crosses his arms. We just have to be discreet. Discreet. I nearly laugh. You think we can be discreet when every reporter in that courthouse is looking for a story? When my followers dissect every post I make? When one dinner together could blow up into a scandal? Then we don't have dinner together. We meet here, neutral territory. No one from the courthouse comes to this place. Until they do. Until someone follows you or me, or we get unlucky and the wrong person walks in at the wrong time. I'm getting louder now, frustration bleeding through. This isn't sustainable. Hudson's watching me with that intensity he gets, the one that makes me feel like he's cross-examining my soul. What are you saying? I'm saying we stop now, before it gets worse. Worse than what? Than last night? His voice drops lower. Because I'm pretty sure last night was about as good as it gets. Heat crawls up my neck. Don't what? Acknowledge that we're both adults who wanted something and took it? That it was incredible and you know it was? It doesn't matter how good it was. I force myself to meet his eyes. What matters is that we're in the middle of a trial where I'm supposed to be objective and you're supposed to be professional. And sleeping together destroys both those things. You're still objective. Your coverage hasn't changed. Hasn't it? The question sits between us, heavy and accusing. Because Demi thinks I'm leaning too hard for the defense. She thinks you're feeding me narrative and I'm buying it. And maybe she's right. Hudson's expression hardens. You think I'm manipulating you? I think we're both in over our heads and pretending we're not. The bartender appears, asks if we want anything. Hudson orders whiskey without looking away from me. I shake my head, and she disappears again. When his drink arrives, he takes a long pull before speaking. I'm not manipulating you. I'm giving you information that's relevant to the case. Information the prosecution's deliberately ignoring because it doesn't fit their narrative. Information that helps Veronica. Information that's true. He leans forward, intensity ratcheting up. Carmen's tracking down Daniel Ortiz, Mauricio's cousin. If he knows something, if there's evidence that Mauricio hired someone to kill Elena, that changes everything. Despite myself, my reporter instincts kick in. You found him? Not yet, but Carmen's working on it. Hudson pulls out his phone, scrolls to something, turns it so I can see. Veronica remembers seeing him with Mauricio in the weeks before Elena died. Young guy, early 20s, always wore a Yankees cap. If we can get him to talk, that's a big if. It's a lead, more than we had yesterday. His eyes lock on mine. And if you cover it, if you present the possibility that someone else killed Elena, your followers will pay attention. They'll start questioning the prosecution's narrative, which helps your case, which helps the truth. I want to believe him, want to trust that he's operating from genuine conviction and not just strategic maneuvering. But we're sitting in a bar where we met to talk about the case and ended up in his bed, and I can still feel the ghost of his hands on my skin. Hudson, I take a breath. Even if Daniel Ortiz exists, even if he knows something, that doesn't change what we did. We crossed a line. I know. And we can't uncross it. I know that too. But he's watching me with an expression that says he doesn't regret it, not even a little. We have to stop, I say again, quieter this time. Before someone gets hurt. Who's getting hurt? We're both consenting adults. We know what we're doing. Do we? My voice cracks despite my best efforts. Because I don't think either of us thought past last night. Didn't consider what happens when this trial ends and we're still, whatever this is. Hudson's quiet for a long moment. When he speaks, his voice is soft, careful. What if I want there to be something after the trial ends? My heart does something complicated in my chest. You don't mean that? Don't tell me what I mean. Hudson. He reaches across the table, takes my hand before I can pull away. His thumb traces circles on my palm, and the touch sends electricity up my arm, despite every rational thought screaming at me to stop this. I'm not asking you to make any decisions now, he says. I'm just saying, maybe we don't have to end this. Maybe we just have to be careful. Careful how? We keep meeting here. We don't interact at the courthouse beyond professional necessity. We're discreet. His hand tightens on mine. And when the trial's over, when there's no ethical complication, we figure out what this is. Together. It's a terrible plan, full of holes and assumptions and ways it could blow up spectacularly. But the way he's looking at me, like I'm something worth the risk, makes me want to say yes anyway. I pull my hand back, need the distance to think. If we do this, and I'm not saying we are, we set rules, hard boundaries. Okay? No public meetings, no text that could be misconstrued, no slip-ups at the courthouse. I'm making a list in my head, trying to cover every angle. And if it starts affecting my coverage or your case, we stop immediately. Agreed. He says it too easily, like he's already thought this through, already planned for contingencies. Maybe he has. Hudson's always 3 steps ahead, always strategizing. It's what makes him good at his job. It's also what makes him dangerous to be around. And nobody can know, I add. Not Marcus, not Rebecca, not Demi, nobody. Nobody, he confirms. This stays between us. His phone buzzes. He glances at it, frowns. Carmen, she's got a lead on Daniel. My instincts sharpen. What kind of lead? Mutual friend who might know where he's living. She's going to try to set up a meeting. He looks up. If this works, if Daniel talks, you'll want the story. If he implicates Mauricio in Elena's murder, everyone will want the story. But you'll have it first. Inside access. Hudson stands, drops cash on the table for his drink. That's what you do, right? Get the story no one else can? He's baiting me, dangling the exclusive like he knows exactly how to hook my attention. The frustrating part is that it's working. When's the meeting? Don't know yet. Carmen's working on it. He pauses, looks down at me. But when it happens, you'll be the first call I make. Why? Because you care about the truth. Same as me. He leans down, voice dropping to just above a whisper. And because I trust you. The admission lands heavy. Trust. After everything, after our breakup, after 6 years of silence, after last night's monumentally stupid decision, he trusts me. I should say something, acknowledge it, but my throat's tight and the words won't come. Hudson straightens, pulls on his coat. I need to get back to trial prep. Yang's testimony tomorrow, and we need to be ready. Yeah, I should. I gesture vaguely. Content planning, follower engagement, the usual. The usual. His mouth quirks again, and there's something in his eyes that makes my stomach flip. See you in court, CJ. He leaves before I can respond. I sit there in the empty bar, my untouched water bottle sweating condensation onto the table, brain spinning through everything that just happened. We didn't stop. We should have, but we didn't. Instead, we made rules, set boundaries, agreed to keep going in secret while the trial continues, and the world watches, and the risk of discovery grows with every passing day. Smart? No. Sustainable? Probably not. But when I think about Hudson's hand on mine, about the way he looked at me when he said he trusts me, about the possibility of something real existing after this trial ends, I can't quite bring myself to walk away. Not yet. Maybe not ever. You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 18. Hudson. On Thursday, my phone explodes at 6:43 in the morning. Not literally, but close enough. The vibration rattles across my nightstand, dragging me out of sleep that wasn't really sleep anyway. Just that shallow dozing state where you're half aware the alarm's about to go off. I grab it, squint at the screen. Carmen's name flashes. Yeah? My voice comes out rough, unused. Daniel's in the hospital. She's talking fast, words tumbling over each other. He jumped out a window when he heard me at his door, broke both his legs. I'm upright immediately, brain kicking into gear despite the hour. What? I tracked him down to this trashy apartment in Queens, knocked on the door, identified myself. Next thing I hear is breaking glass and screaming. Carmen's breathing hard like she's running. Neighbors called 911. EMTs just loaded him into an ambulance. Jesus Christ. I press my palm against my forehead, processing. Which hospital? Elmhurst. They're taking him to Elmhurst. I'm on my way. Already moving, grabbing clothes from my closet. Carmen, did you talk to him at all? No, just heard the crash and then chaos. Hudson. Her voice cracks. He ran from me. Why would he run unless he's guilty? Don't jump to conclusions. I yank on pants, wedge the phone between my shoulder and ear. Could be drugs, could be warrants, could be he's just scared of someone connected to Elena's case. We don't know yet. But just stay there. Talk to the neighbors if any of them saw anything. I'll handle Daniel. I hang up before she can argue, pull on a shirt, grab my coat. My fingers move on autopilot, typing out a text to Camilla. Daniel Ortiz jumped out a window running from Carmen. Broke both legs. Elmhurst Hospital. Thought you'd want to know. Could be content for your platform. Send it before I can second guess. She wanted the story. Here's the story, unfolding in real time. The hospital's a 30-minute drive in morning traffic. I make it in 22, ignoring speed limits and running one very questionable yellow light. Elmhurst Hospital's emergency entrance is the usual controlled chaos, ambulances pulling in, people rushing through automatic doors, that particular smell of antiseptic and human misery that all ERs share. I flash my bar card at the intake desk, put on my best professional voice. I'm looking for Daniel Ortiz. Came in within the last hour, broken legs from a fall. The nurse checks her computer, expression bored. Are you family? I'm his attorney. Lie. Complete and total lie. Daniel doesn't know I exist, let alone that I'm representing him. But the nurse doesn't question it. Just gives me a room number and points down a hallway. He's still being assessed. You'll need to wait. I head down the corridor she indicated, navigating around gurneys and medical equipment and the general chaos of an ER at shift change. Room 247 sits at the end, curtain partially drawn. Through the gap, I catch a glimpse of Daniel Ortiz. Young. Early 20s, like Veronica said. Latino, currently pale with pain and fear, both legs in temporary splints that look incredibly painful. His face is streaked with tears and dirt, probably from the fall. A doctor's examining him, speaking in low tones. I wait until she steps out before approaching. Daniel Ortiz? His head whips toward me, eyes going wide. Who are you? Hudson Rockwell. I'm a lawyer. I keep my voice calm, non-threatening. I heard about your fall. Wanted to make sure you're okay. I don't need a lawyer. You jumped out a second-story window when someone knocked on your door. Pretty sure you need something. He turns away, jaw clenched. Get out. Instead, I step closer, lower my voice. I'm defending Veronica Sinclair in the Elena Vega murder trial. The reaction is immediate. His whole body tenses, hands gripping the bed rails hard enough his knuckles go white. I said get out. Not until we talk. I pull up a chair, sit without invitation. See, here's the thing. You ran from Carmen Vega, Elena's sister, which tells me you know something about what happened to her. I don't know stuff. Nonsense. I lean forward, elbows on my knees. You were with Mauricio all the time. Elena mentioned seeing you two together in the weeks before she died. And now you're breaking your legs jumping out windows instead of having a conversation. Daniel's breathing faster now, chest heaving. He looks like he might pass out. Daniel. I gentle my voice. I'm not here to hurt you. I'm not NYPD. I'm not prosecution. I'm just trying to figure out what really happened to Elena. Veronica killed her. But there's no conviction in his voice. Did she? Or did Mauricio send someone to do it while he maintained his alibi? Silence, the kind that screams guilt. I press forward, careful. Here's what I can offer you. You talk to me, give me information that leads to Elena's real killer. I will personally guarantee you privileges. Immunity deals, witness protection if you need it, anything and everything that keeps you safe while we pursue justice. You can't guarantee stuff. I can try. And trying's better than what you've got right now, which is 2 broken legs and eventually some very pointed questions from detectives who will absolutely connect you to Mauricio and Elena. His eyes are wet now, tears spilling over. I didn't kill her. I believe you. And surprisingly, I do. This kid's terrified, guilty about something, but he doesn't have the look of someone who committed murder. But you know who did? I can't... His voice breaks. If I talk, Mauricio will. Mauricio's going down whether you talk or not. Carmen's building a case against him. The police will eventually circle back. It's just a question of whether you're a witness or an accomplice. That lands. I watch the realization settle over him. Watch him understand that his choices are narrowing with every passing second. I need protection. It comes out as a whisper. You'll have it, I swear. From Mauricio. From his people. He's got connections, man. People who'll get you protection. NYPD witness protection. Federal if necessary. But I need information first. Daniel closes his eyes, tears streaming down his face now. His whole body shaking. Shock, pain, fear, all of it hitting at once. You have to swear you'll help me, man. I'll do everything I can, I reply earnestly. I lean in, desperate for the information that this kid clearly has on the tip of his tongue. So talk.
Chapter 19. Camilla. The coffee shop smells like cinnamon and burnt espresso. I'm tucked into a corner table, laptop open, phone propped against my water bottle as I film. Outside, snow falls in thick, silent curtains, coating the city in fresh white that'll turn to gray slush by tomorrow. So here's what we know, I say into the camera, keeping my voice low enough to not disturb other customers. Daniel Ortiz, cousin of Elena Vega's ex-boyfriend Mauricio Torres, literally jumped out a second-story window this morning when Carmen Vega showed up at his apartment. Broke both legs. He's currently at Elmhurst Hospital, under police guard. I pause. Let that sink in for my followers. The comments are already rolling in. Speculation, theories, wild accusations. Now, the question everyone's asking is why? Why would someone break both their legs rather than have a conversation with a grieving sister? I lean closer to the camera. I'll be updating you as more information comes in, but this is a major development in the Veronica Sinclair trial. Stay tuned. I end the recording, immediately start editing. Cut out the pause where I checked my notes, adjust the lighting, add captions. My hands move on autopilot, muscle memory from thousands of similar videos. Hudson's text came through at 7:03 this morning. I was already awake, staring at my ceiling. Replaying our conversation from yesterday, the rules we set, the boundaries we agreed to, the spectacularly stupid decision to keep seeing each other in secret while the trial continues. But when his message appeared, all that internal debate evaporated. This is the story. This is what matters. I post the video, watch the views tick up immediately. 3,000 in the first minute, 5,000, 10. My phone buzzes with a text from Demi. Saw your post. How'd you get this so fast? I stare at the message, fingers hovering over the keyboard. Because Hudson texted me at dawn from outside a hospital where he's currently interviewing a potential witness. Because we have an arrangement that gives me inside access to defense strategy in exchange for, what? Favorable coverage? Objective reporting with a sympathetic slant? The lines blur more every day. I type back, good sources, why? 3 dots appear, disappear, appear again. Just wondering, you've been breaking news on this trial faster than traditional media? Makes me curious who's feeding you information. My stomach tightens. Delete the response I started typing. Try again. I work my sources like everyone else. What's this really about? The dots don't appear this time. I watch the screen for 30 seconds, then give up and set my phone face down on the table. Upload the video to Instagram, TikTok, YouTube Shorts, write a Twitter thread breaking down the timeline. Post carousel images on Instagram with key details highlighted. The engagement's insane. Comments pouring in, speculation running wild, my follower count ticking up as the post gets shared across platforms. This is what I do. This is my job. Break news, engage my audience. Provide analysis and context they won't get from traditional outlets. So why does it feel like I'm standing on quicksand? I'm reviewing analytics when someone slides into the seat across from me. Demi. She's in her usual all-black ensemble. Turtleneck, leather jacket, jeans that probably cost more than my rent. Her dark hair is pulled back in a severe ponytail, and the expression on her face is pure business. How the hell did you get here so fast? We need to talk. Demi doesn't even hesitate. And I was in the neighborhood, noticed the coffee shop background from your video. My defenses go up immediately. Talk about what? About how you knew Daniel Ortiz was in the hospital before the police released any information. About how you've been breaking story after story with suspiciously perfect timing. She leans forward, voice dropping. About who your source is. I'm not revealing my sources. You don't have to. Her eyes bore into mine. It's Hudson Rockwell. I know it's him. The coffee shop suddenly feels too warm, too small, like the walls are closing in. That's ridiculous. Is it? Because I've been watching you, CJ. The way you cover his cross-examinations with just a little more detail than anyone else. The way you frame defense arguments sympathetically while maintaining plausible deniability about bias. The way you broke the Carmen Vega interview within hours of Rockwell mentioning Mauricio Torres in court. Coincidence. Nonsense. She doesn't raise her voice, but the word lands like a slap. You're getting fed information directly from the defense team, and unless you're suddenly best friends with Rebecca Santos or Marcus Webb, that means it's coming from Rockwell himself. I force myself to meet her eyes. Stay calm. Don't give anything away. Even if I were talking to the defense, which I'm not confirming, that's not unethical. Reporters talk to attorneys all the time. Reporters disclose their relationships with sources, especially when those sources have a vested interest in shaping coverage. Demi pulls out her phone, scrolls to something, turns it so I can see. This is from your Instagram story last night. Quote, "The prosecution's case relies heavily on circumstantial evidence and emotional testimony, but lacks physical proof linking Veronica Sinclair to the actual murder." Sound familiar? It does. Because Hudson said almost exactly that yesterday in the bar. That's basic legal analysis. That's defense talking points. She sets her phone down. And you know it. My hands clench under the table. What do you want, Demi? I want to know if you're screwing him. The question hits like ice water. Excuse me? Hudson Rockwell? Are you sleeping with him? She says it calmly, like she's asking about the weather. Because that would explain a lot. The inside access, the sympathetic coverage, the way you've been defending defense strategy, like it's your job, instead of covering it objectively. I can feel heat crawling up my neck, my face. Every cell in my body screaming at me to deny it, to lie convincingly, to protect the secret Hudson and I agreed to keep. But Demi's watching me with those sharp, assessing eyes that miss nothing. And she already knows. This is insane, I manage. You're accusing me of, what? Trading sex for information? I'm accusing you of having a relationship with a key figure in a trial you're covering, and not disclosing it to your audience. She leans back, crosses her arms. Am I wrong? Yes, no. My personal life is my business. Not when it compromises your professional coverage. Not when it misleads your followers about your objectivity. Her voice hardens. You built your platform on transparency, CJ. On being the authentic alternative to traditional media's nonsense. But this is the same kind of ethical violation you'd crucify a mainstream journalist for. She's right. God damn it, she's right. I grab my coffee cup, need something to do with my hands. It's gone cold, but I take a sip anyway. What do you want? I want you to step back from this trial, lose your press credentials, stop the daily coverage, let someone else handle it. Absolutely not. Then I'll leak it. No hesitation, no mercy. I'll post about your relationship with Rockwell, about how you've been getting fed defense strategy, about how your coverage is compromised by personal involvement. Your followers will turn on you, Your credibility will be destroyed. Everything you've built will collapse. The threat sits between us, sharp and real. I set my cup down carefully, afraid if I move too fast, I'll throw it at her face. You're blackmailing me. I'm giving you an out, a chance to preserve some integrity before this blows up publicly. Her expression doesn't soften. Because it will blow up, CJ. Maybe not today, maybe not this week, but eventually someone else will notice what I noticed, and when they do, you won't have any control over the narrative. My phone buzzes. A notification that my latest post just hit 50,000 views. Comments still pouring in, engagement skyrocketing. My platform growing with every breaking news update I provide. All of it built on information Hudson's giving me. Information I'm not disclosing comes from the defense team. Information that makes me look like an investigative genius while hiding the ethical compromise underneath. I can't just stop covering the trial, I say quietly. Your followers expect honesty, transparency, the authentic coverage you promised them. Demi leans forward again. What they're getting is a PR campaign for the defense disguised as objective reporting. And you know it. I do know it. Have known it since that first conversation with Hudson, since he offered me access to Carmen Vega, since every strategic leak and carefully framed narrative that I've accepted without questioning the source. But knowing it and admitting it are different things. How did you figure it out? The question slips out. I've been doing this longer than you. I recognize the patterns. She pauses. Plus, I saw you two leaving the courthouse together last week. The way he looked at you wasn't professional courtesy. We were careful. We thought we were careful. No one else noticed, Demi continues. Yet, but they will, and when they do, you'll have more problems than just losing followers. Like what? Like Morrison's team calling for a mistrial based on defense misconduct. Like the judge sanctioning Rockwell for improper media contact. Like your entire platform being used as evidence of ethical violations. She stands, pulls on her coat. Step down, CJ, before you destroy both your careers. She leaves without waiting for a response. I sit there, staring at my laptop screen, where my latest video continues racking up views, my phone buzzing with notifications, my carefully constructed platform humming along like everything's fine. But nothing's fine. Demi's right about all of it. The compromised coverage, the undisclosed relationship, the inevitable exposure that'll turn my transparency brand into a punchline. And she knows about me and Hudson. Which means the secret we swore to keep isn't secret anymore. I pull out my phone with shaking hands, open my messages. Hudson's contact sits at the top, that text from this morning still showing. My fingers hover over the keyboard. Delete the message I start typing. Try again, delete again. Finally settle on. We have a problem. Call me. Send it before I lose my nerve. Then I sit there in the coffee shop, watching snow fall outside the window, and wait for my world to implode.
Chapter 20. Hudson. The confession pours out of Daniel like poison he's been holding too long. Mauricio didn't want to get his hands dirty. Daniel's voice shakes, eyes fixed on the ceiling like he can't bear to look at me. Said it'd be suspicious if he went anywhere near Elena. The restraining order, the stalking accusations, cops were watching him. I leaned forward, every muscle tense. So he sent someone else. He sent Shiloh. The name comes out as a whisper. Low-time gangster from the Bronx. Guy who'd do anything for cash and didn't ask questions. My brain's already racing ahead, cataloging implications, building the narrative. Mauricio hired him to kill Elena. To scare her at first. That's what Mauricio told me. Just rough her up. Make her drop the restraining order. Show her he was still in control. Daniel's breath catches. But then the lawsuit happened. Elena was talking about going public with everything. The stalking, the threats, all of it. Mauricio said she was going to destroy his reputation. So the plan changed. Yeah. Tears streamed down Daniel's face now. Mauricio gave Shiloh 20 grand. Cash. Told him to make it look like an accident. Told him Elena would be at the Sinclair estate that night, that security would be off, that she'd be alone by the pool house. Jesus Christ. I forced my voice to stay level. And you know this how? Because Mauricio told me. Bragged about it after. Daniel's shaking harder now, whole body trembling. Said he had the perfect alibi. Stayed in his apartment all night, security footage and everything. Meanwhile, Shiloh did the job and disappeared back to the Bronx. When did Mauricio tell you this? 3 days after Elena died. We were drinking at his place and he just said it. Like he was proud. Like he'd pulled off something clever. Daniel finally looks at me, eyes red and desperate. I didn't know what to do. He's family, man. He's my cousin. But he killed her. He killed her. I pull out my phone, hands steady despite the adrenaline surging through me. I'm recording this. Everything you just said. You understand that? Yeah. And you'll testify to this in court? Under oath? The pause stretches. Daniel's breathing is ragged, terrified. If you get me protection, real protection, Mauricio finds out I talked, he'll kill me too. You'll have protection. YPD, federal marshals if necessary. But I need you to be absolutely certain about what you're saying. No speculation, no assumptions. Just facts. It's facts. I swear to God, it's facts. His voice breaks. Mauricio killed Elena. Shiloh was just the weapon, and Veronica Sinclair had nothing to do with it. The words land like thunder. I'm already standing, phone pressed to my ear as I dial Marcus. He answers on the second ring. We've got it, I say before he can speak. Daniel Ortiz just confessed that Mauricio Torres hired someone named Shiloh to kill Elena, low-time gangster from the Bronx. Mauricio maintained his alibi while Shiloh did the job. Silence. Then, damn. I'm recording Daniel's statement now. We need to contact Morrison immediately, get this to Judge Hawkins, arrange protection for Daniel before word gets out. I'm already walking, heading toward the ER exit. This changes everything. I'll call Rebecca, get her on conference with Morrison's office. Where are you? Elmhurst Hospital. Daniel's here with 2 broken legs from jumping out a window when Carmen showed up. Kid's terrified, Marcus. We need protection in place before he changes his mind, or Mauricio finds out he talked. On it. Stay with Daniel. Don't let him out of your sight. He hangs up. I turn back toward Daniel's room, mind spinning through the implications. Veronica's innocent. Actually, completely provably innocent. The prosecution's entire case just collapsed. This is it. This is what we needed. My phone buzzes. Camilla's text. We have a problem. Call me. Not now. Whatever it is, it can wait. I'm in the middle of breaking this case wide open. I pocket my phone, head back to Daniel's room. A doctor's checking his vitals, adjusting the splints. Daniel looks even paler than before, shock settling deeper. Mr. Ortiz needs police protection, I tell the doctor. Immediately. He's a material witness in a murder investigation, and his life's in danger. The doctor looks skeptical. I'll notify hospital security. Not hospital security, NYPD. Detectives who can arrange witness protection. I pull out my card, hand it to her. Call this number. Ask for Detective Ramirez. Tell him Hudson Rockwell has a witness who can identify Elena Vega's killer. Her eyes widen. You're serious. Completely serious. Do it now. She leaves. I sit back down next to Daniel, who's watching me with something like hope breaking through the terror. You really think they'll protect me? I know they will, because your testimony puts Mauricio away for life. I lean forward. But Daniel, I need you to understand something. Once you testify, there's no taking it back. Mauricio will know you talked. His lawyers will come after you hard. Are you prepared for that? I'm prepared to do the right thing. His voice is steadier now. Elena didn't deserve what happened to her, and Veronica Sinclair sure as hell doesn't deserve to go to prison for something she didn't do. My phone rings. Marcus. Morrison wants a meeting. Her office, 1 hour. She's bringing Ramirez. He sounds energized, sharp. Rebecca's pulling case law on exculpatory evidence and prosecutorial duty to disclose. If Daniel's testimony is credible, Morrison has to drop the charges against Veronica immediately. It's credible. Kid's terrified, but he's telling the truth. I glance at Daniel. Ramirez needs to get to Elmhurst Hospital now. Daniel Ortiz is a material witness who needs protection before Mauricio finds out he talked. I'll make it happen. Get to Morrison's office. We're ending this today. The call ends. I stand, look down at Daniel. Detectives are on their way. Don't talk to anyone except them and me. Understand? Yeah. And Daniel? Thank you. For doing the right thing. He nods, tears still streaming. Just keep me alive, man. I will. I promise. I leave the hospital, step out into the snow that's falling harder now. The city's muffled, sounds dampened by the white curtain descending. My phone buzzes again. Camilla. Right, her text. The problem she mentioned. I pull it up, reread it. We have a problem. Call me. Whatever it is, it'll have to wait. I'm about to walk into Morrison's office with evidence that destroys her case and frees my client. I'll call her after. Explain everything. Share the victory. But first, I need to end this trial. I hail a cab, give Morrison's office address. The driver navigates through snow-clogged streets while I review my notes, mentally preparing for the meeting ahead. This is it, the moment every defense attorney dreams of. Walking into the prosecutor's office with evidence so compelling, they have no choice but to dismiss. My phone buzzes one more time. Camilla again. Hudson, seriously, we need to talk now. I stare at the message, debate calling her back, but the cab's pulling up to Morrison's building. Rebecca's already here. I can see her through the lobby windows. Marcus is probably upstairs. I type back. In a meeting, I'll call you after. Trust me, you're going to want this story. Send it. Put my phone on silent. Head inside to destroy the prosecution's case and save Veronica Sinclair's life. Camilla can wait an hour. Whatever problem she's worried about, it can't be bigger than this.
Chapter 21. Camilla. I filmed the video 3 times before I get it right. First take, too emotional, voice cracking. Second take, too defensive, like I'm making excuses. Third take, professional, calm, the version that won't fall apart under scrutiny. I sit on my couch, phone propped on the coffee table, late afternoon light streaming through my apartment windows. Behind me, my bookshelves are visible, curated but casual. The backdrop my followers know. Deep breath. Record. Hey everyone, I need to talk to you about something important. My hands fold in my lap, visible in frame. Deliberate body language. Open, honest, not hiding. As you know, I've been covering the Veronica Sinclair trial extensively. Breaking news, providing analysis, giving you inside access to one of the biggest cases of the year. Pause. Let them hear the shift coming. What I haven't disclosed is that I have a personal connection to this case that creates a conflict of interest I can no longer ignore. The words taste like ash. I'm stepping back from coverage of the Veronica Sinclair trial, effective immediately. My throat tightens. Push through. I want to be clear. This isn't about the quality of my reporting or the validity of the information I've shared. It's about maintaining the transparency and integrity you've come to expect from this platform. I've always promised you honesty, and that means acknowledging when I can no longer cover a story objectively. I force myself to maintain eye contact with the camera. I won't be discussing the specific reasons for this decision at this time. I'm asking you to respect that boundary and trust that I'm doing what's right for both my platform and the people involved in this case. Another pause. Shorter this time. I know this is disappointing. I'm disappointed too, but I'd rather step away with my integrity intact than continue coverage that compromises everything I've built with you. I lean forward slightly. Thank you for understanding. Regular content will resume next week with other cases and stories I'm passionate about. I appreciate your continued support. End recording. I watched the playback twice, looking for anything that screams guilt or suggests more than I'm saying. It's clean, professional, vague enough to protect Hudson while clear enough that my followers will know I'm serious. My finger hovers over the post button. This kills the momentum I've built. 50,000 followers gained in 2 weeks, engagement through the roof, brand deals starting to come in, all of it riding on Veronica Sinclair coverage that I'm about to walk away from. Demi's right. I know she's right. But knowing it doesn't make posting this video any easier. I tap share before I lose my nerve. The video goes live across all platforms simultaneously: Instagram, TikTok, YouTube. I watch the view count tick up immediately. My followers are loyal, engaged, waiting for updates. The comments start within seconds. What? No way. Did something happen? This is so professional of you, CJ. But we need your coverage. You're the only one doing real analysis. I close the apps before I can read more. Set my phone face down on the couch. Done. It's done. My phone buzzes. Once, twice, 15 times in rapid succession. Notifications flooding in, followers reacting. Other true crime creators commenting. Traditional media probably already writing articles about my sudden exit from the biggest trial of the year. I ignore all of it, stand up, walk to my kitchen, stare at the cabinets like they contain answers. What I need is food. Real food. Not the coffee and granola bar that constituted breakfast 8 hours ago. I yank open the fridge. Vegetables that might be going bad. Chicken breast from 3 days ago. Pasta. Marinara sauce. Fine. Pasta? I pull out a pot with more force than necessary, fill it with water, slam it onto the stove, turn the burner to high. My phone buzzes again. I grab it, ready to silence the damn thing completely. Demi's text. Saw your video. You're doing the right thing. The right thing. Yeah. The right thing that just torpedoed weeks of work. The right thing that's going to send thousands of my followers to other creators who'll fill the void I'm leaving. The right thing that means I'm missing the biggest break in this case. Daniel Ortiz's confession that Hudson's probably leveraging right now into Veronica's freedom. I type back. Thanks. Delete it. Try again. I know. Send that instead. The water's not boiling yet. I grab olive oil, garlic, red pepper flakes. Start prepping because my hands need something to do before I throw my phone through the window. Mince garlic. More aggressive than necessary. The knife hitting the cutting board with sharp, angry thwacks. This is Hudson's fault. No, that's not fair. This is my fault for saying yes when he asked me to dinner. My fault for not setting boundaries from the start. My fault for sleeping with him when I knew it would compromise everything. But God, I'm still pissed. Pissed that I missed out on this opportunity because I couldn't keep my professional and personal lives separate. Pissed that Demi gets to be the one who swoops in with ethical superiority while I'm left holding the consequences of my choices. Pissed that other creators are going to capitalize on my absence, building their platforms on the trial coverage I pioneered. The water boils. I dump in pasta, don't bother measuring. Just pour until the pot's full enough. My phone rings. Hudson. Finally. 45 minutes after my "we need to talk now" text, he's calling back. I grab the phone, answer without preamble. Where the hell have you been? Morrison's office. Camilla. You're not going to believe what... Demi knows. Silence on the other end. Demi knows about us. I continue, voice tight. Figured it out from watching our interactions at the courthouse. Put together that I'm getting fed information from you. Confronted me this morning and threatened to go public if I didn't step back from trial coverage. More silence. I can practically hear his lawyer brain working, processing implications, strategizing responses. Damn. Yeah, damn. I stirred the pasta harder than necessary, sauce splashing. So I posted a video 20 minutes ago announcing I'm stepping away from the Veronica Sinclair trial. Cited conflict of interest, didn't specify what kind, asked my followers to respect my privacy. Camilla, don't. The word comes out sharper than I intend. Just don't. I'm handling it. My platform, my problem. This affects both of us. It affects me more. You've still got your case. You're still defending Veronica, still working toward your big win. I'm the one who just tanked weeks of momentum and handed my competitors an opening to fill the void I'm leaving. Hudson's quiet for a moment. When he speaks, his voice is careful. I'm sorry. I know this isn't what you wanted. What I wanted was to cover the biggest trial of the year without compromising my integrity. What I got was a relationship that forced me to choose between my career and my ethics. I yank the pot off the burner, dump pasta into a strainer. Steam rises in a hot cloud. And I chose ethics, so congratulations, you win. This isn't about winning. Of course it is. Everything with you is about winning. The words pour out now. Months of frustration bleeding through. You're so focused on your case, on saving Veronica, on being the brilliant defense attorney who finds the magic witness and destroys the prosecution's narrative. You don't stop to think about collateral damage. That's not fair, isn't it? You texted me at 7 a.m. about Daniel Ortiz jumping out a window, framed it as content for my platform, like you were doing me a favor. Meanwhile, you were using me to get ahead of the story, to control the narrative before Morrison could spin it her way. I was giving you information. You were manipulating me, same as you've been doing since that first dinner. I'm dumping pasta back into the pot now, adding sauce, mixing with sharp, angry movements. Feed Camilla information that supports the defense. Watch her present it to her followers as objective analysis. Build public sympathy for Veronica while maintaining plausible deniability about influencing media coverage. I never lied to you about what I was doing. You didn't have to. You just had to sleep with me and trust that I'd be too compromised to question your motives. The silence stretches, long enough that I wonder if he's hung up. Is that really what you think? That I slept with you to manipulate your coverage? I don't know what to think anymore. My voice cracks despite my best efforts. All I know is that I just walked away from the biggest opportunity of my career because continuing meant lying to everyone who trusts me. And I can't do that, not even for you. Camilla, I don't want to see you again. The words come out quiet but final. After this trial ends, after Veronica's acquitted or convicted, or whatever happens, we're done. No more meetings, no more phone calls, no more pretending there's something here worth salvaging. You don't mean that. I absolutely mean it. I grab a bowl, dump pasta into it without finesse. We're toxic together, Hudson. We always have been. College ended in flames, and this is ending the same way. The only difference is now I'm smart enough to walk away before it gets worse. It doesn't have to be like this. Yes, it does. Because I can't trust you, and you can't stop using people to win your cases, and neither of us should have thought we could make this work. I hang up before he can respond. Stand there in my kitchen, Pasta bowl in one hand, phone in the other, breathing hard like I've just run a marathon. My phone rings again immediately. I silence it, set it face down on the counter. The pasta's already getting cold, sauce congealing at the edges. I grab a fork anyway, force myself to take a bite. It tastes like cardboard, but I eat it anyway because my body needs fuel and my brain needs something to focus on, besides the conversation that just ended. 3 bites in, my phone buzzes with a text. I ignore it. 5 more bites. Another buzz. Still ignore it.
Chapter 22. Hudson. Coffee at midnight tastes like regret and desperation. I'm in my office at the firm, surrounded by case files that don't matter anymore, staring at my phone like it might suddenly reveal the magic words that'll fix everything. It doesn't. Hasn't for 3 days. The trial's basically over. Morrison dropped the charges this morning after Daniel's testimony became public record, and the NYPD arrested Shiloh Mendez in the Bronx. Veronica walked out of that courtroom a free woman, tears streaming down her face, Rebecca and Marcus flanking her while cameras flashed, and reporters shouted questions that I tried to field off gracefully. I should feel victorious. Should feel that high defense attorney's chase, the one you get when you save an innocent person from the system hell-bent on destroying them. Instead, I feel hollow, because Camilla's not answering my calls. Hasn't since that conversation where she told me we're toxic and she's done, and I need to stop pretending there's something here worth salvaging. I drain the coffee. It's gone cold, bitter. Matches my mood. My laptop screen glows in the darkness, pulled up to Camilla's social media. She posted once since stepping back from the trial, a video about a cold case in Ohio, her voice professional and distant, none of that fire she had when covering Veronica's case. The comments are supportive. Her followers trust her, respect the decision she made. They don't know she made it because some podcaster figured out we were sleeping together and threatened to blow up both our careers. They don't know she sacrificed weeks of work, thousands of followers, countless opportunities because she chose ethics over ambition. They don't know I'm the reason she had to make that choice in the first place. My phone sits on the desk, dark and silent. I've texted her 4 times since Thursday. Called twice. Left one voicemail that probably sounded pathetic because it was. Nothing. Radio silence. The smart move is to let it go. Accept that we tried, it didn't work. Chalk it up to bad timing and irreconcilable differences. Move on with my life. Focus on the career that's about to explode after this win. Except I can't. Can't stop thinking about the way she looked at me in that bar when I told her I trusted her. Can't stop remembering how she felt in my arms, how her voice cracked when she said she chose ethics over us, how she walked away from everything because staying meant compromising who she is. She did the right thing, and I'm sitting here drowning in coffee and self-pity because I miss her so much it physically hurts. Pathetic. There's a knock on my office door. I don't look up. Go away, Marcus. Not Marcus. My head snaps up. Marcus Webb stands in the doorway. Hey. I'm on my feet immediately. I didn't know you were still here. Neither did I until I saw the light under your door. He enters without invitation, settles into one of my client chairs like he owns the place, which, technically, he does. Thought you'd be out celebrating. Biggest win of your career. Veronica Sinclair walking free. Your name all over the news. Just catching up on paperwork. Nonsense. He gestures at my desk. You're staring at your phone like it holds the secrets of the universe and drinking coffee that went cold an hour ago. That's not paperwork. That's heartbreak. I sit back down slowly. I don't know what you're talking about. Camilla Johnson, the influencer who covered your trial, and then suddenly stepped back right when things were getting interesting. Marcus leans forward. I'm old, Hudson. Not stupid. I saw the way you looked at her in that courtroom. Denial dies on my tongue. There's no point lying to a man who's been reading people for 40 years. It's complicated. Love usually is. It's not. I stop, because maybe it is. Maybe that's the problem. She walked away, said we're toxic together, that I manipulate people to win cases. Do you? The question lands like a punch. I gave her information, inside access, strategic leaks that helped build public sympathy for Veronica while maintaining Camilla's platform. That's manipulation, isn't it? Is it? Marcus tilts his head. Or is it two people with aligned interests sharing information that serves both their goals? It's using her. Did she benefit from the information? Yeah. Her platform grew like crazy. She broke stories no one else had. And did you lie to her? Mislead her? Promise things you couldn't deliver? I think back through every conversation, every text, every meeting in that depressing bar. No. Then you didn't manipulate her. You collaborated with her. Marcus stands, walks to my window. Outside, the city glows. Lights that never sleep. Stories that never stop. The girl walked away because someone called her out for a conflict of interest. That takes guts. Integrity. Most people would have doubled down, hidden it better, kept riding the wave as long as possible. She shouldn't have had to walk away at all. No, she shouldn't have. He turns to face me. But she did. Made the hard choice, the right choice, the one that cost her professional opportunities, but preserved her integrity. You know what that tells me? That I ruined her career? That she's someone worth fighting for. Marcus crosses his arms. So what are you doing here? Drowning in cold coffee and self-pity instead of fighting? The words hit like ice water. She said she doesn't want to see me again. And you believed her? Marcus actually laughs. Hudson, you just spent weeks proving that surface evidence doesn't tell the whole story. That you have to dig deeper, find the truth underneath the convenient narrative. Apply that same skill to your personal life. She meant it. Maybe. Or maybe she's scared. Maybe she's protecting herself because the alternative, admitting she still has feelings for you, means risking everything she just sacrificed. He heads for the door, pauses on the threshold. The trial's over. Veronica's free. There's no ethical complication anymore. So the question is, are you going to let the woman you love walk away because it's easier than fighting for her? The woman I love. The words settle in my chest like truth. Marcus leaves. I sit there in the darkness, his question echoing. Am I going to let her walk away? Hell no. I grab my phone, pull up Camilla's contact. My thumb hovers over the call button. Then I set it down. Calling won't work. Texting won't work. She's made up her mind, built her walls, convinced herself we're toxic. I need to show her we're not. Need to prove that what we had wasn't manipulation or professional convenience or toxic history repeating itself. Need to do the right thing, the hard thing, the thing that shows her I'm willing to fight for us. I pull up my laptop, open a blank document, start typing. Words pour out, messy, honest, everything I should have said 3 days ago when she told me we were done. Not a legal argument, not a strategic move, just truth. When I finish, it's 2 a.m. The document sits on my screen, raw and vulnerable in a way that terrifies me. I read it through once, twice. Then I hit save. Tomorrow morning I'll figure out how to get this to her. How to make her listen when she's determined not to. But tonight, I've done what I should have done from the start. I've been honest. Now I just have to pray it's enough.
Chapter 23. Camilla. Snow crunches under my boots with each step. That particular New York winter sound that feels like the city itself complaining. I don't know where I'm walking. Just know I need to move. Need the cold air biting at my face. Need something physical to distract from the hollow ache that's taken up permanent residence in my chest. Veronica's free. I saw the news this morning. Charges dropped. Mauricio Torres and Shiloh Mendez arrested. Hudson Rockwell's face plastered across every outlet as the brilliant defense attorney who cracked the case wide open. I should feel something about that. Vindication that my instincts were right, that the defense theory I'd been covering had merit, that justice actually worked this time. Instead, I feel nothing. Just this vast, empty space where excitement used to live. The sidewalk slick beneath my feet. Yesterday's snow compacted into treacherous ice patches that make every step a calculated risk. I navigate around them on autopilot, hands shoved deep in my coat pockets, scarf wrapped so tight it's almost choking me. A coffee shop appears on the corner. Not my usual spot, some chain place with steamed up windows and the generic smell of burnt espresso leaking out every time the door opens. I push inside anyway. The warmth hits like a wall. I peel off my gloves, unwrap my scarf, join the line of people who all look as miserable as I feel. Monday morning in late January. Nobody wants to be here. What can I get you? The barista's smile is professional, automatic. She's probably asked that question 10,000 times already today. Large coffee, black. She rings it up. I tap my card, grab the cup when it appears, head back out into the cold before the warmth can trick me into feeling better. The coffee burns my tongue on the first sip. I drink it anyway, welcoming the pain. At least it's something to feel besides this goddamn emptiness. My phone buzzes in my pocket. I ignore it. It's been buzzing constantly since I posted that video. Followers asking questions, other creators offering sympathy, brand deals falling through because I'm no longer covering the trial that made me relevant. Demi texted this morning. Proud of you. Drinks this week? I haven't responded. Don't know what to say. Thanks for forcing me to nuke my career trajectory. Appreciate you being right about everything. Yeah, that'll go over well. I trudge through the snow, boots leaving tracks that'll be covered within the hour. The city's already moving on, already forgetting yesterday's storm, already focused on whatever fresh disaster today brings. My building appears ahead. I should go home. Should edit the Ohio cold case video I filmed last night. Should engage with comments. Should post something on Instagram to remind my followers I still exist. Instead, I keep walking. Past my building. Past the bodega on the corner where I buy overpriced groceries. Past the dry cleaner that's never actually cleaned anything properly. Just walking, because stopping means going home, and home means staring at my laptop, and my laptop means seeing analytics that show my engagement dropping, followers migrating to other creators who are still covering the Sinclair trial's aftermath. Other creators who aren't too compromised to do their jobs. My phone buzzes again. This time I pull it out, ready to silence the damn thing completely. Hudson's name flashes on the screen. My thumb hovers over the notification. He's called 4 times since Thursday. Texted more than that. Left one voicemail I haven't listened to, because hearing his voice will crack whatever fragile control I'm maintaining. The notification disappears. No new voicemail this time, just another missed call to add to the list. I shove my phone back in my pocket. Keep walking. The snow's falling harder now, thick flakes that stick to my hair, my eyelashes, my coat. I should turn around. Should head home before the weather gets worse and I'm stuck trudging through a blizzard. But my feet keep moving forward, carrying me deeper into the city, away from my apartment and my laptop and all the evidence of what I've lost, away from the trial coverage that defined my platform for weeks, away from the followers who trusted me to be transparent, away from the possibility that I made the wrong choice, that I should have fought Demi harder, that stepping back was the coward's way out. No, that's not fair. I did the right thing. I know I did. I just wish the right thing didn't feel like swallowing glass. A crosswalk appears. I stop, waiting for the light to change, watching cars crawl through slush-filled intersections. The city looks gray today. Buildings, sky, even the snow turning dingy brown within hours of falling. Everything feels muted, dull. like someone turned down the saturation on my entire life. The light changes. I cross, still not sure where I'm going. Just know I can't go home yet. Can't face the silence of my apartment. The glow of my laptop screen. The constant reminder that I built something incredible and then walked away from it. For what? Ethics? Integrity? Some abstract concept of transparency that my followers probably don't even care about? No, they care. I know they care. It's just hard to remember that when I'm hemorrhaging engagement and watching other creators capitalize on the story I pioneered. My coffee's going cold. I drain it anyway, toss the empty cup in a trash can that's already overflowing with identical cups from identical miserable people. Hudson probably celebrated last night, probably went out with Marcus and Rebecca, toasted their victory, basked in the glow of cameras and reporters and everyone telling him how brilliant he is. Probably didn't think about me at all. Except he did. He called 4 times, which proves nothing except that he feels guilty about using me. Or maybe... No, don't go there. Don't imagine that his calls mean something more than professional courtesy. Don't construct narratives where he actually cares about more than his case and his career and his next big win. We're toxic together. I said it, meant it. Even if my chest aches every time I think about him, even if I miss his voice, his intensity, the way he looked at me like I was worth fighting for. Even if walking away was the hardest thing I've ever done. Another block, another intersection, more snow accumulating on my shoulders, weighing me down with every step. I should eat something. Can't remember the last time I had actual food instead of just coffee and the granola bar I choked down this morning. But the thought of sitting in a restaurant, surrounded by people who have their lives together, who aren't currently watching their careers implode in slow motion. No, can't do it. I'll go home, make pasta again. Eat it standing in my kitchen while staring at nothing. Tomorrow I'll be better. Tomorrow I'll edit that video, engage with followers, post something that reminds people I'm still here, still creating content, still worth following. Tomorrow I'll stop checking to see if Hudson called again. Tomorrow I'll convince myself this hollow feeling is temporary, that I'll rebuild, that stepping back from the Sinclair trial was just one decision in a long career full of decisions. Tomorrow. But today I'm just going to walk through the snow, freezing and heartbroken, and absolutely certain I made the right choice. Even if the right choice is killing me.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyla Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promised to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylaWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life
With Miss Tyla.
Chapter 24. Hudson. Flowers are harder to pick than cross-examination questions. I stand in the florist's shop, surrounded by roses and lilies and a dozen other blooms I can't name, feeling completely out of my depth. The woman behind the counter watches me with barely concealed amusement. "What's the occasion?" she asks. "Apology. Grand gesture. Possibly groveling." Her eyebrows rise. Must be some apology. It is. I gesture at the overwhelming display. What says, "I'm sorry I compromised your career and then didn't fight hard enough when you walked away"? She blinks. That's specific. Yeah. She moves around the counter, starts pulling stems with practiced efficiency. Peonies for apology. Tulips for forgiveness. Ranunculus because they're beautiful and she deserves beautiful things. I watch her work, assembling something that looks exponentially better than anything I could have chosen. How much? 200. I hand over my card without hesitation. Make it big. Impossible to ignore. She smiles. Now we're talking. 20 minutes later, I'm walking out with an arrangement so massive I can barely see over it. The florist included a card holder. I've already written what needs to be said. Nothing fancy, just, "Can we talk? Please." H. Not eloquent, but honest. The chocolate shop is 3 blocks away. I navigate there carefully, trying not to destroy $200 worth of flowers in the process. Inside, the smell of cocoa and sugar hits immediately. An older man in an apron greets me from behind glass cases, displaying truffles arranged like jewelry. "Help you find something?" "Dark chocolate. She likes dark chocolate." I remember her mentioning it once, years ago, during some late-night conversation I shouldn't have been paying attention to, but did anyway. The expensive kind that comes in those fancy boxes. He pulls out several options. I point at the largest. That one. "Good choice. Belgian. Single origin. 72% cacao." I have no idea what any of that means, but if it's the best, it's what Camilla deserves. He boxes it, ties it with a beautiful ribbon. I pay, add it to my growing collection of peace offerings. What else? I stand on the sidewalk, flowers in one arm, chocolates tucked under the other, trying to think like someone who's trying to win back a woman who told him to get off 3 days ago. Wine. She drinks wine. The liquor store on Lexington has a sommelier who takes one look at me and my armful of apologies and doesn't even ask questions. Just selects a bottle of red that costs $250 and says, "If this doesn't work, nothing will." That good? That good. Just as I'm exiting the store with all of my gifts in hand, a thought stops me mid-stride. What if she doesn't answer? What if she sees me through the peephole and just doesn't engage? Lets me stand there like an idiot with my flowers and chocolates and overpriced wine? Then I'll wait. However long it takes. I hail a cab because navigating the subway with this much cargo would be impossible. Give the driver Camilla's address. Watch the city slide past through windows that are starting to fog with my nervous breathing. My phone's been silent all morning. No calls, no texts. Just the deafening quiet of someone who's done talking. But the trial's over. Veronica's free. There's no conflict of interest anymore. No ethical complication. No reason we can't. Except she thinks I manipulated her. Used her platform for my case. That everything between us was strategic maneuvering disguised as feelings. And maybe part of it was. At first. When I reached out about Carmen's interview, when I fed her information that supported the defense, when I let professional convenience blend with personal attraction until I couldn't separate them anymore. But somewhere along the way, it stopped being strategy. Stopped being about the case or the coverage or maintaining favorable media narratives. Started being about her. The way she challenged me, pushed back, refused to accept easy answers. The way she saw through my lawyer nonsense and called me on it. The way she felt in my arms. The way she said my name. The way she walked away from everything because her integrity mattered more than her career. I'm in love with her. Have been since that first dinner, probably. Maybe even before that. Back in college when we were stupid kids who didn't know how to communicate without fighting. and I'm about to show up at her door with flowers and chocolate and wine like some rom-com protagonist, hoping she'll give me a chance to say what I should have said days ago. That she's right. That I did use her, at least initially. That I'm sorry for putting her in an impossible position where she had to choose between her ethics and her career. That I'm also completely, irrevocably in love with her, and walking away isn't an option I'm willing to accept. The cab pulls up outside her brownstone. I pay, gather my offerings, step out into the cold. I climb the stairs carefully, flowers blocking my view, chocolates and wine somehow balanced in my other arm. Her apartment is 3B, 3rd floor. I press the buzzer. Wait, nothing. Press again. Longer this time. Still nothing. Damn. She's not home, or she is home and ignoring me. Both options equally possible, equally frustrating. I set down the wine, pull out my phone. Text her. I'm outside your building. I know you probably don't want to see me, but I've got flowers and chocolate and wine that cost more than my dignity, and I'm not leaving until we talk. Send it. Watch the screen for 3 dots that don't appear. 5 minutes pass. My fingers start going numb from the cold. 10 minutes. A woman exits the building, gives me a suspicious look. I smile, try to look non-threatening while holding an absurd amount of flowers. 15 minutes. I'm seriously regretting not wearing a warmer coat. My phone buzzes in my pocket. I pull it out awkwardly, nearly dropping the chocolates in the process. Not Camilla. Marcus, where the hell are you? We've got 3 firms wanting to poach you after the Sinclair win. Big money offers. Need you here to discuss strategy. I stare at the message for a moment. A week ago, this would have been everything I wanted. Validation. Recognition. Proof that I'd made it. That I'm a hotshot lawyer who everyone wants. Now? It feels empty compared to getting Camilla to open her damn door. I type back one-handed, thumb fumbling on the screen. Busy. Handle it. His response comes immediately. Busy with what? This is important. I don't bother answering. Just shove the phone back in my pocket. 20 minutes standing on these steps. My nose is running from the cold. The flowers are probably dying in this freezing temperature. I'm definitely dying, feeling gradually returning to my extremities only to remind me how goddamn cold it is out here. But I'm not leaving. I can't. I finally give up on standing, my legs protesting the prolonged exposure to the winter air. I sit down on her steps, ignoring how the cold concrete seeps through my expensive suit pants. I set the flowers beside me carefully, positioning them so they won't get crushed. Then I cradle the wine and chocolates in my lap like they're the most precious, important things in the entire world. Because right now, in this moment, they are. They're my apology, my grand gesture, my completely pathetic attempt to show her that I'm willing to freeze my butt off on her doorstep for as long as it takes. That I'll sit here all night if I have to, because the alternative, walking away from this building, from her, and pretending we never mattered, that what we had wasn't real, isn't something I can do. It's not an option I'm capable of choosing.
Chapter 25. Camilla. The grocery bags cut into my palms. I shift them, trying to redistribute weight that feels heavier with every step. Wine bottles clink together, cheap red that'll taste fine once I'm 3 glasses in and stop caring about tannins or whatever the hell wine snobs go on about. My boots leave fresh tracks in the snow that's accumulated since this morning. Everything's white again, pristine for approximately 30 seconds before the city ruins it. I round the corner onto my block, already mentally cataloging what needs to happen tonight. Unpack groceries. Film something, anything, to maintain the illusion of productivity. Respond to the 17 DMs asking when I'm coming back to trial coverage. Never. The answer's never. But I can't exactly say that without explaining why. My building appears ahead. Brownstone steps covered in fresh powder that nobody's bothered to shovel yet. And sitting on those steps, looking half frozen and completely ridiculous, is Hudson Rockwell. I stop walking. He hasn't seen me yet, He's hunched over something in his lap, shoulders covered in snow, expensive suit completely inappropriate for extended outdoor sitting. Next to him sits the most absurd bouquet of flowers I've ever seen. Massive, colorful, definitely not something you grab at a bodega. What the hell? I stand there for a moment, groceries cutting off circulation to my fingers, watching him like he's a mirage that'll disappear if I blink. He doesn't disappear, just sits there, freezing his butt off on my steps like some kind of idiot. My idiot, apparently. No, not mine. We're done. I said we're done. Except he's here, with flowers, looking miserable and cold and, God damn it, I start walking again. Boots crunching louder now. He looks up at the sound and our eyes lock. The expression on his face nearly stops me in my tracks. Relief, hope, terror. All of it mixed together in a way that makes my chest tight. You're an idiot. The words come out before I can stop them. Hudson stands immediately, nearly dropping whatever he's holding. Chocolates, I realize, and wine. Expensive wine based on the label I can glimpse. I know. How long have you been out here? He glances at his watch. Hour? Maybe hour and a half? An hour and... Jesus Christ, Hudson. It's 20 degrees outside. I know that too. He's shivering now that I'm looking closer. Full body tremors he's trying to hide. You weren't answering your phone. So you decided to freeze to death on my doorstep? I said I wasn't leaving until we talked. I stare at him. At the flowers wilting in the cold. At the chocolates and wine he's clutching like a shield. At the snow coating his hair and shoulders, and the expensive wool coat that's doing absolutely nothing to keep him warm. You're coming inside. Not a question, a statement. Before you get hypothermia, and I have to explain to paramedics why there's a frozen lawyer on my steps. Relief floods his face. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. I push past him, unlock the outer door. I'm still pissed at you. He follows without argument, gathering his ridiculous collection of peace offerings. We climb to the third floor in silence, my keys jingling as I unlock 3B. My apartment's warm. Too warm after being outside. I dump the groceries on the kitchen counter, flip on lights, turn to find Hudson standing in my doorway looking uncertain. Good. He should be uncertain. Sit. I point at the couch. Before you collapse. He sits, still clutching the flowers and gifts like he doesn't know what to do with them. I yank open my linen closet, grab every blanket I own, throw them at him without ceremony. Put those on, all of them. Camilla, blankets first, talking later. I head to the kitchen, fill the kettle, slam it onto the stove. Tea or coffee, whatever's fine. I make tea because it's faster, and he needs warmth immediately. My hand shakes slightly as I pull mugs from the cabinet, and I hate that my body's betraying me like this. Hate that seeing him on my steps cracked something open I thought I'd sealed shut. The kettle boils. I pour, add honey because he probably needs the sugar, carry both mugs to the living room. Hudson's wrapped in approximately 4 blankets, looking like a very expensive burrito. The flowers sit on my coffee table next to the chocolates and wine, creating the world's most apologetic still life. I hand him the mug. Our fingers brush, and electricity shoots up my arm, despite every rational thought, screaming at me not to feel anything. Drink. He does. I watch his hands shake around the ceramic, watch the steam curl up and fog his face. Watch him slowly stop shivering as warmth seeps back into his system. I sit in the armchair across from him, far enough that I can't reach out and do something stupid like touch him. Talk. My voice comes out harder than I intend. You said you weren't leaving until we talked, so talk. Hudson sets down his mug carefully, unwraps enough blankets that I can see his face properly. I love you. The words land like a bomb. I open my mouth, close it. No sound comes out. I'm in love with you, he continues, voice steady now despite the residual shivering. Have been for a while, maybe since college, maybe since that first dinner. Doesn't matter when it started. What matters is it's true. Hudson, let me finish. Please. He leans forward, blankets pooling around his waist. You were right about everything. I did use you initially, fed you information that helped my case, let professional convenience blur into personal feelings. And I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for putting you in a position where you had to choose between your ethics and your career. My throat's tight. I force words past it. That's not an answer. I know, but here's what else is true. His eyes lock on mine. Somewhere along the way, it stopped being about the case, stopped being strategy or manipulation or any of that lawyer crap you accused me of. When? My hands clench around my mug. When exactly did it stop being about using me? That night at the bar, when you challenged me about Carmen's interview, called me on trying to control the narrative. You saw right through me and didn't flinch. He runs a hand through his still damp hair. That's when I knew I was screwed. Because you're not someone I can manipulate or manage. You're someone who makes me better by refusing to accept anything less than honesty. I want to believe him. God, I want to believe him so badly it physically hurts. The trial's over, I say quietly. Veronica's free. You got your win. I don't care about the win. The vehemence in his voice surprises me. I mean, I care that an innocent woman isn't going to prison, but the career stuff, the recognition and the job offers, and all the crap Marcus is texting me about. He pulls out his phone, shows me the ignored messages. None of it matters if you're not there. I stop, try again. That's just adrenaline talking. Post-trial crash. You'll feel different in a week. I won't. He sets the phone aside, leans forward until I can see every detail of his face. The sincerity there, the fear underneath. Camilla, I sat on your steps for an hour and a half in 20-degree weather because the thought of not seeing you, not talking to you, not having you in my life was worse than hypothermia. That's just stupidity. Yeah, it is. A small smile. But it's honest stupidity, which is what you deserve from me, always. No more strategy, no more careful word choices, no more lawyer crap, just honesty. The tea's burning my hands through the mug. I set it down before I drop it. I don't know if I can trust you. The admission costs me. You say it's different now, that you love me, that it's not about the case. But how do I know? How do I know you won't do the same thing next time there's a trial you need favorable coverage on? Because there won't be a next time. He unwraps completely from the blankets, sits forward. I talked to Marcus this morning, told him I'm stepping back from high-profile cases. No more media circuses. No more trials that require managing public perception. Just good legal work for people who need it. I stare at him. You're giving up trial work? I'm choosing you over trial work. There's a difference. His hands spread in that gesture he makes when he's being completely honest. And if that's not enough, if you need more proof that I'm serious about this, tell me what you need. I'll do it. My chest aches. I need you to stop breaking my heart. Then let me fix it instead. He stands, crosses the distance between us, kneels in front of my chair. Let me prove that we're not toxic, that we can be good together if we're actually honest with each other. His hands reach for mine. I should pull away, should maintain distance, should protect myself from the inevitable moment when this falls apart again. But I don't. I let him take my hands, Let him warm my frozen fingers between his palms. Let him look at me with an expression so open, so vulnerable, that I can't breathe properly. The flowers are dying, I say, because I need to say something and that's what comes out. I'll buy you new ones, every day if you want. The wine probably costs more than my rent. Definitely does. Worth it if it gets you to forgive me. And the chocolates? Belgian, single origin, 72% cacao. He says it like he's quoting scripture. The guy at the shop said they're the best. Despite everything, the hurt, the anger, the fear that this won't work, I feel my mouth curve. You really sat out there for an hour and a half. Would have sat longer. Would have sat all night if that's what it took. That's insane. Yeah, his thumbs trace circles on my palms. But I love you, which apparently makes me do insane things. The words hit differently this time. Settle into my chest like truth instead of ammunition. I'm still scared, I admit quietly, that this'll blow up, that we'll hurt each other again. Me too. He doesn't look away. But I'd rather be scared with you than safe without you. I close my eyes. Take a breath that shudders on the way in. When I open them, Hudson's still there, still kneeling in front of my chair, still looking at me like I'm worth freezing for, worth fighting for, worth all the mess and complications that come with us being together. Okay? His expression shifts. Okay? You can stay, have more tea, warm up properly. I squeeze his hands. We can talk, really talk. Figure out if there's actually something here worth trying for. There is, I know there is. Yeah, well, let's find out together. I pull him up, watch him settle back onto the couch. This time I join him, maintaining a careful foot of space between us. But Hudson, yeah? If you ever manipulate me again, professionally or personally, I will destroy you on every platform I have. Understood? Understood.
Chapter 26. Hudson. The warmth seeps into me slowly. Tea, blankets, her presence. Better than any victory I've ever had in court. I watch Camilla from my nest of blankets, noticing details I missed when I was freezing. The way she tucks her legs under herself. How her curls fall across her forehead when she leans forward. The guarded hope in her eyes that matches exactly what I'm feeling. She's giving me a chance. After everything. After I messed up. After she walked away. After I sat on her steps like a lovesick idiot. She's giving me a chance. Don't screw this up, Rockwell. So, she traces the rim of her mug. You talked to Marcus about stepping back. Yeah, this morning. I shift closer, testing boundaries. She doesn't retreat. Told him I'm done with high-profile cases, done with media management, done with anything that requires playing games with coverage. He must have loved that. He called me a moron, then said I was doing the right thing. I smile, then called me a moron again. Her mouth quirks. Marcus always did have excellent judgment. About some things. I set my mug on the coffee table, careful not to knock over the absurdly expensive wine. Can I ask you something? Depends on the question. When you stepped back from the trial, posted that video, I turned to face her fully. Did you regret it? Even for a second? She's quiet, considering. When she speaks, her voice is soft. Every second, for about 48 hours straight. That hurts more than I expected. Camilla, let me finish. She mirrors my words from earlier. I regretted it because it felt like losing. Felt like I was letting Demi win. Letting you win. Letting everyone win except me. Her eyes meet mine. But then I realized something. I didn't lose. I chose. There's a difference. Yeah? Yeah. She sets her mug down too, shifts slightly closer. I chose integrity over momentum, chose honesty over my platform, chose being able to look at myself in the mirror over being the person who broke that story. Her hand finds mine between us, fingers threading through carefully. And that choice? That's winning, even if it doesn't feel like it yet. Christ, I love her. I want to support your career from now on, I say. Not hinder it, not compromise it. Support it. Her thumb strokes across my knuckles. How? However you need. I turn my hand, palm pressing against hers. You want inside access to legal cases? I'll connect you with defense attorneys who need good coverage. You want to collaborate on content that explores the intersection of law and media? I'll help however I can. You want me to stay completely separate from your work? I'll respect that boundary. What do you want? The question catches me off guard. What do I want? Yeah. She leans in, close enough that I can smell her shampoo, something citrus and sweet. What does Hudson Rockwell want from this relationship? Besides grand romantic gestures and hypothermia-inducing doorstep vigils. You. The answer's immediate. Just you. However I can have you. Whatever that looks like. That's vague. It's honest. I bring her hand to my mouth, press a kiss to her knuckles that makes her breath catch. I want you in my life, Camilla. Want to come home to you after bad days. Want to celebrate wins with you. Want to fight with you about legal ethics and media responsibility, and whether pineapple belongs on pizza. It doesn't. See? That's the kind of argument I want to have. I'm smiling now, can't help it. Important debates, life-changing disagreements. She's smiling too, guard dropping inch by inch. You're ridiculous. I'm in love. I cup her face with my free hand, thumb tracing her cheekbone, which apparently makes me ridiculous. Apparently. But she's leaning into my touch, eyes closing briefly. When they open again, they're darker, wanting something I'm desperate to give her. Hudson? Yeah? Kiss me. I don't need to be told twice. I close the distance between us, capturing her mouth with mine. She tastes like honey from the tea, sweet and warm and perfect. Her hands slide up my chest, fisting in my shirt as she pulls me closer. The kiss deepens, evolves into something that threatens to consume us both, and I'm drowning in her. The perfect feel of her lips moving against mine, the soft sounds she makes in the back of her throat, the way her body melts and molds against mine like we're two pieces finally clicking into place after being forced apart for too damn long. When we break apart, we're both breathing hard, panting like we've run a marathon. Screw the careful distance, she murmurs against my mouth, her lips brushing mine with every word. Yeah? I'm barely capable of forming coherent thoughts, let alone words. Yeah. She climbs into my lap, straddling me with her knees on either side of my hips, settling her weight against me in a way that makes my entire body tighten with want. We tried careful, tried to keep boundaries. Didn't work. No, it didn't. My hands find her waist immediately, possessively, then slide under her sweater to touch bare skin. She's so warm, so incredibly soft, so exactly what I've been craving for days, weeks if I'm being honest with myself. She kisses me again, harder this time, more demanding, more insistent, taking what she wants. Her fingers thread through my hair, nails scraping lightly against my scalp before tugging slightly in a way that sends heat straight to my groin and makes me groan into her mouth.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
I press a kiss to her temple. I love you. I love you too. She turns her head, captures my mouth in a soft kiss. Even when you're an idiot who freezes on doorsteps. Especially then, I correct. She laughs, and the sound fills something in my chest I didn't realize was empty. We're going to be okay. Better than okay. We're going to be everything.
Chapter 27. Camilla. The latte's perfect. That ideal ratio of espresso to steamed milk that I only manage about once a month. I'm sitting cross-legged on my couch, laptop balanced precariously on my knees, Hudson sprawling beside me in sweatpants and a t-shirt that's seen better days. His hand rests on my ankle, thumb tracing absent circles that make concentration nearly impossible. So, I take a sip, savoring the bittersweet combination. I've been thinking. Dangerous. He doesn't look up from his phone, where he's scrolling through case files with the kind of intensity that used to annoy me. Now it's just him, part of the package. About my platform, where I want to take it now that I'm not covering active trials. That gets his attention. He sets the phone down, shifts to face me fully. Yeah. Cold cases are good. I like them, but they're not enough. I pull up the document I've been working on for the past 3 days, turn the screen so he can see. What if we did something together? His eyebrows rise. Together? A podcast. The words tumble out faster now, excitement building. You bring the legal expertise, I bring the true crime angle. We tackle cases from both perspectives. What actually happened versus what the law says happened. The gaps between justice and the legal system. Hudson leans forward, reading my outline. I watch his expression shift from skeptical to intrigued. That sharp lawyer brain already processing implications. You want to work with me? There's something vulnerable in how he asks it. I want to work with you. Partnership. 50-50. I gesture at the screen. Think about it. How many people would love having an actual defense attorney weigh in on famous cases? Someone who can explain why the law works the way it does, even when it feels wrong. A lot of people probably. His fingers trace down the outline I've drafted. This is actually brilliant. I know. No false modesty. I've spent 72 hours thinking this through, and it's good. Plus, it solves our conflict of interest problem. We're not covering active cases. We're analyzing closed ones, examining what went right, what went wrong, what the system could do better. Educational content with entertainment value. I take another sip of coffee, watching him process. You could talk about defense strategies that worked, ones that failed. I could bring the human interest angle, victims' families, wrongful convictions, how media coverage impacts trials. Hudson's quiet for a moment, still reading. When he looks up, there's that intensity in his eyes that makes my stomach flip. You've really thought this through. Of course I have. I'm a professional. And you want to do this with me? Not bring in another lawyer? Someone with more experience? Better credentials? Hudson. I set my laptop aside, shift closer. I want to do this with you. The lawyer who sees the system's flaws, who cares about actual justice, not just winning, who'll push back when I'm being too sensational and defend his positions even when I'm being difficult. His mouth curves. You're always difficult. Exactly, which is why this'll work. I pull up the next section. I've already drafted a format, 45-minute episodes released weekly. We pick a case, each do our own research, then come together to discuss. No script, just genuine conversation about what happened and why. Where would we record? Here, initially. I've got decent equipment. I gesture at the corner where my camera setup lives. Eventually, we could get a proper studio space if it takes off, but starting here keeps costs low, keeps it authentic. Hudson's nodding now, brain clearly spinning through logistics. We'd need to be careful about attorney-client privilege. Can't discuss anything confidential. Obviously. That's why we stick to public record cases, trials that are already decided, evidence that's already been presented. I open another tab, show him the list I've compiled. I've got about 20 cases we could start with. Mix of famous ones people know and lesser-known cases that deserve attention. He scrolls through, reading. I watch his face trying to gauge reaction. The Central Park 5, he says finally. That's a good first episode. I thought so. Lots of public interest, clear legal issues to discuss. Resolution that shows the system failing and then partially correcting. I lean against his shoulder. Plus, it's a case where both our perspectives would add value. I could talk about media's role in the rush to judgment. You could explain how the legal process went wrong. And the eventual exoneration. His arm comes around me automatically. Yeah, that works. My chest warms. Not just from his agreement, but from how natural this feels. Sitting together, planning something that excites us both. Building something new from the ashes of what almost destroyed us. There's one more thing. I pull up the final section of my proposal. I want to be completely transparent about our relationship. Hudson tenses slightly. How transparent? First episode, we disclosed that we're together, that we reconnected during the Sinclair trial, that there were ethical complications, that I stepped back because of conflict of interest. I meet his eyes. Full honesty. No hiding, no pretending we're just professional colleagues. That could blow back on you. People might question your objectivity. Let them question. I'm firm on this. I'm done hiding things from my audience. They deserve to know who I am, who you are, what our connection is. If that costs me followers, fine. The ones who stay will be there because they trust me to be honest. He studies my face for a long moment. You're sure? Completely. I thread my fingers through his. We tried the secret relationship thing. It nearly destroyed us. I'm not doing that again. Even if it impacts your platform, especially if it impacts my platform. I squeeze his hand. My integrity is worth more than follower count. You taught me that. Well, Demi taught me that, but you reinforced it. His laugh is soft, genuine. Fair. So, I turn the laptop fully toward him. What do you think? Are you in? Hudson takes his time, reading through everything I've drafted. The episode format, the potential case list, the disclosure statement, the revenue sharing model. His lawyer brain examining every detail, looking for problems, testing the structure. Finally, he looks up. I'm in. The relief that floods through me is almost embarrassing. Yeah? Yeah. He pulls me closer, kisses my temple. On one condition. My guard goes up immediately. What condition? We call it what it is. A partnership. Equal billing, equal input, equal control. His eyes are serious. I'm not feeding you content to present. We're creating this together, as equals. Something in my chest loosens. You really mean that? I really mean that. He kisses me properly this time, slow and deep. When we break apart, he's smiling. So what do we call it? The podcast? I haven't gotten that far yet. I don't know. Something that captures both perspectives? Beyond reasonable doubt, he suggests. Legal standard meets true crime investigation. I turn it over in my mind. Not bad. Little on the nose. You have a better idea? Verdict pending? I try it out. Examining cases where the verdict's in but the questions remain? I like that. He's already pulling out his phone, checking domain availability. Verdictpending.com is available. Social handles too. Look at you, being all entrepreneurial. I have many hidden talents. I snort, most of which I've already discovered. His grin is wicked. Not all of them. Heat floods through me, but I push it aside. Later. Right now, we're building something. Okay. I pull up a fresh document. Let's outline the first episode. Central Park 5. What's your angle? Hudson settles in beside me, one arm around my shoulders, other hand gesturing as he talks. Start with the legal framework. How interrogations work. Why false confessions happen. The role of prosecutorial pressure. And I'll cover the media circus. I interrupt. Trump's full-page ads calling for the death penalty. Tabloid coverage that presumed guilt. How public opinion shaped the investigation. Perfect. Then we come together to discuss how those two forces, legal process and media pressure, created a perfect storm of injustice. We work for the next 2 hours, outlining, debating, refining. Hudson pushes back when I veer too far into sensationalism. I call him out when his legal explanations get too technical for general audiences. It's exactly what I hoped for. Real collaboration, genuine partnership, neither of us dominating or deferring. My phone buzzes. Demi's name flashes on the screen. I hesitate, then answer. Hey, saw your Instagram story about the new project. Her voice is cautious. Podcast with Hudson Rockwell? Yeah. I brace for criticism. Full disclosure about our relationship, equal partnership, analyzing closed cases. Silence on the other end. Demi? That's... She pauses. Actually really smart, CJ. Ethical, transparent, plays to both your strengths. The validation shouldn't matter as much as it does. You think it'll work? I think it's exactly what you should be doing. Her voice softens. And I'm sorry for how I handled things during the trial. I was right about the conflict of interest, but I could have been less of a jerk about it. You were protecting your story. I was protecting my ego. A sigh. Anyway, I'm glad you figured it out, both of you. We hang up after promising to grab drinks next week. I set the phone down, find Hudson watching me with an expression I can't quite read. What? You're amazing. Simple words, but weighted with meaning. The way you turned everything around, took what could have destroyed your career, and built something better from it. We're building something better, I correct. Together. Together, he echoes. I kiss him, long and slow, tasting possibility and promise. When we break apart, my latte's gone cold, the laptop's still open to our outline. The afternoon sun streams through my windows, casting everything in golden light. So when do we record the first episode? Hudson asks. Next week? Gives us time to research, prepare, set up properly. Next week. He pulls me into his lap, laptop balanced precariously between us. In the meantime, we finish this outline. I tap his chest. Professional first, personal later. You're killing me. Building anticipation. I grin against his mouth. It's called delayed gratification. I hate delayed gratification. No, you don't. He groans, but settles back into work mode, pulling up legal documents while I draft promotional copy. We work until the sun sets, until we're both too hungry to think straight, until Hudson orders Thai food and we eat it straight from the containers, while debating whether our second episode should cover Amanda Knox or the West Memphis Three. This is what I wanted, what I needed. Partnership that challenges me, relationship that supports me, work that excites me. And Hudson, complicated, brilliant, occasionally infuriating Hudson, right beside me through all of it. "Hey," I say, setting down my pad thai. "I'm really glad you froze your butt off on my doorstep." He laughs, warm and genuine. "Best stupid decision I ever made." "Second best," I correct. "First was loving me." "That wasn't a decision." He pulls me close, kisses me thoroughly. "That was inevitable." Yeah, it really was.
Chapter 28. Hudson. The recording equipment looks more complicated than trial prep. Microphones on adjustable arms. Pop filters that Camilla insists are absolutely essential. Some kind of mixer board with more knobs than a cockpit. I stand in the middle of her living room turned studio, feeling completely out of my depth. Stop looking so terrified. Camilla adjusts one of the mics, checking levels on her laptop. It's just talking. You talk for a living. I talk to judges and juries, not to. I gesture vaguely at the equipment. Whatever this is. A condenser microphone, and you'll be talking to listeners who actually want to hear what you have to say, so it's easier than convincing a jury. She grins, clearly enjoying my discomfort. Sit. Let me get you set up. I settle into the chair she's positioned across from hers, a small table between us holding notes we've compiled over the past week. Research on the Central Park 5 case, legal documents, trial transcripts, media coverage from 1989 through the exoneration. Camilla leans in close, adjusting the mic height. Her fingers brush my collar as she clips on a backup lav mic. Just in case the main mic has issues. Redundancy is key. You really know what you're doing. Years of practice. She steps back, surveys her work with critical eyes. Okay, say something so I can check levels. Like what? Anything. Recite the Constitution. Tell me your coffee order. Doesn't matter. I lean toward the mic. Testing. 1, 2, 3. More personality than that, Rockwell. You sound like you're reading a deposition. I am a lawyer. Reading depositions is 90% of my personality. She laughs, and the sound fills the apartment. Better. Keep that energy. Natural, conversational, like we're just two people discussing something fascinating over drinks. Are drinks allowed during recording? Absolutely. Water, coffee, whatever you need. She disappears into the kitchen, returns with 2 glasses of water and my favorite coffee in that mug I've started leaving here. Hydration is important. Keeps your voice from getting scratchy. I take the coffee gratefully. You've thought of everything. I've done this a few times. She settles into her own chair, puts on headphones, adjusts something on the mixer. Okay, we're recording in 5. You ready? No. Yes. Liar. But she's smiling. Just follow my lead. I'll intro, establish who we are and what we're doing. Then we'll transition into the case discussion. Jump in whenever you have something to add. Don't wait for permission. Interrupt you, got it. Not interrupt. Contribute. There's a difference. She checks her laptop one more time. And Hudson? Relax. This is supposed to be fun. Fun. Right. Except when she counts down. 3, 2, 1. And her entire demeanor shifts into that professional, engaging presence I've watched her deploy 100 times on social media. Something in me shifts too. This is just conversation. Something we're good at. Something we've been doing naturally for weeks now. I can do this. Welcome to Verdict Pending, the podcast where legal expertise meets true crime investigation. Camilla's voice is warm, inviting, drawing listeners in immediately. I'm Camilla Johnson, true crime creator and journalist. She looks at me expectantly. Right, my turn. And I'm Hudson Rockwell, criminal defense attorney. It comes out steadier than I expected. We're here to examine cases where the verdict's in, but the questions remain. Before we dive into today's case, we need to address something. Camilla leans forward slightly, body language open. Hudson and I are in a relationship. We rekindled our relationship during the Veronica Sinclair trial, where I was providing coverage, and he was part of the defense team. That created ethical complications that led to me stepping back from trial coverage. We're disclosing this up front, I continue, following the script we rehearsed. Because transparency matters. We're not covering active cases. Everything we discuss is public record, cases that are already decided. But you deserve to know who we are and what our connection is. With that out of the way, Camilla's grin is audible. Let's talk about the Central Park 5. And just like that, we're off. Camilla outlines the case basics. 5 teenagers, 1 horrific assault, a city demanding justice. Her storytelling is masterful, weaving in details about 1989 New York, the racial tensions, the media frenzy that presumed guilt before trials even began. I wait for my opening, then jump in. From a legal perspective, this case is a textbook example of how interrogations can go catastrophically wrong. These were kids, 14, 15, 16 years old, questioned for hours without parents or attorneys present. The confessions were coerced, Camilla adds, but they were also contradictory. Each kid told a different version of events. Exactly, which should have been a red flag for prosecutors. I'm leaning into the mic now, energy building. When you have 5 suspects giving 5 different stories that don't match physical evidence, that's not confirmation of guilt. That's confirmation something's wrong with your investigation. But the jury's convicted anyway. Because juries trust confessions, even when they shouldn't. I pull up one of my notes. Studies show that people can't conceive of admitting to something they didn't do. It's psychologically counterintuitive. So when prosecutors present a confession, juries assume it must be true. Even when the confession was coerced by detectives who kept these kids awake for hours, fed them details about the crime, and told them they could go home if they just admitted involvement. We volley back and forth, building on each other's points. Camilla talks about media coverage, the tabloid headlines, Trump's full-page ad calling for the death penalty, how public opinion made a fair trial nearly impossible. I explain why defense attorneys couldn't overcome that narrative, how the system failed at every level. It's exhilarating, like the best cross-examination, but collaborative instead of adversarial. So 13 years later, Camilla says, Matias Reyes confesses. DNA matches. The whole case unravels. And the city settles for $41 million, because that's what happens when you wrongfully convict 5 teenagers and steal 13 years of their lives. The legal process worked eventually, she muses, but it took way too long. The legal process didn't work. It failed spectacularly, then partially corrected after irreparable harm was done. I'm fired up now, the lawyer in me fully engaged. That's not success at all. It was pure damage control. Fair point. She's grinning at me, clearly enjoying this. So what should have happened? If the system worked the way it's supposed to? Detectives should have followed protocol. Parents should have been present during interrogations. Prosecutors should have looked at contradictory confessions and inadequate physical evidence and declined to pursue charges. I tick off each failure. Defense attorneys should have had resources to mount adequate defenses. Juries should have been sequestered from prejudicial media coverage. Any one of those safeguards working properly could have prevented this. But they didn't. No, they didn't. Because the system prioritizes convictions over truth. The words come out harder than I intend, but I don't pull back. And 5 kids paid the price. Camilla lets that sit for a moment, the weight of it settling. When we come back, she says, we'll discuss how media coverage influenced the case and what's changed, or hasn't in how we report on active investigations. She makes a cutting gesture. And we're paused. That was perfect. I blink, pulled out of the zone I didn't realize I'd entered. Really? Really? You're a natural. She's beaming at me. The way you broke down the interrogation issues, the passion when you were talking about system failures, that's exactly what this podcast needs. I got pretty worked up there. Good. That's authentic. Listeners want to hear that you actually care about this stuff, not just regurgitating facts. She sips her water. Ready for segment 2? We dive back in, this time focusing on media ethics. Camilla's in her element here, discussing how tabloid coverage created a narrative that made conviction inevitable. I push back gently, noting that media also played a crucial role in the eventual exoneration. The New York Times coverage, Ken Burns' documentary. So media can be both the problem and the solution, I summarize. Exactly. Which is why responsibility matters. She looks directly at me. Journalists, and I include true crime creators in that, have an obligation to question official narratives, to dig deeper than press releases, to remember that suspects are human beings, not content. Even when that content is what your audience wants, especially when that's what they want. Her voice is firm. Sensationalism sells, but it also destroys lives. Finding that balance between engaging content and ethical reporting is the challenge. I'm watching her with something like awe. This is the woman who walked away from the biggest story of her career because covering it meant compromising her ethics. She meant every word she's saying. We wrapped the episode 90 minutes later, long past our planned 45-minute mark. Camilla stops recording, pulls off her headphones. We'll edit it down, she says, already making notes. But damn, Hudson, that was good. Really good. You think? I know. She comes around the table, settles into my lap like it's the most natural thing in the world. You're going to be more famous than me by episode 3. I laugh, arms coming around her waist. Doubtful. You're the star here. We're partners. Equal billing, remember? She kisses me, soft and sweet. But I'm calling it now. Your breakdown of interrogation psychology is going to blow up on social media. People are going to lose their minds. Is that good or bad? Good. Very good. Means we're providing value, making people think, starting conversations. She rests her forehead against mine. This is exactly what I wanted. What we both wanted. And it is. The recording was easier than I expected. Natural. Like the conversations we have at home, just with microphones capturing every word. When do we release it? I ask. I'll edit tonight. Add intro music. Clean up any technical issues. She's already mentally planning. I can see it in her eyes. Post the trailer tomorrow. Full episode drops Friday. That gives us time to promote, build anticipation. You really think people will listen? Hudson. She cups my face, forces me to look at her. You just spent 90 minutes passionately defending the wrongfully convicted while explaining complex legal concepts in ways anyone can understand. Yes, people will listen. They'll devour this. Pride swells in my chest. Not the ego-driven pride of winning a case, but something warmer. The satisfaction of building something meaningful with someone I love. Thank you, I say quietly. For what? For this. For giving me a chance to do something that matters outside the courtroom. I kiss her properly. For being brilliant and passionate and making me want to be better. Okay, now you're just trying to get laid. Is it working? She grins. Maybe. After I finish editing. How long will that take? 3 hours? 4? She's already sliding off my lap, pulling up the audio files. Go order dinner, Chinese. I'm going to need brain food. I do, watching her work from the kitchen. The way she focuses, headphones on, scrubbing through audio with the kind of precision she brings to everything. Making something good into something great. My phone buzzes. Marcus. How'd the recording go? I type back. Better than expected. She's editing now. Can't wait to hear it. Rebecca and I are already planning our listening party. I smile. Don't make it weird. Too late. We're already weird. Fair. Dinner arrives. I set it up in the kitchen, filling plates because Camilla won't remember to eat if I don't make her. Then I settle in at the kitchen table, pulling up case files for actual work while she edits. Hours pass. I draft motions. She works magic on audio. We exist in comfortable silence, punctuated by occasional questions. Her asking if I want a specific section kept or cut, me checking if she needs anything. Finally, around midnight, she emerges from her editing cave. It's done. She looks exhausted and triumphant. Want to hear? Absolutely. She cues it up on her laptop and we listen together. She's cut it to a tight 48 minutes, keeping all the best moments while trimming redundancy. The intro music is perfect, something that sounds professional without being generic. Our voices blend well. She made sure of that in the mix. When it ends, I'm grinning. This is incredible. Right? She's beaming. I added chapter markers so listeners can jump to specific topics, and I pulled some quotable moments for social media clips. You're a genius. I'm aware. She saves everything, uploads the final file to her hosting platform. Okay. It's scheduled. Friday morning, 6 a.m., we go live. Just like that? Just like that. She closes the laptop, stretches. And now, unless you have objections, I'm going to shower and collapse into bed. No objections. I stand, start cleaning up the forgotten dinner. I'll handle dishes. You're perfect, you know that? I try. She disappears into the bathroom. I finish cleaning, check my email. Try not to be nervous about releasing our first episode to the world. When she emerges 20 minutes later, hair damp from the shower, I'm already in bed. Hey, she says, sliding in next to me. Hey yourself. I pull her close. You okay? You've been going non-stop for hours. I'm great. Tired, but great. She yawns against my shoulder. Can't believe we actually did it. Made a whole podcast episode. First of many. God, I hope so. Her hand finds mine under the covers. I kiss her forehead. Get some sleep. Friday's going to be chaos. She's already drifting off, breathing evening out. I stay awake a while longer thinking about everything that's changed. From adversaries to partners. From toxic mess to something that actually works. Building something together. Creating something meaningful. Being happy in a way I've never quite been before. Yeah, this was the right call. All of it.
Chapter 29. Camilla. Snow falls lazy and thick, the kind that makes New York look almost magical instead of grimy and overcrowded. I'm bundled in my favorite coat, the emerald green one that Hudson says makes my eyes pop. Scarf wrapped so tight I can barely turn my head. Hudson walks beside me, our gloved hands linked between us. His other hand wrapped around a ridiculously overpriced latte from that pretentious coffee shop he insists makes the best espresso in the city. Check it again, he says, bumping my shoulder. I checked 5 minutes ago. And? I pull out my phone with my free hand, navigate to our podcast dashboard, despite the cold making my fingers clumsy. The numbers hit me fresh even though I've been watching them climb all morning. 15,000 downloads in 6 hours. My voice comes out breathless, disbelieving. Hudson, that's incredible. He squeezes my hand. That's what that is. I scroll through social media with trembling fingers, watching the comments flood in faster than I can read them. This is exactly what true crime needs, actual legal expertise instead of armchair analysis. Hudson breaking down interrogation psychology had me shook. The honesty about their relationship? Chef's kiss. This is how you do transparency. I've listened twice already. When's episode 2 dropping? The validation shouldn't matter this much. Except it does. It absolutely does. People are talking, I say, showing Hudson a particularly enthusiastic thread, analyzing his points about prosecutorial misconduct. Like, really talking, not just listening passively. That's the goal, right? He grins down at me, snowflakes catching in his dark hair. Start conversations. Make people think. Yeah, but I didn't expect. I gesture vaguely at my phone. This kind of response immediately. Most podcasts take months to build an audience. Most podcasts don't have you. The simple confidence in his voice makes my chest warm, despite the freezing temperature. I pocket my phone, use my free hand to pull my scarf tighter. We walk in comfortable silence for a block, watching the city transform under fresh snow. Tourists taking photos in Times Square. Street vendors hawking hot pretzels and roasted nuts. Yellow cabs navigating slush-filled intersections with the kind of aggressive confidence only New York drivers possess. Hudson steers us toward Bryant Park, where the winter market set up shop with dozens of little booths selling everything from handmade jewelry to overpriced hot chocolate. Where are we going? I ask. Nowhere specific, just walking. He pulls me closer against the cold. Celebrating. Celebrating what? We literally just released one episode. Exactly. One episode that's already exceeding expectations. He stops walking, turns to face me fully. Snow falls around us like we're in some cheesy romance movie. Do you have any idea how proud I am of you right now? The words catch me off guard. Proud of us. This was a partnership. It was. But you're the one who had the vision, who drafted the format, who edited for hours, who built the platform that made this possible. His thumb traces my cheekbone through my glove. I just showed up and talked. You did more than that. I contributed, but you created. He leans down, kisses me soft and sweet despite the cold, making both our lips chapped. In watching you create something this good, that's better than any trial win I've ever had. My throat tightens. You're making me emotional in public. That's not allowed. Too bad. He kisses me again, longer this time. When we break apart, we're both grinning like idiots. Come on. I tug his hand. Show me what other overpriced things you want to buy me to celebrate. We wander through the market, stopping at booths that catch our attention. Hudson insists on buying me a pair of earrings I admire, delicate silver hoops with tiny stones that catch the light. I retaliate by purchasing him the most ridiculous wool hat I can find, complete with ear flaps and a pom-pom on top. Absolutely not. He eyes the hat with horror. Absolutely yes. You need to stay warm, and this screams successful podcast host. It screams tourist who doesn't know how to dress for winter. I plop it on his head anyway. It looks ridiculous. Perfect. I'm not wearing this in public. You're wearing it right now. In public. He tries to remove it. I swat his hands away, laughing so hard people are staring. Camilla, Hudson. I mimic his serious lawyer voice. Accept your fate. You're a pom-pom person now. He sighs dramatically but leaves the hat on, and the fact that he's indulging me makes my heart swell. We grab hot chocolate from a vendor who's clearly charging triple the reasonable price. I don't care. The warmth seeps into my frozen fingers, and standing here with Hudson, pom-pom hat and all, feels exactly right. My phone buzzes. I ignore it. Buzzes again. Still ignore it. Third time, Hudson nudges me. Check it. Might be important. I pull it out reluctantly, ready to silence whatever notification is interrupting our celebration. Demi's text. Damn, CJ, your podcast is trending on Twitter? Trending? Do you see this? I blink. Open Twitter with shaking hands. Sure enough. Hash verdict pending is trending. Number 8 in the United States. climbing higher as I watch. Hudson, my voice comes out strangled. We're trending. What? I show him the screen, watch his expression shift from skeptical to shocked to absolutely delighted. How is that even possible? He asks. We released 6 hours ago. I don't know, but look at the tweets. I scroll through rapidly. Legal analysts discussing Hudson's points. True crime fans praising the format. Even some verified accounts, journalists, professors, advocates, weighing in with thoughtful commentary. Finally, a true crime podcast that respects the legal process. Hudson Rockwell explaining coerced confessions should be required viewing in law schools. The transparency about their relationship sets a new standard for ethics in content creation. This is insane. I can't stop scrolling, can't process how fast this is moving. This is absolutely insane. Hudson's reading over my shoulder, one arm wrapped around my waist to keep me steady. People are actually engaging with the legal issues, not just the sensational details. Because you made the legal issues accessible. I look up at him. That breakdown of why false confessions happen, that's the clip going viral. Everyone's sharing it. He looks stunned. I was just explaining basic interrogation psychology. You were explaining it in a way that makes sense to people who aren't lawyers. That's the whole point. I pocket my phone before I drop it in the snow. Hudson, I think we actually did something here. Something that matters. We did. He pulls me impossibly closer. We really did. The snow's falling harder now, covering the market in white that'll turn to slush by tomorrow. But right now, in this moment, everything feels clean and new and full of possibility. Want to head home? Hudson asks, lips brushing my temple. Before we both freeze solid, home. When did his apartment become home? Probably around the same time we became my default pronoun instead of I. Yeah, I lean into him, letting his warmth seep through layers of winter clothing. Let's go home. We navigate out of Bryant Park, past the library lions wearing their winter snow crowns, toward the subway that'll take us back to Hudson's place in the Upper West Side. My phone keeps buzzing, notifications flooding in, followers tagging me in posts, other creators reaching out to collaborate, media outlets requesting interviews about the podcast's success. I silence it. All of it can wait. Right now, I just want to walk through the snow with Hudson, watching the city sparkle under fresh powder, feeling the satisfaction of creating something good, settling warm and solid in my chest. Hey, Hudson says as we descend into the subway. Yeah, I love you. Simple words, said easily, naturally, like they're just fact now instead of confession. I love you too. I squeeze his hand tighter. Even with the ridiculous pom-pom hat. Especially with the ridiculous pom-pom hat. He's still wearing it. Probably will the whole way home just to make me laugh. And I do laugh. Warmth flooding through me that has nothing to do with the hot chocolate or the subway's overheated air. We're going to be okay. Better than okay. We're going to be everything we both needed. Building something meaningful together while refusing to compromise who we are. The subway doors close. Hudson pulls me against him as the train lurches forward. And I let myself just be happy, present, grateful for the podcast, the success, the partnership, but mostly grateful for him, for us, for figuring out how to make this work despite everything trying to tear us apart. Yeah. This is exactly where I'm supposed to be.
Chapter 30. Hudson. The champagne's cold against my palm, condensation dripping onto the hardwood as I pour 2 glasses with hands that are steadier than they should be. We're back at my apartment, our apartment increasingly. and the city glows through floor-to-ceiling windows that frame Manhattan like a postcard. Snow falls in thick curtains, muffling sound, making everything feel insulated and private. Camilla's kicked off her boots, curled into the corner of my couch with her phone face down beside her. The pom-pom hat sits on the coffee table like a ridiculous trophy. I hand her a glass, settle beside her close enough that our thighs press together. To success, I say, raising my champagne. To partnership. She clinks her glass against mine, and the sound rings clear in the quiet apartment. Equal billing, equal work, equal credit. We drink. The champagne's good, expensive stuff I bought specifically for this moment, when our first episode dropped and proved we weren't completely delusional about this working. Except we exceeded working. We're trending. You know what this means, right? I set my glass down, turned to face her fully. We're stuck together now. Can't back out of the podcast without disappointing thousands of people. 15,000 and counting. Her smile's smug. Not that I was keeping track. Liar. Okay, I was absolutely keeping track. She sets her own glass aside, shifts closer. But seriously, Hudson, this is just the beginning. If we keep this momentum, if we stay consistent with quality content, we will. Then we could actually build something huge here. Something that changes how people think about true crime and legal analysis. The passion in her voice does things to me. Always has. Probably always will. Watching her light up when she's excited about her work is better than any closing argument I've ever delivered. We're going to be very successful, I say, pulling her into my lap because having her across from me suddenly feels like too much distance. As long as we stick together. Her hands frame my face, thumbs stroking along my jaw. You planning on going somewhere? Damn no. I'm planning on staying right here, building this with you for as long as you'll have me. Forever, then. Simple words. No hesitation. My chest tightens. Forever works. She kisses me, and it's different from the sweet celebration kisses we shared in the snow. This is heat and promise and everything we've been building toward since we stopped pretending we could just be professional colleagues.
And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at TylaWalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to TylaWalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
That was... She trails off, breathless. Perfect. I press a kiss to her hair. It really was. We lie there in comfortable silence, watching snow fall outside the windows, feeling the satisfied exhaustion of good sex and better partnership settling into our bones. Hudson? I'm really happy. Simple words, but weighted with meaning. Like, genuinely, completely happy. With you. With us. With everything we're building. My arms tighten around her. Me too, baby. Me too. And I am. Happier than I've ever been, with this brilliant, passionate woman in my arms, and a future that looks nothing like what I planned, but everything I actually needed. We built something good, something real. Something that's going to last. Together. Always together.